power of steel.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The strength of metal.
Get your mark on. Get your mark on. Go. Get your mark on. Get your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Get your mark on. 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 Get your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the penultimate day of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, the Judgment Day, the final day where teams are gonna be, trying their best to make their way into the top 8. Because after day 4 is done, day 5, it's all about gonna be who's on the top and who's gonna be sitting there. Because the teams at the bottom, well, it's pretty much done and dusted for them. This is me, Edge, alongside me. It's gonna be the Spice Turner, Miss Darshita. So, Darsh, how excited are you for this day number 4? I mean, after this, there's only one more day left for the grand finals.
Excited, but at the same, it's gonna be the most important day, right? As you said, today is the 4th day itself, and after this day ends, we are just left with 6 maps. Now, 6 is it's like the team at the tops right now. They have a lot of pressure on their mind to maintain their position, and the teams at the bottom, they do have more pressure on their mind with a hope that they can make it to the top. There's so much that's gonna happen on this day itself. That's day 4, ladies and gentlemen. The schedule, the overall, I mean, whatever is gonna happen the entire day, everything will be on our screens. But before everything, as the comment section is all open for you guys. I really want you guys to be spamming the names of your favorite team. Love and support your favorite team out here, so that they can get more of confidence, more of momentum to get themselves the #1 position. Now, #1 position, that directly implies a prize pool of $8,000.
That is true. I mean, all these teams, they need a lot of support coming in. Yes, they're gonna be performing, but with the fans rooting, with everyone rooting for them, from the back, it's gonna help them. It's gonna give them a little morale boost as well, and also, as you said, the prize pool, it is huge, right? We're gonna be talking about that in a second. But all these teams, man, they've already, earned the right to call themselves champions because they made their way to the grand finals, and all of them are champions. But here's the thing: we are only looking out for the best of the best. We're talking about prize pool, $20,000. The first team walking away with the biggest chunk of it with 8,000 in the bank account. The second team will be going home with $4,000, and the team in third position, they'll take away 1,500.
The 4th one, I mean, not just the 4th one, but from the 4th to the 8th edge, it's going to be $700. From the 9th to 13th, you get $300. But unfortunately, the 14th, 15th, and the 16th place is the position that gets you nothing. Now, you have to be really careful that even if you're not getting a #1, 2, or 3 because of the points difference that the top teams have accumulated, you need to be in 4 to 13 to get rewarded. Or the only 2 prizes that are left behind and are the most important ones are going to be the team with most finishes and a single individual that's going to be the MVP. MVP gets rewarded as $1,000 and the $500. Now, every time we come back to day 4, we have a bit of clear vision on who can be the MVP or who can be the team with most finishes. But if you talk specifically about what's the scenario right now, I'm really confused on who it will be, because there's so much of potentials each and every team holds. And these specific players, right, every day we come across the top fraggers leaderboard. Every day you see a new face, but Ninja Jot, he's still on the #1.
He's going hard for that MVP, the most prestigious one, if you ask me. So you gotta, be consistently good throughout all the maps. That's how you can, put up a great performance. But talking about great performances, GODLIKE Esports. Clutch Card, Neo, Zigot, Jonathan, S-Power, and Gil, well, they've been putting some insane performances in recent times. Soul, on the other hand, Akshat, Omega, Goblin, Hector, player 5, player 6, well, they weren't having a great time, but then yesterday we did see them get that chicken dinner. Let's hope they put up a better performance today as well and make their way to the top. Hey, it's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, on the other hand. Somraj, Pukar, Vexi, Gamla Boy, Ronak, and Don. All these players, they need to work on it because, they have been taking those aggressive drop clashes, unfortunately going down though. TSM, Shadow, OG, Blaze, Equinox, Ninja Jot, No Footstep, and Coach himself. Well, they have a lot of finishes, but they got to work on their, placement points. And also Equinox with those beautiful calls have always been coming out on top, but Ninja and Shadow OG, the top fraggers for the team. Well, they're doing the work, and Blaze, the support, I believe, and along with No Footstep, with giving away no, excuse me, the no sound cues, it's going to be an insane game for them as well.
Agreed completely. On the other sides of these teams, we have 7C, Revenant, OR, and CHEMIN. Now, this set of team is something that we do expect a lot to do in terms of getting victories, in terms of securing a good position, and in terms of making a comeback. Now, you talk about 7C, talk about Revenant. We have from 7C, we have Prince, Aladdin, Sarang, Stray God, Savitar, Ranjit. Now, from 7C, we saw Stray God doing the most amazing job, just doing all the heavy lifting he can for his entire team. From Revenant, we have Enco, Top Dog, Paradox, Kyoya, Austin, Vortex. That's the four set of teams we have. But up next again, Enigma, Hyderabad, HYDRAS, 8-bit, and NIGMA Galaxy. Now, Team 8-bit, I guess they got one yesterday, and they broke the tradition that we were talking about. They broke the rule that we were talking about, or maybe just a fun aspect that the one who wins, Erangel gets, the one who wins Sanhok, my bad, gets the Erangel. Even 8-bit caught Sanhok for themselves, but couldn't get the Erangel one. But again, beautiful victory was something that we were expecting them, and they did it, amazingly.
We wanted them to pop off, and they did. I mean, they needed that victory as well. Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, have doing really well as well. MJ, Polar Dreams, Wixie, and Max. Well, we did see them, get those initial frags, but after that, they've been falling apart quite a few times. But they were sitting at the bottom of the scorecard there, Darsh. I mean, after day one, they were at the dead bottom, and after that, they made some progress, and they worked their way to, I think, now in 10th position. So that's an improvement, if you ask me. But talking about the other teams as well, Global Esports, Joker, Manya, Agent, Nakul, Ronnie, and Mayavi. This team is power packed, and there's a lot of potential, especially Nakul and Manya going in for those frags. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
True. Other than that, we have Entity, Blind, and Marcos. Now, Entity, it was really not a good day for them. I mean, I'm talking about the previous day. Edge wasn't really working in their favor. We have seen them going down, and somewhere down, accumulating even 0 points. I mean, no points in one entire map. That's the case. That shouldn't be repeated again today, because right, 12 maps, that's it. That's the only thing left in this entire fight of Gillette 7Sea Invitational, the fight to get yourself that title, because the title is a huge one. You know how much you already have done to get it to yourself. But again, let's just have a quick look on the overall standings, what all has happened in the 18 matches that these teams have played. Each and every one, yes, they have played 18 matches, where OR and Godlike got 2 victories, Enigma TSM got 3, 8-bit got 1, CHEMIN Hyderabad HYDRAS got 2, and SKYLIGHTZ got 1 for themselves.
I mean, OR and Godlike getting only 2 chicken dinners and still sticking to that top 2 positions to with 211 and 192. And it's not even like a couple of point distance between them and Enigma and TSM, right? Enigma and TSM both with 3 chicken dinners each, sitting on 3rd and 4th. That tells you just how dominant and how well OR and Godlike are playing right from the get-go. But 8-bit, on the other hand, with only 1 chicken dinner, have taken away, have taken over CHEMIN ESPORTS and HYDRAS. And also, not a small margin, 6 points, yes, but it's still better if you ask me, because 1 chicken dinner and 2 chicken dinners. I mean, they're right behind TSM. I think 12 points, and that's it. So 8-bit, another team that's looking really, really confident. But CHEMIN, we all know what they do. Those last couple of days is when they absolutely start popping off. So I'm hoping today is the day for them. And HYDRAS as well, they've been consistently performing well. So if they could just keep that consistency going on for the next 12 games, pretty sure they can come out on the top or the second spot at least. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, as I said, they need to work on surviving, because they get those finishes, but they are unable to survive for as long as they can. I mean, if they can survive, let's say the first 15 minutes, I'm pretty sure they'll survive till the end.
True. Now you talk about SKYLIGHTZ gaming. We have always seen SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos getting into an initial fight at Pochinki thrice a day, right? But look at the position Marcos has. They are on hashtag 15. Whereas SKYLIGHTZ, they are already on the first sides of the overall standing. This is something that both of these teams, they need to understand. Now Marcos, they have been winning over SKYLIGHTZ multiple times. But again, when it comes to a fact that where you are standing in the overall standing, the position is not looking good for Marcos as compared to what it is for SKYLIGHTZ gaming. On the other side, you talk about 7C, they got 118. Team Soul on 108, Nigma Galaxy 107. That's Revenant and Global for 98 for them. Blind got 89, Marcos got 83, and Entity got 81. Now, these teams who have still not crossed the 100 marks need to be careful because first team at the hashtag 1 position is leading the chart, already has crossed 200. You look at the difference, almost 100 points difference. And you take an entire day to cover, and maybe sometimes an entire day is even not enough that you can cover that gap. So you need to make sure that today's day you either make it work into your favor, or right, you aren't getting that hashtag 1 position, because the race is really tough this time. It is not going to be easy, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the second last day, and with tomorrow's day we are going to be, getting to know who's going to be the champions of Gillette 7C Invitational. It's 12 last map. It's like after 2 maps, I'm going to go for a countdown of 10 to, the one or the last remaining map edge.
I mean, for sure, we gotta do that. But another thing we need to keep an eye on: the top 5 fragabode. TSM's Ninja Jar, 31 finishes with 36.47 finishing contribution, and he played 80 matches. So, yeah, that's decent. That's decent. He has around 1.5k finish that ratio there. But Goblin, on the other hand, on the side of Soul, he had a beautiful game with 10 finishes in one. So after that, I mean, 18 in the next 17 matches. He's doing decent with one finish that ratio. But that one match where he had a 10 FT was absolutely beautiful. 47.46 contribution, the highest in the top 5. Enigma's Viru, on the other hand, 28 finishes, 31.82 contribution, 18 matches played as well. Delta, 27 finishes, 37.5 contribution, 27 finishes for the man here. Equinox, second guy from the side of TSM with 31.76. I mean, you can see how dominant TSM are in terms of finishes, right? They have 2 players in the top 5, a combined total of 58 finishes there. That's absolutely incredible.
Oh, I mean, the entire team has destroyed their enemies. Yeah, somewhere down the line, they weren't able to perform in 1, 2, or 3 specific maps. But again, when it came to a topic that TSM needs a comeback, Equinox and Ninja Jord, they have done all the heavy liftings they can for their entire team. But top 5, we have top 10 even, because the probability chances of these hashtag 6 to hashtag 10 players pushing out the players of hashtag 1 to hashtag 5 is really high on this day itself. Look at that. We ended hashtag 5 on 27. The next upcoming is Knuckle from Global Esports with 25. That's just 2 points, difference. Then we have Godlike Jonathan with 25 for him, OR Atanki with 24, Godlike Neo with 24 again, and Maxi with 23 total finishes. So right now, if the team they are aiming to get one of their players the title of MVP, they need to push these specific players. Like from TSM we have 2, from CHEMIN we have 1, Enigma we have 1, Soul we have 1, from Godlike 2, OR 1, Hyderabad HYDRAS got.
Yep. I mean, everyone's doing a really good job. Godlike have 2 players that Jonathan and Neo, I'm pretty sure, are going to be trying to get themselves in that top 5. So it's going to be really crucial and important to see. But here's the thing that I'm worried about coming in terms of, other teams that are sitting at the bottom. How well are they going to be coming up and stepping up? Because today, once again, as we said, is going to be the penultimate day, and everyone needs to step up huge for them to make their way to the, I mean, I wouldn't even say top, I would only say to the top 8, to the first page there, because there's a lot of a lot of gap between that team in the 16th position and the ones in the 1 and 2 spot. So here's the thing, here's what are the chances for them. One, NTT Gaming need to pop off every single time with 20 to 30 bombers every single time in the next 6 matches. And OR and Godlike, well, they they shouldn't have really good games, which I mean, by the looks of it, is going to be close to impossible because OR and Godlike have been popping off from day number one. It's not like they've been starting to,
True.
Godlike were the ones that almost got the first chicken dinner here in the grand finals, but got the second one instantly. Marcos did steal that, but you know what happened to Marcos after that, right? Unfortunately, they couldn't, keep up with it. Marcos, yes, they got that first chicken dinner in the grand finals, but I don't know, Darsh. I mean, there's something going on here. I mean, Walkouts was the one that got the first chicken dinner semifinals, first match ever. And then they got another one later on, but they didn't even qualify. And now, Marcos, they got the first chicken dinner in that grand final day number one. But after that, no way to be found.
Very true. Completely agreed on that. I mean, it's just how the time changes, the table turns around, right? You see, the day one we saw these gods of Godlike dominating. Day two we saw Godlike dominating. But on day three, what happened? Godlike, they had a huge downfall. Now, in terms of the overall standings, yes, I know Godlike is on #2 position, but look at OR. They got almost 12 points difference from the sides of Team Godlike, and trust me, that's a huge one to cover. Now, if Godlike, they do not perform today, we may see them in the #3 or 4 position, and it will be disheartening for all the fans of Godlike out there, because right from #1 to falling down on the fourth day itself, where you can make yourself really strong and be on that #1 position, it can be really disheartening. But for the sides of Team OR, it is looking really good right now. I mean, they were down, then they just went on going ham, whereas Team Godlike was getting eliminated early. Team OR, they had an advantage on capitalizing over the entire situations. And then right, we can see OR on #1 yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding on. They're trying to hold on to the crown for as long, and for as long as they can, and also maybe till tomorrow evening, because that's when we're going to be playing the last map. But
True.
here's the thing: it's not going to be an easy one, because on now all these teams sitting in second to seventh position or even eighth, they're going to be trying their best to steal that position from OR, right? So, I mean, if all of them just team up and try to take down OR, well, I mean, they're not going to be the first one to go down, but if they keep doing that, OR might be in a lot of trouble. So I want to see how they, how they counter this strat if it comes out from any of the squads. But also, I want to see how consistent they're going to be today. Because yesterday we did see a couple of good, great matches. Actually, 3 great matches coming in from them, and then one match where they were completely destroyed with, I think, 1 or 2 points at max. But the other 2 were like decent. So I want to see if they're going to be coming in with the same consistency, or do we have anyone else trying to come out on top? Godlike wanted to
Looking
be
forward to
dominant.
that.
I mean, yes, Godlike wanted to be dominant, but unfortunately, they were not even third party. They were fourth party by multiple teams, unfortunately for them. But also squads like TSM now. 3 chicken dinners, but they're still not on top. Now, that's got to hurt them in a way or two. But Enigma as well, 3 chicken dinners. So I'm looking forward to these 2 teams trying to take that spot in the number 1. But if not these 2 teams, I think Godlike has their number.
Very true. Now, this day is going to decide a lot of things, Edge. I mean, at the end of the day, we somewhere down the line, we are going to get a 5% vigilance clear. Not just 5%, because for a fact, the difference of the number is so close that even with one single map, we can see anyone coming on top and anyone going down. So, till the last map is, not done, till the last map, we aren't even saying anything, because you do not know what is going to happen. Now that we are seeing Godlike and OR on top, maybe tomorrow we do not see them on top. Maybe there's the third team out there, the fourth team out there who's on top, and they have pushed back both of these teams, right? So
True.
anything can happen in today's day. This day is all about comeback, and I know, right? The homework is being done right from all the teams, because we got a distance. I mean, as I said the previous day, right? We got few hours before. Starting this match itself, these teams, they got a time to sit back, calculate, and do all the homework, and it was really necessary for the teams to do so, because it's all about the title, and the title is huge. But now what is left is thrice Erangel, twice Miramar, and one Sanhok. I'm just talking about this specific day, ladies and gentlemen. If you talk about overall, we have I guess 6 times Erangel, 4 times Miramar, and 2 times Sanhok.
It all depends on who's gonna get most number of chicken dinners,
True.
along with at least few finishes to go with it. But also it depends on who can do it consistently. I mean, I don't want consistent chicken dinners. I just want consistent good performances. That's all I'm saying. I mean, once again, if I did the math, we all did the math yesterday, right? 20 points per game. 12 maps. That's 240. That beats OR by a lot. And OR played 18 matches. Keep that in mind. I'm talking only about 12 matches. So if someone can pull off 20 points every single time, and 20 points is like what? 10 finishes and 10 placement points, right? It's not that hard. But okay, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a stretch. Maybe 15 points per game, right? 15 can be done. I mean, you can either get 15 finishes or you can get 10 finishes, 5 finishes, along with the placement point that goes with it. But the thing is, you gotta do it consistently. And I mean, if you do it, the trophy is yours for sure. There's no way that any team can top that. If you get 15, consistent points every single time in the last 12 matches, that I'm saying, not just one day, but 2 days back to back. Let's see. I mean, I know all these teams, they're going to be aiming for the top. I mean, everyone should be aiming at the top. Even if you miss, you'll get on the second or third position. But you got to make sure you're consistently performing with those finishes, right? I mean, we saw CHEMIN, as soon as they go in, if they lose a couple of players, they instantly go for the placement points. We saw them, if they start getting those finishes, they'll never stop. We saw GODLIKE always trying to be aggressive. I mean, until yesterday, where Jonathan was completely patient, survived till the end, and got those extra 6 points for this team. But also, teams like TSM who do not like to back off, right? They get this aggressive position. They take multiple fights, not one, not two, but 3, 4 different fights from 3, 4 different angles. It was 3, 4 different teams, and they somehow come out on top as well. Now that strategy will work out in your favor sometimes, but I still think sometimes it's okay to be passive. But TSM, they like to be passive aggressive.
Times is fine, but not every time, right? Every time you try and go for position points, right? Somewhere down the line, finishes is going to be important. We have talked about this topic not just right now, but since the start of semifinals itself. That maintaining a balance between both finish and placement, it's going to be important. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the match. But before that, we need to get the faces on the game. Face of the players itself is something that I'm interested to see. So without any delay, we'll be heading towards the game
Ooh.
phase on, and there you go. That's gonna be Delta from CHEMIN itself.
Looking sharp as ever. And now the plane's already in the air. Let's see how the flight path is gonna be, and looks like it is gonna be straight because I don't see it still. So I'm just gonna hold it. I mean, it is quite straight though. God, it's gonna go down. I mean, it's gonna go up north from south. It's gonna be an easy one, and I want to see if someone's gonna be going down to the military base there. And looks like Blind are gonna be the first one to jump off. And is it military base? No, I don't think so. What do you think? Today we might have that zone covering it up, because last time, I mean, I haven't seen the zone taking up military base in a really, really long time.
I feel like it's gonna be military, Novo Farm, Milta Power and Shelter. I mean, those areas down there somewhere, half areas of Pochinki or something, maybe, because right, it can be either this way or either it can be Primox Ferry, military base, Pochinki, Gatka. Because Sivani up there, Rozok, I doubt. I really do not feel like it's gonna be Sivani, Rozok, Cool, Yasnaya shooting range. But again, you know, right? There's like no prediction we can always make about this specific thing. So again, just waiting to see what is gonna be happening. Where's the circle? Where the circle is going is the question that I have right now. I just hope it's in my predict. Okay, I'm really good at prediction. Don't you think so, Edge?
I mean, as I said, you are getting better. You are getting better. But with the predictions at least. So military base, man, it's completely. I mean, I wanted it, and BGMI guys, they've delivered. But look at the water once again here, Darsh. A lot of water, and I'm not talking about the water between the islands here, towards the south. What is that? Southeastern side, towards the bottom of Milta Power. There, I mean, you're not gonna have anyone towards that area for anytime soon. But military base once again in the control of CHEMIN, their default, and they're making it work. REVENANT is also making their way, but this time, they can be safe and they don't have to worry about the play zone. But SKYLIGHTZ, they gotta worry a lot. They gotta keep worrying. And Gamla Boy was the what? Why? And how? And where are his teammates? And why was he there? That was just a freebie. I think I don't know, man. I don't know what happened. Okay. I don't know what happened there as well.
It's really difficult. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, I mean, we have seen them getting into an initial drop clash with Marcos, but this time again, they weren't having a drop clash with Marcos, but some other team out there, and that was NIGMA Galaxy. Now, NIGMA Galaxy, after taking one down from SKYLIGHTZ, I guess they are aiming to take the entire squad out. They already have their eyes set on, I guess that's Vexy and Somraj, yes, but MJ and Dreams, they need to be careful because they do have shotguns to work around with. A bit carefulness is something that I hope MJ know. Going in for a wrong decision because SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got all those AKMs and M416 for themselves. So this time SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they can answer back and they can take the revenge that they really want. MJ not looking good this time. It can be difficult for MJ. Apollo goes really aggressive with the vehicle. This aggressiveness can turn around havoc for the sides of Nigma Galaxy, but so is the case with SKYLIGHTZ as well. 2 versus 3. Now it's a decisive factor on what can happen. Will Nigma get this for themselves or will SKYLIGHTZ get it? But that's going to be Somraj seeing one from the sides of Dreams. But at that time, reloading, no, that's going to be difficult. Somraj, you need to make a way out of this fight or else you'll go down again with 0 entire points. 2 players right exactly in front. Vexy found one from Nigma Galaxy as well. Apollo gets caught on the different direction. Dreams trying to take down Somraj from long but not able to capitalize on the same situation. Somraj versus MJ.
Oh, no.
Somraj goes down. MJ capitalizes on that beautifully. And now Vexy, I doubt he'll be able to do anything more. Then at least he can take one, no doubts on that. But I doubt he'll be able to take the entire squad. Beautiful. MJ down. But Vexy, that's an instant trade. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming left with 1 player.
And I don't think he's gonna go for that. There are 2 players down on their knees, and it's gonna be Somraj and Vexy going down. But Vexy, boy oh boy, what a finish there onto MJ there. He just stood up all of a sudden with the AK, boom boom, instant knock, instant finish. He knew he was gonna go down anyway. It's like, might as well just confirm 1 finish before I go down, right? But now Pucar is the only one surviving right now with the Lambo. I think he wants to take this. I don't know how wise this is because he's a sole survivor and this is still pretty early, like very very early into the game. And if he goes down here, that's going to be the entire squad eliminated with only 1 point. And this being the 4th day of the grand finals, I don't think that's the start that they want.
Definitely not, Edge. Look at that. Pucar is going in for a fight. I really doubt Pucar will be able to capitalize over this entire situation. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, it's not really looking good for them in Erangel. Every time SKYLIGHTZ drop down in Erangel, they face some or the other team. Now, the previous day it was Global Esports in the areas of Rozok. Right now, it's Nigma Galaxy. When they go to Pochinki, it's Marcos. Every time SKYLIGHTZ decide to do something, they get caught. And right now, Pucar, he has just located himself. Nigma Galaxy is looking for the 4th finish as well. And I guess Pucar with the vehicle is being caught. They look at that. Now, they've decided to run behind Pucar and entirely eliminate him. The buggy is something they need to be careful about. If it falls down, it can be a little bit of difficult for them to capitalize on that. But right now, it's a marathon. It's a race going on between Nigma and SKYLIGHTZ. Pucar finds himself a compound. But where is Nigma Galaxy? Will they be looking forward to taking Pucar down completely, or will they just give it up and focus on going in for a rotation and better loot for themselves? A lot of questions that I do have in my mind. But again, coming back to TSM on the other side, there's 4-on-4 surviving players for them with 0 finishes. Right now, I guess they got everything that they need. I mean, the decent amount of loot that they need, and they're looking forward to a rotation and the zone entry as well.
They got to be careful. There's SKYLIGHTZ, especially. But Nigma, they're not gonna be letting him go. There's only 1 player surviving, and it's not just about the player surviving. It's also about the finish that they want, and also eliminating 1 team and making sure that they have a better performance, making sure that they have a better chance of coming to the top. Soul, on the other hand, 11th position as of now, 85 finishes. Oh, that's TSM, my bad. Soul on 59 finishes. Everyone's looking really decent. 108. I mean, they still are 103 points away from #1 spot. But if there's anyone that can do it, Team Soul. They got to keep consistently performing well. You saw what Goblin can do, right? You saw his potential. And I'm pretty sure that's not even his best. So if everything goes right for Soul, they can keep on those performances coming up every single time from each player. I mean, let's say 1 match, Akshat gets 10, Omega gets 10, Goblin gets 10, Hector gets 10. I don't mean 40, by the way. I mean them performing individually on 4 different maps, right? 4 different matches there with 10 each. That's good enough for Soul to come out on top. I mean, by top, I mean in the second or third position. But 8-bit, on the other hand, 162. They have stepped up huge. You can see it once again, right with the mid-range combat there. Taking down one of the players on the side of blind, and that's Williams on his knees. And ML Sam looking to revive his teammate as of now.
Now, this is what happens when you are waiting in a complete open area. But right now, Godlike versus 7C once again. Spray God finds one on Godlike. Well, unfortunate for him, he couldn't take down the player completely. But Z God, no, why do you want to peek in that window? Gets punished. That's gonna be one. From Godlike down to the ground, Spray God, he did the damage he wanted to and he went back. But on the other side, we have 8-bit and Blind fighting it out. TSM and Marcos fighting it out today. Things are looking different, Edge, because look at that. We aren't even at that 10-minute mark and everyone intending to get into a fight. TSM Shadow will be taking one on Marcos Foul Killer. That's going to be one from Marcos down. 8-bit Juicy trying his level best to take one from the sides of Blind, but that's not working in the favor. But 7C Spray God will be taking one down from Global as well. Z God gets eliminated completely from 7C. So 7C, they're engaging themselves into two fights at the same time. That's Global and Godlike. But I guess Aladdin, they have decided to go a bit aggressive towards the sides of Global Esports out there. Aren't they sure with the information that Global has revived their players up and 7C, they are a bit far away from each other?
You gotta be careful. Yet
Very
again.
No!
That's exactly what I was about to call. And those grenades being rained by Global Esports. Mani and Knuckle are really low. Joker with the second gets the finish onto Sarang, and they're making him pay. Now it's Spray God, but guess what? Joker has a lot more grenades in his stash and he's putting out another one, takes on one more. But Knuckle, he's gonna be revived. Now that's a perfect teammate right there. They're going in for those fights, but at the same time, they're making sure that all of his teammates are in cover. But guess what? That door's broken, and Spray God, you don't do that to Global. They'll instantly answer back, and Aladdin goes down. Spray God goes down, and I think with that, 7C are going to be the first one to get eliminated here. Global Esports looked like, I mean, they were, in a bad spot at one point of time, but then instantly, with those grenades being rained, absolute beautiful, finish there at the end. 4 finishes, and they are looking better than they did yesterday.
Difficult. It's really difficult. And on the sides of Global, it was a 1v3 from Joker. Look at that. As I say, 1v3, it's a domination that Joker just showcased us. On the other side, right now, as I said at the early stages of the map itself, the zone is something that we were predicting, and I predicted it right. So right now, everyone, they are at a rush for the play zone itself. Entity Noob gets caught by Godlike. Neo, Z-God is already eliminated. Godlike have lost one of their players at an early stage, and right now, they are looking forward to have their defense allotted at the bridge itself so that no one, trust me, no one can travel to the other side of the bridge. But they need to be careful. If players from other side and this side come on a bridge together, it can be a havoc for the team in the center, and that's no other than Godlike, who have already lost one of their players. So there's a lot that can happen. They need to just have a plan B, plan C, or plan D for anything else than a 4v4 fight. Against the sides of Entity or maybe Revenant, who's behind them. But right now, Godlike, not a good start for them again because they have lost Z-God on an early stage. On the other side, if you talk about that bridge, right now it's looking at a complete piece, Edge. But right after a few minutes, what is going to happen there? How many teams we are going to witness fighting it out and trying to make the bridge work in their favor?
After, there are going to be a lot of fights happening in that bridge. Whoever has that control are going to be, coming out on top, at least in that particular fight. But Godlike, they already lost a player. They got to be careful. The airdrop has been spotted by the side of NTD. I don't think anyone's going for that because that's way out of where they're supposed to be. Way out. There's no way anyone should even be going for it. But I see another squad coming in, and that's Global. So with Global and Pukar being the only survivor on the side of SKYLIGHTZ, is he spotted? TSM Aqua? Maybe because he was looking in the right direction. But TSM now, regrouping. Oh no, Marcus. Okay, they're walking straight into that, but it's got to be Global taking another brawl here with the side of NTD, and Pukar takes advantage. Third parties that fight, and look at him. Instantly takes one down, and Global. Oh no, they're in a lot of trouble right now. Noob, he's on his knees and bleeding, and he's going to go down, but it's a one-on-one trade there. But Revenant comes into picture. They take Jonathan down, and Jonathan's gone out of the server. Godlike and Global.
Unfortunate.
Oh no, that was just, I don't know what to say at this point.
Chaos. This is a lot of mess, I would say, that's happening all around. Look at that. One team is taking one player down. The other team, they are just trying to capitalize over the entire situation. On the other side, we have Blaze going in for a grenade. That's going to be Marco's Gaming, right? Exactly in the front. Entity Cloud will be taking one on Global Esports Mania. GE players falling down right now. That's not how GE performs. But right now, if you talk about Blaze, there's a lot of grenade that this man has. Oh my god, he gets connection. Two players down. Blaze, what a performance it was. He takes the entire squad. Marcos eliminates them completely, and that's Blaze for you. On the other side, we have Entity fighting it out with Hyderabad HYDRAS right now. Okay, it was Global a while ago, but Global, they have already lost two of their players. That's Manya and Nakul. Now, I do believe Joker, he can do a lot in terms of the 1v3 we just witnessed a while ago, but right now, AJ is being isolated completely in a small panic room, and I guess he gets caught out there, and that's going to be AJ. Not just down, but completely eliminated. Joker, as I said, did a 1v3 right now against 7C. There's a lot of confidence that this man already has. Entity right exactly in the front. Again, the chances are really high, the hopes are really high, because right, Joker as an individual player is the most aggressive when it comes to performing for his entire team. The Joker can make it happen, but again, CHEMIN Esports going in for a fight on the bridge itself, but out of the play zone is not a place to be. CHEMIN and 8-bit needs to get the hell out of that position, or there's a lot of damage that they may give to the opposite team as well.
Boy, oh boy. I mean, look at the zone coming in. I wanted
Pretty
military base.
interesting.
Looks like BGMI gods have heard me, and they're giving me the entire military base. Still in the zone. I mean, the main island is nowhere to be seen anymore, but CHEMIN, they got to make their way back into the safe zone. Yeah, because it's taking a lot of damage coming in as well. Players coming in. It's going to be Joker taking one of the players down on the side of Entity. It's going to be Loud going. Joker the sole survivor. He's going in for that heal as well. Neo takes out two players on the side of HYDRAS. He's making sure that they have nothing to work with. Godlike absolutely have no finishes. They got to be careful. Look at that. They have two squads on either side. And, you can see. Oh my god, I love the way the player cam's right there. He's tilting the phone, and I could see. We can see Ace Black's screen as well. Just tilted there for a couple of seconds, towards left and towards right. And Neo is destroyed. GODLIKE, what can he do? The IGL takes one down, and information has been relayed. Let's see what can be done here. It's coming out. Beautiful grenade. I don't think the connection is there, but the play zone will take him down nevertheless. So connection was there, but just a chip damage. And TOP is going to bleed. Oh no, only one player surviving, but it's not GODLIKE getting those finishes. So I don't know if that's that's anything that he's going to be happy about. But on the other side, I saw SKYLIGHTZ getting one more. Okay. God is doing a lot of work there, Darsh.
A lot happening, but right now I'm just looking forward to what GODLIKE can do. Nothing. Play zone will be taking GODLIKE done and out completely. Revenant still surviving, really looking strong with two finishes with Hyderabad HYDRAS. I guess that's even Hyderabad HYDRAS. All players eliminated. So out of the fight between GODLIKE and Hyderabad HYDRAS, not just GODLIKE, but even Hyderabad HYDRAS got nothing, and that's even one team eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming eliminating more players, just enjoying the crates that they just light down there. CHEMIN Esports Justin gets down to the play zone. Now that's the reason we always keep on saying that you need to pay due respect to the play zone, or you know what is going to happen. Or Atanki goes down because of play zone, so shut down as TSM. Ninja Jord will be doing it with his DP. Ninja Jord is looking strong. TSM, the entire squad this time is looking strong. Look at that. 5 finishes, all 4 players surviving. But right now, Shadow is behind that tree. Not sure of how long can he survive. But Omega, I'm still scared of this man, because the position has been holding. He can't just compromise himself from 3 different directions. And if any moment any other team tries to enter here, it can just destroy the sides of Team Soul completely. 8-bit Tsunami goes down because of play zone. There's a lot that play zone is already doing. And right now, these players, they need to understand that if they do not move inside, there's a lot more that play zone can do. Soul Goblin really looking low, needs to patch himself up before anything. Blind Shadow will be taking one on Robin, and that's going to be the IGL itself from CHEMIN down to the ground. Destro is looking strong, but right now, not sure of what more he can do, because Robin, the revival is something I doubt is going to happen. Ace Black going in for a heal battle? Or maybe, no. He got that vehicle, is just looking forward to heal himself as he travels to the play zone itself.
Ace Black. Sole Survivor, and I don't think I'm a really good, huge fan of what he's trying to do right now. But it's gonna be Destro going out. CHEMIN. Oh well, looks like they gotta wait a bit longer for them to put up a better performance. And Robin and Delta PG both go down to TSM. Unfortunate, that's gonna be them going out in position number 10. Soul. With only one man down here, they are, you know, making their move, each move, a bit cautious. You know, TSM now, third party in this fight between Soul and Blind. They gotta be careful because they are gonna be the third party right now, but they gotta make sure that they don't get third party.
They do not, but Blind is gonna diss a lot of problems to Soul. Not just Blind, but it's gonna be TSM at the same time. Omega gets caught. That's gonna be TSM taking down the players of Soul. 8 damn finishes, but TSM looking really good right now. They are destroying the lobby completely. Look at Blind. Emilsum surviving on magical HP. Williams, I mean, look at Emilsum. We can't even see the HP he is surviving on. Williams really low. Ace Black, that's all about heal battle that Ace Black can do, because there are no chances that he'll be, you know, going alive if he tries to migrate in the play zone itself. Right now, TSM, they're looking strong with everything that they are doing after eliminating CHEMIN Esports. It's Team Soul that TSM eliminated, and right now they're looking forward on eliminating Team Blind. Right now, TSM, I guess one player is already down to the ground. They need to revive him back and get inside the play zone itself, because the play zone, this time, it decided not to favor the sides of TSM, as TSM, they've already dealt a lot on others right now.
Looking really good right now, TSM. But let's see what Ace Black can do here, and he's going in for that heal battle once again. And I think he's you know, just trying to survive for as long as he can at this point. There's nothing that he actually can do there unless he finds a couple of players who are right outside of the zone trying to take anyone down. But here's the thing. Why another squad, haven't seen them in action in a really long time. We're about to hit that 20-minute mark right now, Darsh, but while they're sitting on 0 with one player down, they gotta be careful. Blind, on the other hand, with 3 survivors right now, only 2 finishers, and 8-bit Batman is gonna get taken down. Blind dead post, midi 14, nothing can escape that. Pretty easy one, and there you go. 22 players down to 7 squads.
Minutes done. Right now, 20 minutes done, and a lot has happened in this 20 minutes. I mean, have you ever seen us going down to 7 teams and 22 alive players in just 20 minutes? That's just near to impossible. Deadpool, no, he gets caught there, and that's going to be TSM showing us how aggressive they can be. 10 finishes, and still we have 21 alive players. Revenant Top Dog will be taking 1 on Enigma. Right now, TSM has decided to destroy everyone that comes their way, but there needs a full stop or a comma at least, and that has been provided by Blind, as 2 players from TSM goes down, not just because of Blind, but that's OR as well. Blaze, yes, he can be revived back to his life, but there's no chance. Shadow OG, as he gets completely eliminated. TSM, someone out here needs to put a full stop on the domination TSM is showcasing, or it's going to be really difficult for each and every team out here to face the sides of TSM. Top Dog going in for a grenade, trying to confirm the players that's already down to the ground. That's Enigma, Avi, and Evo right in front of Top Dog. Revenant, I mean, the reason of him using so much grenades is something that I'm scared of, because you know, right, you're using a lot of utility just for confirming players, and you know how difficult it will get to. Top Dog will be confirming Evo, and that's going to be 1 from Enigma, completely eliminated, done and dusted. Blind with 5 finishes got 2 players surviving. A decent deal that they had themselves, but again, need to be careful as it's the last circle. Already Nigma Galaxy, they have decided to be a bit more aggressive, because zone is something that they are aiming on. Revenant Austin Vortex by trying his level best, but Ninja Jard once again proving why he is at the hashtag 1 on top fragger. He'll be taking 1 on OR. Right now, we're gonna see a fight between TSM and OR, but Ace Black, okay, where is this man? Oh my god!
He's nowhere close to the zone. How many medkits? Can we please see how many medkits he have? I want to see how many he has, so, you know, to figure out how long he can actually survive. But Aditya goes down on the other side. To the grenades coming in. TSM looking like the clear favorites with 3 alive. And a lot of util coming from them as well, but also 10 finishes. Man, oh man, it's gonna be the 6th zone coming into play.
Oh.
Aquinox, beautiful grenade there at the end, and OR, just like that. But you gotta give kudos to Ace Black now.
I mean, it's just because he hasn't been in the fight any time here. He actually got himself at least 4 points. And now TSM, they make it 7. I mean, sorry, they make it 6 because they just took down Blind. TSM is helping HYDRAS. They get multiple points, but at the same time, they're getting those finishes in their name.
What? Top 14 finishes already. They've eliminated CHEMIN, they've eliminated Soul, they've eliminated OR, they've eliminated Blind right now. They have their eyes on the other teams out there. Now, if TSM gets a victory, that's going to be a 30+ bomber that we see, and we have been waiting for this since a long time, ladies and gentlemen. It's not going to be easy for TSM to get that, but that's going to be the most amazing victory anyone gets out here. Equinox showing us domination, showing us what the real meaning of domination is. On the other side, there's a lot of grenade parade going on the sides of Team TSM as well. Revenant facing a lot of grenades as well. It's gonna be difficult. It is seeming to be more and more interesting. NIGMA Galaxy Dreams goes down. Austin Vortex will be taking Apollo, goes down as Blaze will be confirming Apollo there and there. That's NIGMA Galaxy getting eliminated because of Revenant. And TSM just going together. Revenant. Now TSM Equinox takes 2. Paradox down, completely eliminated. Ace back goes down because of play zone. Revenant in a lot of difficulties. TSM just going ham on the sides of Revenant right now. Austin Vortex and Enko, the 2 surviving players of the sides of Team Revenant. Right now, it's one more squad. No! Encore goes down. Enigma Viru will be the one taking, but Equinox at the same time confirms him. 15 finishes for TSM. Looking strong, looking good. A chicken dinner is all that is needed. One grenade goes boom. TSM Blaze goes down. That's going to be Enigma Viru taking him down. Revenant trying to revive their teammates. But no, Viru do not do so much of damage. 2 teams trying to figure it out. TSM eliminates Revenant. That's going to be one more team. 2 teams, 17 finishes for TSM. This team is going mad. Do you think, Edge, they are going to get that victory for themselves as Blaze is down and that's going to be a 2 versus 2 fight? Oh, no!
Oh, they will. They are looking like they are going to be getting that one. It's going to be Eggy taking out Ninja Jar, though. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation right now. Ninja Jar is down and out. All down to the last 2 players on the side of TS7. That's Equinox, the Erangel himself, and Blaze OP who's having a really good time. They're trying to explode any vehicles there are, and Equinox is trying to run over, but he comes out in the open. Enigma takes full advantage of it. Aqua goes down. Blaze OP in a 1 versus 2. Not like this. Definitely not like this. After everything that TSM did, they truly deserve that chicken dinner, but looks like they have other plans. And Enigma, the mall is around. He's out in the open. There's no way Blaze OP can pull it off. 3, 2, 1, and looks like he's going to be proning out in the open. That's a bad idea, because Eggy has your head in his aim, and that's gonna be Enigma coming out on top. And TSM, boy oh boy, they put up one hell of a performance, but at the end it's all about the strategy, and looks like Enigma, well, it worked out at the end for them.
God. Oh my God. Enigma Gaming, there's a lot of strategies that Enigma has showcased us. Trust me, a lot. The way this team has performed, man, oh man, that just got me crazy completely. But TSM, they've not just performed. I mean, I completely understand they did not get that victory for themselves, but 17 finishes. I'm just going crazy, man. I'm just completely going crazy right now. Let me tell you what happened. TSM, they eliminated CHEMIN, they eliminated Soul, they eliminated OR, they eliminated Blind, they eliminated Revenant. There's 5 teams that TSM has eliminated.
Yep.
Anyone who's coming in ways of TSM was getting destroyed, completely destroyed. The players were looking strong. There's just one small mistake. The vehicle that went ham on the sides of Enigma. If that vehicle consisted of 2 players going together, it was a victory for TSM. But Enigma, what did they do? They know, right? They really knew that there's one player in the vehicle. They took down 1 player. Now, the last surviving player was Blaze. The sides of Enigma, they knew where Blaze was. There was 1 Molotov. There was second one as well. Blaze was just forced to get out of that position. Tried his level best. But TSM, oh my God. I want to see it again on what has happened. Because that was beautiful.
That was a beautiful, and yeah, let's just get back to our faces there, I guess. Or are we going to the match highlights? No, we're going
No.
back to our faces as well. We gotta wait a couple more seconds before we get that match highlights. But I mean, the thing is, I want to see it again, because here's the thing. I want to see it again and understand how many finishes did TSM have, because we know they're gonna get 12 placement, 18, 17.
17.
I
17
think
or
they got,
18?
I think they got one more, and if it's 18, they are gonna be dropping a 30 bomber without getting chicken dinner.
Oh my god,
Right?
Edge.
That's insane if that happens. So that's the only thing I have in my mind. Is it gonna be 12, or is it gonna be is it gonna be 17 or 18? If it's 17, still impressive, getting that 29 points without the chicken dinner. That's absolute domination coming in. And also, I'm looking forward to see what are gonna be the position changes now on the overall scorecard. Because 18 or 19, I think it's gonna be 20 points for Enigma. So they're gonna be jumping up with that 4th chicken dinner for themselves. But also TSM getting that 29 to 30 points, they're gonna be jumping up as well. So let's take a quick look at what just went down here in day number 4, match number 1. It all started with TSM themselves, getting those finishes right off the start and eliminating. No, I think there was another fight before this, actually. I think it was Global. Yep, it was Global who took down 7C, the first fight. And after that, TSM, they started going ham.
My god, it was amazing. From the beginning itself, there was no TSM. But when it came to end circles, there was only TSM. Now look at Joker. So much that he tried to do. Now out of this fight between the Godlike and Hyderabad HYDRAS, Neo did an amazing job. He took 2 players down, went further to take the 3rd one, but that's where everything changed. And Team Hyderabad HYDRAS, they eliminated them completely. Paradox took one on Entity as well. CHEMIN ESPORTS, they were caught by blind. And at this point of time, Robin, he just had a beautiful headshot on, Robin in a moving vehicle. That was really beautiful. But at this point of time, we knew TSM, they've started dominating. Before getting into a fight with Soul, it was CHEMIN ESPORTS that Team TSM eliminated. There was Marco's one name that I forgot to add. Then it was pure domination. Now, after that point of time, wherever we go, we just see TSM. I have this book that I, keep on noting down on how many fights has happened. TSM, there was no full stop that I'm putting. There's just a comma and a new team name. There's a comma, a new team name, comma, a new team name. And that's all what TSM has done entirely. Because after a certain point of time, it was just all about TSM. But right now, even I like the way Hyderabad HYDRAS, the player who got in for a heel battle, tried to make his team survive as much as he can. Equinox, he took down Blind Williams on the other side. Is the entire squad. NIGMA Galaxy was caught, but there was Revenant as well who took down few from NIGMA Galaxy. Then was TSM Equinox going in for grenade. 1 gets down, 2 gets down. I mean, I don't know what more do I say about the sides of what TSM has done. Just the fact that the victory, the chicken dinner, would have been the cherry on the cake itself.
Yes, that would be that would have been the cherry on top. But I'm keeping an eye on that. They have 17 as of now, and this was the final fight. And looks like, yeah, I think 17 is where they have ended it. So I think that's gonna be 29 points for them. But that's still insane, right? I mean, Enigma, they get 5 with 15 placement points, bring the total up to 20. 9-point difference even without the chicken dinner. Now, that is absolutely beautiful. But let's see, it's going to be Blaze from the side of TSM. Obviously, it has to be one of the players on the side of TSM. 7 finishes, 41.18 was the finishing contribution coming in from this man. Absolute dominance from the entire squad, and him as well. He got 7 out of 17. That's insane.
Huge. Exceptionally well TSM has performed in the first match itself. We always keep talking about the fact that day 4 is going to be different. I can see day 4 being completely different. Blaze shining bright right now with the jolly face that he has. 7 finishes for him. 41.18% total contribution that you talked about right now. What an amazing match it has been, Edge. I mean, still not able to get over the fact of how dominant TSM can turn around. And look at that, talking about dominance though. Enigma got that victory. It's TSM on the top. 17 finishes, 12 placement points. That gets them 29. Just 1 single point away from 30. 1 single point. That hurts to hear, but amazing performance. Enigma on the second position with 20 for them. That's 5 finishes and 15 placement points that they get for chicken dinner. Revenant on third with 16. Hyderabad HYDRAS. Look at the last surviving man. He got his team 8 more points as the placement points, and with 2 finishes, Hyderabad HYDRAS get 10. Nigma Galaxy gets 9. Blind gets 9. Global gets 6. Entity gets 4. CHEMIN, SKYLIGHTZ, GODLIKE 3 for them. OR gets 2. Now, GODLIKE and OR, the teams at the top of the table. And look at how they are just falling down. 2 for OR, 3 for GODLIKE. Is this something that we do expect right now at this point of time?
I'm still trying to digest what just went down. I'm still trying to process. I actually feel bad for TSM because they would have, with those two as well, it would have been 19 and 15. They would have actually beaten Global's record of 33.
Oh.
They would have gone up to 34 if they would have just gotten that final one. But maybe not yet. Maybe not yet. Maybe it's not written in the stars just yet. But also, Entity Gaming, 4 is not enough. Marcos, 0 is nowhere close. OR still sitting on top, 213. Now TSM with this performance, the only team with 100 placement points and also 100 plus total finishes. Look at that balance. That's perfectly balanced. 101 placement points and 102 total finishes with 203 total points. The second team do that. Enigma sitting on third position with 4 chicken dinners and 198 points. They're not far away, but they're still, in third. GODLIKE pushed down after this, kind of disappointing performance. But OR also, they haven't done much with this game. So they got to step up huge coming in the next one if they want to keep that, that lead for themselves. Because now they're only 10 points away from TSM. 8-bit CHEMIN, Hyderabad HYDRAS, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming still holding on to their 5, 6, 7, and 8th position. Well, as I said, once again, SKYLIGHTZ didn't got to work, but Ace Black, that was some beautiful play coming in from them. From him especially. Not really sure what happened, but going for that heal battle, I'm pretty sure because of that, he's able to, secure that 7th spot and hold on to that 7th spot for his team.
Trying to figure out the difference between the #1 and #8 in the first side of overall standing itself. It's a huge difference. It's a huge one. We got on the 9th position, we got 7C with 119. Now 7C, they haven't moved. Still standing on the same position they were previously, but it can change because look at NIGMA. They just went one step further. It's 116 and a 3 points difference from 7C. The 3 points difference comes in terms of total finishes and not placement, because placements are same for 7C, NIGMA, and Revenant. There's just a difference of finishes. That's 62, 59, and 57. Revenant got 114. Team Soul 110. 2 positions down. They have been pushed. Global with 104. Blind with 98. They are, yes, it's a good thing that they are stable on their position, but is the position good enough? Is the only question that I got right now. Entity, one step up, again, can be better because 85 still not crossed 100 is the only point that these teams need to have their eyes on. Marcos, 36 total finishes. Now TSM got 1 or 2. Marcos is on 36, and I'm just talking about total finishes. I'm not even talking about the overall points. Can you just imagine the difference that Marcos and TSM have in terms of just total finishes? Though Enigma standing strong on getting that victory, but TSM, they have ruled it today. They have got themselves the victory that they needed. Not even the victory, but the amount of finishes that they needed, they got it beautifully.
I think you can say that it was a victory for them because they had
Maybe.
9-point lead. Enigma did steal it at the end, but once again, it's just TSM absolutely dominating and starting off the day strong. But also Enigma, since they stole that, they're gonna have a little bit more confidence in them going on to the map of Miramar now. 20th match. We're done with 19 here, thus. We have a total of 30, so we are left with 11 matches, and every one of these matches is pretty crucial right now. 5 more left for the day, and as I said, today we'll probably understand which teams are not going to be making to the top 3. I'm not talking about top 8. I'm talking about top 3. Now, the teams at the bottom, and I'm looking at NTD especially and Marcos Gaming, they got to work harder. Even Soul and 8-bit, a bit. 8-bit is okay, doing well, But Seoul, they gotta step up, or else they might have a trouble making it to the top 8 itself.
Completely agreed. There's one more team I want to talk about, and that's 7C. Now, what happened previously in the previous match? 7C, there was one player from 7C who found the sides of Godlike. Now, after taking one from Godlike, I guess there was Z-God who was down to the ground. Right, Z-God, it was put down to his knees, and Godlike, they lost one of their players initially. I mean, Z-God, yes, he was down, he was eliminated completely from the sides of 7C. But after that, I guess 7C, they went in too aggressive. I remember there was GE, Global Esports, against whom 7C went too aggressive. They took one player down. Yes, that was really good that, take one player down and then you decide to be a bit more aggressive. But till the time, 7C went ham on the sides of Global Esports. Global Esports revived their player back. And what happened there was Joker taking a 1v3. Now, these are the small mistakes that you need to rectify right now itself, because it's just one map done. You are still remaining with 5 for a day, and 5, if you just multiply 20 points with 5 maps, you get till 100, and 100 is the
True.
difference from the first page to the second page itself, right?
Yep, I mean, true that, but are they gonna be able to do it?
The
Is
only
my main
question that
question.
we all have, right?
Yeah, we want them to do it. We want the
Yeah.
competition to be close. We want it to be razor thin, just like the Gillette Mark III. I mean, guys, if you still haven't gotten your hands on one of those, I mean, in the stores, I'm pretty sure it's quite hard for you to find it because it's a limited edition. But we have the links down in the description below, so you can just order it online. I mean, I got myself one recently thanks to Sam. I mean, when I say thanks to Sam, it's just that he ordered it for me as a gift. But once again, thank you, Sam. But I mean, you saw how clean Sam looks, right? And it's all thanks to Mark III, man. That's all I'm saying.
Amazing products that we got. If you guys want it, as Ed said, the link is in description itself. Make sure you guys check it out. You get it for yourself. All the girls out here, you can get it for your brothers, you can get it for your friends out here, you can gift them, because it's an amazing product, as you just heard the reviews right now. But it's a BGMI limited
Yeah, we also get a
edition.
pop socket. Don't forget
Yeah,
that.
exactly. That's what is the highlight of each and everything right now, that you get a POC socket with that. And that's a BGMI limited edition. So you need to get it as soon as possible, because once it gets out of stock, it's
It's
nothing
gone.
that we can do about it, right?
Yeah, I mean, once it's gone, it's gonna be gone forever because it's not a special edition. It's not something that you can get your hands on later. It's a limited edition, which means it's a limited stock. Right? I hope you guys get it. But you know what? Let's take a look at all the players now. Moving on to the Miramar, and you can see everyone has already gotten their game phase. They are ready for this. They are ready to jump in one more time on the map. Miramar here. And once again, what are going to be the strategies is the question. Because open spaces, a lot of fights to be taken, a lot of mid-range, long-range combat. But here's the thing. CHEMIN still haven't popped off. Godlike unfortunately got destroyed. And the team OR Esports, well, they're sitting at top, but I don't think if they don't put up a good performance this time, they're going to be going down. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be day number 4 of the grand finals and match number 20. We are going to be left with 10 matches after this. So everything is crucial. But look at the flight zone. It's pretty similar to what we just saw in Erangel. South to north with, I don't know, with a 25% degree incline, I guess.
Oh, right now, the flight path, it seems to be really decent on the players. It's not giving them a great challenge. I mean, look at that. You can go to your primary drop locations. If you want to go to El Pozo, you're going to go to El Azar. You know, go to Los Leones, San Martin, Power Grid. We have Montanova, we have La Cobreria up there. We have Del Val, we have water treatment, Del Patron. Everything that you are looking forward to, you can find it easily. But what isn't easy right now is the chicken dinner. What isn't easy is the hashtag 1 position in the overall standings. But if you get it right, you are definitely gonna get the hashtag 1 for yourself. OR looking a bit safe and secure this time, going to the most down areas of the map. On the other side, we have NIGMA Galaxy. The zone, it's gonna favor all the teams. So my assumptions being right this time, Not gonna be fighting for 10 and 15, but I'm gonna say 12 minutes edge.
I'm still gonna be sticking to that 15-minute mark. They're coming in,
That's why I
especially
said 12.
exactly. I mean, it's okay. You might be happy with 12, but I like to go 15. But it's a big map, right? It's gonna take a lot of time for this. I mean, yes, we might see a couple of drop clashes. We might have a couple of quick initial fights, but after that, it's gonna be silent for a lot of time, right? Really long time. Also, these teams need to get as many grenades as they can, because once those fights start happening, it's all gonna be open spaces, and the only way that they can get any loot is gonna be from the player crates that they take down, right? Once again, so everyone needs to be on point with the loot, and looks like prison is completely ignored, and the same thing goes for the trailer park. So unfortunate, did not see that one coming. Impala also being completely left. Okay, they're abandoning some of the places where I think, personally, have a really good loot there.
+1 for that. Plus 100 for that, baby, because I've always talked about it, right? You see these beautiful places, you get a lot in terms of everything that you need. And right now, these places, they look at a complete piece. There's no one trying to put forth a fight, but Hyderabad, Hydras, and Global, this drop clash is something that we are going to witness, and there's going to be a complete 4 versus 4 fight. Now, if Hyderabad Hydras go down here, they're going to lose a lot in terms of point, because the previous match, you remember, right? Hyderabad Hydras, they were forced to go in for a heel battle. This time, Hyderabad Hydras, they need to get out of this fight. But so is the case with Global, right? Global even need more points for themselves. Yes, Joker was looking good the previous match with a 1v3 against 7C, but is that 1v3 enough? No, right? You need more and more, because this match is not enough right now. Global vs Hyderabad Hydras, Ace Black right now. It's in the opposite side of road, and so is with Knuckle. There's a 3 versus 1 for Ace Black, and there's a 3 versus 1 in that side for Knuckle. Both of them needs to be really careful. I guess the location of Knuckle, it's being compromised. Knuckle needs to be prepared, because any moment now there can be any player trying to go aggressive. Maxi providing the cover fire, right? That's going to be Knuckle taking Maxi down. Headshot with the shotgun. Maxi eliminated completely.
Another fight, another player down. Redder's not having a good one again, losing a couple of players early, and this time I don't think they're gonna go for the those heal battles. They don't want to go for those survival instinct plays, and Ace Black is gonna get taken down. Mac is doing a lot of damage. Those Mac gems, man, they are so good. Medium, close combat, yes. Mid-range, decent if you know how to control the spray. And Global, well, they're putting it to great use. Manta takes a lot of damage as well. Ace Black, bleeding. There's no one that can actually help him right now. Gotta be careful. Global out in the open. They are in the open towards the terrace area. Not really sure if I'm a fan of that. But once again, let's take a look at Ace Black's position. He is in a really bad spot. And yep, there you go. As soon as I said that, he's gonna get taken out. 2 confirmations there. And Global, again, last time it was, I'm sorry, I think it was, God, I forgot the team's name, but they did take down one of the squad, but this time, looks like Hyderabad Hydras are going to be their prey.
It's difficult. Hyderabad Hydras, they are losing everything. Like, as the time is going further and further, there's a lot that Hyderabad Hydras are losing in terms of points, in terms of overall rank, and in terms of the prize pool itself. Manti and I guess it's his teammates carry the 2 surviving players for Hyderabad Hydras. But on the other side, do I see GODLIKE versus TSM getting into a fight? Now TSM, after a one-sided domination that they have showcased on Erangel, the question that I have, will they be able to do it on Miramar Blaze? Location has been compromised. You need to be careful. Neo has his crosshair right on you. Finds himself a safe position for a moment, but he has compromised himself, and this compromisation could lead him to direct elimination if he is not safe and secure and stick back with his teammates. And there you go, Neo will be trying to fire some bullets on the sides of Blaze. Not getting any connections, but connection in terms of that. Manya will be better taking down 1, but that's going to be Manti taking 1 from Global. At the same time, That's gonna be one entire squad eliminated. TSM Aqua knocks down to the ground. GODL Neo gets down. That's gonna be a fair trade coming.
TSM, they gotta get their man back on the feet. And by the way, I was talking about the other team. That was actually 17 the first match. Took me a while to recollect my memory there. But Neo looks like he's gonna go down here. Oh, he's gonna be back to his feet, but Clutch God instantly goes down now. Shadow G, look at that movement coming in from Goblin. Takes down Clouding and just like that. Takes another one down. Soul popping off. Soul is absolutely having a great time here, especially Goblin. Taking down one more player on the side of 7C and a couple of punches here and there as well. 7C once again being one of the teams to get eliminated. I mean, they still have one, I think maybe two players surviving as of now. But Neo goes down. Oh no, one of the star players for the side of GODL. He is taken out, and TSM. If they take down GODL, it's simple. It's easy for them because that's the GODL are the sharks right now. Here, I mean, I know it's a desert. Talking about sharks is kind of stupid, but they are the big dogs. They are the big fishes that everyone's trying to take down, along with OR and Jonathan finally answering back with a knock of his own. Shadow G on his knees. Blaze almost really low as well, but Entity now coming into third party between this fight of, Soul and 7C. Entity, can they get anything done? Hector is down. Akshar's trying to revive him, and I don't think these grenades are going to be thrown in anytime soon. They got to be careful. Is he alone? No, there is one more player coming in from his squad. So, I don't think it's a great idea for you to revive your teammate when there's a molly on you, Akshat. And just like that, just because of these, amateur mistakes, Akshat goes down and Jonathan takes down another one. Actually, Jonathan takes down couple on the side of TSM. But there's still a fight here between Dark Lord and Goblin with the grenades both being, thrown. And Hector, he goes down to noob, he bleeds out. Entity trying to take down Soul and also come out on top. He missed it, and he actually got, a bit of self-damage there.
Jonathan is looking like a beast. He took 2 from the sides of TSM. Right now, he's trying to convert more and more. After losing Neo, Jonathan and the entire squad of GODLIKE, they need to be a bit careful because right, Neo was once a big problem for the squads out there. Was trying to eliminate GODLIKE. It was just a lot of problems, a lot of damage. But on the other side, we have Goblin, the last man surviving from Soul. Not sure for how long because there's a Molotov connection. That's done. Team Soul getting eliminated. There's 2 teams that got eliminated. NIGMA and REVENANT finding themselves into a fight out there. Team Soul gets eliminated. There's a confirmation that we got over that. TSM versus GODLIKE. The fight getting prolonged too much. But right now, looking forward to what TSM is doing. Are they going to get out of that fight? Well, yes, they are. Deciding not to engage themselves more, not to get themselves into a lot of problems. And that's TSM going out of that fight. Now, the domination that I was talking about of TSM, it has come to a point where there's a comma. There's not even a full stop. There's just a comma because there's some time TSM, they need to rest. They need to re-strategize and decide what can be done with them surviving with only 2 players.
2 players surviving. Gotta be careful. And as you say, I mean, we usually have that lost illness in the zone, but it looks like it's not going to be coming in anytime soon. And it's almost left out. Never mind. Marcus Gaming, on the other hand. 1 finish. And they're not in a great spot here. They got to make sure they have some sort of cover because they're open from all 4 directions. And I don't like this coming in. And why is he coming in with the vehicle there? Don, you got to be careful because you think it's going to be only blind. But guess what? There might be other teams coming in. You never really know. Is Shadow isolated here? Yep, as of now, he is isolated. And now he's making his way back with the buggy. Zoom. You got to make your way out. He crashes. Oh no, but there is cover fire coming in from Williams. I think that's Mini 14 doing a bit of damage there. But Marcos, they have 4 blind. They only have 2 players.
Miramar, it's just turning out to be something else this time. Do you feel it's Miramar? Do you even feel it's Miramar? Because look at what is happening. It was just 7 minutes when we saw multiple fights happening. We saw Global versus Hyderabad HYDRAS. We saw TSM versus GODLIKE. We saw Soul versus 7C versus Entity. We saw so much happening right in the beginning itself. Marcos Gaming right now, they're trying to figure out a position for themselves because again, they are out of the play zone. They need to be inside no matter what. Entity on the other side, they got 3. They took a fight with the sides of Team Seoul, and that's the point that they got 3 for themselves. A good number at the beginning itself. But again, what more is more and more points, because right, Entity is a team that's really looking bad in terms of the position they are holding in the overall standings. They need to climb up no matter what. Facing a downfall at this point of time will eventually lead a loss in the overall standings, in the prize pool distribution, and in the title itself. On the other side, Entity, I guess they somewhere down the line found the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and right now even Pukar with the Mini 14 he has is trying his level best to spectate some of the players, and I guess he saw Dark Lord, because even I did. Right now there's just a try of taking Dark Lord down. That's going to be a 4 versus 4 complete situation. Troy is in a complete open area. There's a lot of rich gameplay being played right now, because those ridges are somewhat kind of helping players to not compromise themselves. On the other side, the upcoming zone shrink is going to decide a lot of things, and that goes directly in the heart. Now, who doesn't wants to be in the heart, right? And so that's going to be Picardo, the heart of Miramar itself. Everyone looking forward to capture the heart.
The heart wants what it wants.
True.
So, look at the zone. Not really sure who wished for it, but now it's gonna be a really I don't know, weird fight coming in there, I believe, because that zone is out in the center between all these squads right now. And Prince, oh my god, his driving's giving me anxiety. I mean, for a second I thought it was gonna fall down, trip over and take a bit of damage, but there is Enigma. Okay, will they stop and take the fight, or are they just gonna pass by each other as if you remember that scene, Fast and Furious, see you again, Paul Walker? It's just, was there Paul Walker? I think so. I mean, maybe they're just crossing paths, but I don't think they're taking the fight as of now. NIGMA Galaxy, on the other hand, making sure they have enough stamina and energy. Those energy drinks and painkillers are gonna be helping you later on. But there hasn't been a really dominant performance coming in from anyone as of now, at least in this particular map, right? It's been Global getting 4, Entity getting 3, TSM did get 1, but we had an instant reply from GODLIKE taking 2 players down. So just as we speak about domination, Vidu wants to dominate this fight, takes down 1 player onto a Revenant, and now Paradox, a sole survivor. I think he's gonna be reviving his teammate. Shouldn't be a problem.
Definitely not. So he got he got that inner wall covered to walk around with, right? So it's gonna be pretty amazing. But right now, what is difficult is Jonathan making a way out of that situation. Is being caught in a complete open area. Z got Jonathan and Clutch got the 3 surviving players. Can they turn out to be a beast? No, because Joker will be punishing Jonathan, and that's gonna be the beast, the monster himself, out and down. Z-God and Clutch God got a huge responsibilities on their shoulders. Need to split apart in 50-50 and decide on who's going to revive or who's going to give a cover fire. Doesn't work. That's going to be 1 more out. Global Esports turning out to be better this time. Clutch God. Now, this is the last surviving man. His name says he can clutch it, but will he be able to do that? Jonathan gets eliminated completely. That's Delta PG taking Williams down there. Joker will be confirming Jonathan. Clutch got a huge responsibility again that he has. Knuckle, he calls Cattle. Knuckle, he takes 1 on Knuckle, trying to eliminate him completely, but he's left behind in a magical surviving HP. AJ will be confirming that's Team GODLIKE getting eliminated on the 14th position. Unfortunate for GODLIKE, but once again, this is going to be 2 or 3 points for them in this entire Miramar action.
13 squads, 44 surviving players right now. Knuckle is popping off, but let's see what more can be done coming in from him. It's going to be a fight between Blind and CHEMIN as of now. Blind lose 1 of the players, but look at 8-Bit. I'm really liking the way that 8-Bit is split up. Juicy is a little bit far away from his team, using that airdrop to cover himself as well, but right in a really good spot. While Madman and Tsunami, they have Tsunami actually has a cover of a building there, but Madman is using the uneven ridges to make sure that he doesn't get spotted there. But they're outside of the zone. They got to make their way back in. But let's see what's gonna happen. It's gonna be Aditya taking one of the players inside of SKYLIGHTZ. Vexy going down. Oh, SKYLIGHTZ is still in the game. Okay, haven't seen them at all. I thought maybe they got eliminated, but it's gonna be Jelly going down. SKYLIGHTZ with the first finish in a really long time. Maybe this is the game they were looking for here. Day number 4. Maybe this is the beginning of the end for everyone else. But
No.
NTD Troy.
No, Global Esports gets eliminated. 1 versus 3
Right.
from Entity Troy. And an easy squad wipe. No,
I mean-
unfortunate for Global.
I don't know if it's him in the player cam, but if it's him, look at his face. He's cold as ice. He doesn't care. He's like, just another day, just in the squad that I can 1v3. And Global, absolutely decimated.
God, that's unfortunate. Global got 7. Before getting eliminated, Global, they got 7 for themselves. And in a blink of eye, the entire squad got eliminated. Unfortunate how this Miramar turns around the tables for everyone. Now Entity looking good with 6 finishes. Troy, he got himself 3. The 4th one as well, he takes Wixie out. Dreams goes down. Apollo's location is being compromised. Wixie gets confirmed. That's 4 for Troy. This man is just utilizing his position so beautifully. Troy is up with the information on where Apollo is, and any moment now he can just capitalize over the entire situation. Enigma Galaxy falling in a bad trap right now. The decision of making a rotation was really wrong. Troy takes one more. Apollo down. That's 1v2. Blind will be taking one from TSM. That's TSM losing players. Ninja Jod, the last surviving player, the man who's in the leaderboard, takes down one. Blind emmels him down to the ground. Williams trying to survive more. Entity Troy will be taking Enigma Galaxy. Apollo down and dusted again. Blind facing a lot of issues from Ninja Jod itself. 1v2. Ninja Jod eliminates the sides of Team Blind single-handedly and can definitely revive his teammates back to his life. Oh my god.
That was intense coming in. Blind getting eliminated as well. Godlike going out as well. Look at that
God.
grenade. Beautiful one coming in from Ghost. She takes down Ninja Jod. And I think that with that, I think another squad, that is TSM. Well, after a dominant performance in game number 1 of day number 4, they are gone with 1 finish, and I don't know what to say at this point. But once again, the team that have actually got that victory couldn't perform at all, like at all. 1 is not a good number, and Godlike also not going putting up a good performance. But Enigma was the one that got that victory, right? Yes, I said TSM because TSM technically got that number 1 spot. But OR and Enigma, the ones in the top 4, are still here. So maybe this is the time for Enigma to steal that crown, to take away the number 1 spot. But also, look at Ninja Jod, the Grenadier. Not taking those weapon fights, but he's just throwing in a lot of grenades. That's doing the job for them. But on the other hand, Entity. Oh, did MJ what?
Did he twice.
lag out?
Oh my god, I'm just falling out of words right now on what is happening. Enigma versus 7C Prince will be taking down 1 player. Enigma ranks goes down as Aladdin will be the one taking him down, and Eggy will be taking Aladdin out there. Prince will be confirming Avi, but there's gonna be Eggy just making an entry out there, and that's gonna be 1 more team done and out. Entity Troy. Out of 10 total finishes, 6 is what Troy has. Twice a 1 versus 3. First, it was Global. Then, second team, there was one more team that Entity got themselves into a fight. And that's where even a 1 versus 3. Somraj with that grenade. Revenant, they are up with the position. Revenant is holding. There's going to be a grenade going. Boom, top dog goes down. Completely eliminated. Somraj is doing the job this time. 2 finishes for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Paradox is just holding behind that position. Not sure of how long can he survive because there's 1 more grenade. And I guess that's done. That's done. No. Okay, that's done. Somraj 1v2. Revenant gets eliminated completely. This time SKYLIGHTZ, they are looking good. For how long? Not sure because Entity again, they have their eyes. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. What previously TSM showcased is what Entity is doing right now.
Entity looks like looking like the favorites, as of now. But another team that I have my eyes set on right now is SKYLIGHTZ because they've been having a really bad time the last couple of days. Oh, another grenadier here. Somra now getting those grenades. But OR in a really tough spot. Entity new spots, everyone deals a lot of damage, but not gonna be getting any knocks or finishes whatsoever. And he has to make his way back to safety. He's gotta be careful because that zone is there, but all these uneven ridges, that is what we were talking about, right? Miramar is the kind of map. Yes, a lot of open spaces, but those uneven grounds can actually be used. And Justin, what? Why did he? He has a clear shot, right? On my screen, I can see it. He has a clean shot. Why is he not taking it?
Maybe a kind of glitch that we are, we always face when we spectate. But right now, Entity is looking good, Edge. Entity is really looking good. They can make things work in their favor. They can make history repeat once again. I mean, not in terms of not getting a victory, but the amount of finishes that TSM has accumulated, they can just break all the records. Enigma, beautiful, takes down one from Entity. As I keep on saying, Entity is dominating. There's someone to put a full stop, and look behind, that's CHEMIN. Domination is what Entity is doing, but right now they're getting a lot in terms of trouble for themselves. Delta right exactly in behind Entity. One player is already down to the ground. They need to decide on what strategy they can utilize, because that's going to be CHEMIN Esports right in their backlines. Try again. Will that be a 1v3? Once again, this man shows us. If that happens, I personally want to talk with this man on what he had before playing all this matches. Dark Lord just registers a lot of damage on himself. Atankiti will be taking one from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, and that's going to be Gamla Boy down to the ground. Entity Cloud, a grenade is what he has. Troy trying to figure out a way on taking players down. CHEMIN Esports, they are into a lot of troubles, but so is the case with Entity. The only hope that Entity has right now is the upper ground advantage, but not for a longer period of time, because that's going to be Enigma making their presence feel inside all the situation between Entity and CHEMIN. That's going to be Robin taking one from Entity. Troy, Justin goes down. That's going to be Cloud. A fair trade coming.
7 squads. Let's see if Entity can actually keep up and maybe come out on top with everyone surviving. They're down 2 man now on their knees, but you never really know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be triple with the grenade. Man, oh man, this guy's nuts. Ghosty goes down to play zone, but Robin on the other hand takes out one of the players inside of Entity, but now down to 3. It's a 1v1, and I think both these both these players, they're going in for this revive. Because Noob, he has 3 players to revive. And the same goes for Robin. He has to revive 3 as well.
No.
Gotta be careful.
1v1.
It's actually what he did. He couldn't revive?
Oh. That hurts. He revived one of his teammates back to his life, but at the same time, CHEMIN Esports, they put him down. There was a chance that Noob could have done 1v4 against CHEMIN Esports single-handedly. Edge. 3 players down with one single grenade. It was amazing, but there goes one more grenade from Troy. Right now, there's 2 players standing strong. Enigma, we will be taking one on over Aditya. The situation is pretty intense between CHEMIN and Entity. Not sure of who is going to make it to the top. But again, Entity has 2 of their players down and 2 up right there standing strong. Enigma, Viru going in for grenades back and forth. Aru goes down. Viru getting a beautiful connection. Justin goes down, and that's gonna be 8-bit taking down Justin Wright, confirming Justin Wright taking out Robin as well. That's Team CHEMIN Esports getting eliminated. Enigma, Viru will be confirming Aditya. Oh my god, Enigma, Viru, the entire squad of CHEMIN Esports gets eliminated. The entire squad of OR gets eliminated. Entity versus Enigma versus 8-bit. 8-bit got 3 for themselves. OR gets eliminated. Yeah, we got a confirmation over that. Enigma Rex gets caught. No! Oh! It in a close range. You got an UMP. You got a clear vision on the sides of Enigma. You could have taken them down. Entity Dark Lord already down to the ground. Situation pretty intense right now. Dark Lord needs to be revived back. 12 freaking finishes for Entity. Will they be able to get a victory? Will they be able to get a 30 bomber for themselves? Is the question that we are left with, Edge.
3 squads right now. Let's see what can be done here. Entity are clearly the favorites, but once again, last time TSM were the favorites, Enigma stole it. So I still have a little bit of hope, but that hope is gonna go down the drain, I guess. Enigma, Viru goes down on his knees, but Rex does get a trade there. But let's see what can be done here. Trying to revive his teammate. Cloud wanted to take advantage, but Rex, he has other plans. Now, there's only one more surviving player for Entity, and that's Noob. If he can get this finish onto the player, it's going to be crazy. But 8-bit on the other hand, they are taking advantage, and Noob takes down the player on the side of Enigma. That's Rex going down. A 2 versus 2, 8-bit versus Entity. Now it's gonna be anybody's game. It's gonna be anybody's game right now. Looks like 8-bit is the clear favorites because they have 2 players surviving, while Entity, he has to go for the revive.
Noob has to go for the revive, but he's going in for the fight. Right out in the open. Noob take a lot of damage. He goes down again. A team that has dominated from minute number 1 has to be taken out by a team who had better strategy. And 8-bit get themselves another beautiful chicken dinner.
Beating Edge, the history repeating. Previously, TSM, they got denied for their victory this time. Entity got denied for their victory after showcasing one hell of domination in the entire lobby. But what an amazing match it was. What a beautiful match it was. Right from the start, we saw GE and Hyderabad Hydras fighting. I mean, there was a drop clash that happened between Global and Hyderabad Hydras where Hyderabad Hydras, they got eliminated. Now, Maxi, he went in for a 1v1 versus one player from Global who was isolated back there. But there's this thing, right? You have 3 players right exactly in the front, and there's a lot of cover fire being provided. Maxi, he made a mistake of going in for a 1v1 situation, and that's where entire things turned around for Global Esports. Global Esports, they capitalized over the entire fight, and that's the point where they got 3 or 4 for themselves. And Hyderabad Hydras, they couldn't get even a single. That's unfortunate, but again, down there we came back to one more fight at the same time. There was TSM versus GODLIKE. Now, what happened there was TSM, they were looking good when they started off, but Jonathan, right, this man, he always intends to give us beautiful surprises. He did by taking 2 players out to TSM. And that's where TSM got to know that this fight is not something that we are looking forward to. TSM got out of that fight. They engaged themselves further on where Equinox or Ninja Jorai, I don't really remember who it was, but they eliminated with the only usage of grenade. TSM eliminated Blind completely, but at the same time, Marcos, they capitalized over the entire situation, and TSM, they had to say a goodbye.
They had to say goodbye, as you said. But you're right. TSM, not a great performance coming in from them. And they were actually, third party, fourth party, and they were completely destroyed there. But also now, Entity, well, they're sitting at the bottom, and I would have loved for them to, have that chicken dinner as
Very
well.
true.
But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. Once again, same thing that happened in game number 1. It's going to be happening here in the second match of the day as well. The team that has dominated right from the start are going to be taken down at the end. Right. Once again, this is the final fight between them and 8-bit. And 8-bit obviously coming out on top due to the man advantage and also the position that they were coming in, right? They were not coming in from the same direction. Both of them split up in a 90-degree angle, and they were just coming in beautifully together. So even if one player goes down, he can actually be traded off instantly without any delay there being. But as you said, it all started with Global and HYDRAS there. But then TSM, they, it looked like they might be able to take a couple more, finishes there. But Marcos and Blind, they had other plans.
True, completely true. I mean, the way things have turned around, it was amazing. Enigma, they found the sides of OR. Now, Entity, this point of time, I mean, it's just 20 minutes and Entity already had 10 for themselves. Where Troy, he had 6 out of those 10. It was amazing to see new faces coming up in such a beautiful way. 7C, they got themselves into a fight with the sides of Enigma. Aladdin, he was put down. Prince was down to the ground, and I guess the entire squads of 7C got eliminated. Entity Noob, yeah, there were players from Entity who went down because of certain fights, but again, they were revived back, and we could see Entity surviving, and they were looking really good in terms of the players surviving for them. CHEMIN Esports, I guess they survived till the top 7 or 8, but again, they couldn't capitalize and they couldn't get so much for themselves. Enigma, they started off popping beautifully when they took the players of Entity down. Then it was OR versus SKYLIGHTZ Gaming that we saw happening. CHEMIN Esports, the players were down. It was Entity versus CHEMIN that we witnessed. At one point of time, there was one grenade that took down 3 players. You see, right? 3 players were down already.
Yep.
And there was a 1 versus 1 between CHEMIN and Entity, where Entity, they were proven to be... No, there was 8-bit going in for a third party, and the last players from CHEMIN were eliminated. Now, Robin, look at that. He took down Noob. He just came down, but behind, you see, there's 8-bit. They came up as a surprise, and they eliminated the sides of team, CHEMIN completely. Enigma 2 finishes Viru with beautiful grenades back and forth again and again. He took down Aru, he took down Jelly, I guess. Then Justin was down to the ground. Riot was the one who gave a huge surprise. And a 1v2 he did again against the last 2 surviving players of CHEMIN. Enigma, Viru took down Aditya. Then was Atanki, and that's how OR got eliminated. At this point of time, top 3 teams, we had Enigma, we have 8-bit, and we had Entity. Entity was looking good till a certain point of time, right? There was actions that you were waiting for Edge. We witnessed it finally. Not so much, but at least something. Entity Troy was caught by Enigma Rex. That's where he was put down. There was a 1 versus 1, I guess, between Entity and Enigma. Rex took down one more. It was looking beautiful. It was looking strong. Noob came out as a surprise, and that's where Enigma got eliminated, I guess.
But 8-bit, being the sneaky players there at the end, they stole so many finishes from the side of NTD. I'm pretty sure they
Noob.
would have added much more, to be honest. And Noob, 7 finishes, contribution of 50%, which makes it clear that the side of NTD had 14 finishes, along with 12 placement points, which brings their total up to 26, if I'm not wrong. 7 in one game. What was he doing? What were they doing all this along? Because now they got to keep doing this for the next 10 games, or else, they might not have a chance of making it to the top 3. I'm talking about top 3, and I also have said the chance, right? I'm not confirming it as well, because they have a really long way, almost 120-point difference between them and number 1. But Entity Gaming, even though they didn't get that chicken dinner, 14 finishes, 26 total points. Absolute beautiful performance.
Noob has 7. Troy has 6. These both have done all the heavy lifting they can for their entire squads. 14 finishes out of that 7. The MVP itself, Gillette MVP, is Noob. Troy got 6. There's just one single finish who's the other teammate out there. But yes, they got 26 and the hashtag 1 position, whereas Team 8-bit, they got that chicken dinner with 21 in total points. Entity, they needed this. It was really much needed, much awaited. And finally, you can see Entity on hashtag 1. That's Enigma on the 3rd position with 15. OR got 14. Then it's CHEMIN, SKYLIGHTZ, and Global getting 7. Now, Global, the only points that they got 7 is the reason they got finishes. There's no placement point that Global has got. Marcos got 6. TSM got 4. 7C, Enigma, Blind, GODLIKE got 3. Again, GODLIKE not looking good in terms of points that they have accumulated. In 2 matches, GODLIKE has got 6 total points, and that's not looking good. Team Soul on second got 2 for themselves. Revenant got 1. Unfortunate for Hyderabad Hydras, 0 in total. It could have been the same number in the previous match itself, but the man who went in for a heel battle was the reason Hyderabad Hydras got 10 in the previous match. But right now, there's nothing Hyderabad Hydras could do against the sides of Global Esports. And right now, Hyderabad Hydras, they got 0 in this entire match 20. But right now, Edge, as I said, countdown of 10. We're going to start it with Erangel once again. As soon as Erangel is here, we're going to start the countdown because there's just last 10 maps remaining. Only 10 maps to go. And look how tables are turning around. Look how new faces are coming up. Look how the teams at the tops are being pushed down. And as I say that, TSM not having a good performance gets pushed down to the 3rd position. Enigma goes to the 2nd, and OR still standing strong with 98 finishes, 129 placement points, and a total of 227 for them. Yes, OR, they do have 15 points in buffer from Enigma Gaming, but is that enough? Because in terms of total finishes, both of these teams are looking equal. There's just a difference of placement of 14 placement points in general. If I talk about, there's gonna be a lot happening in the next match, Edge. A lot.
That is for sure. 14 is the I mean, it's not quite huge, but Godlike, on the other hand, they're still sitting on 190s. Well, they've been there for a really long time now. They gotta cross that at some point, and I think this game, the next one, is gonna be their cue for that. Unless they got pretty early again. If they get 0 in this, I'm so done, man. But TSM, beautiful performance. Enigma with 4 chicken dinners. TSM with 3. Godlike 2 and 198 total points, sitting on 4th position. 8-bit in 5th. CHEMIN takes 7th. HYDRAS, SKYLIGHTZ gaming on 8. Nothing changed from between them. And I mean, a couple of points being added, but that's it. No real position changes coming in. I want to see where Entity is. I want to see how far up, they've shot themselves now. I'm hoping it's at least, maybe 12th position or 13th. I'm pretty sure it can't be more than that. But if they could somehow make their way into the top 10, top 12, or maybe even top 8 by the end of the day, then I think they might have a good chance of making it to the top 3 or top 5.
Completely. Right now, they need to make sure that they gain something further on, because Okay, there you go. Entity, they got 2 positions up. That's a total of 111. It is, I wouldn't say it's the best that they could get themselves. But again, when it comes to a point that they have boosted themselves with a lot of confidence, it is looking good for them. 20 matches played, 111 is what Entity got. 2 points up. Now the hopes are really high regarding these new teams. But what happens again and again is as soon as one team shows domination on one single map, there's the next map where they face a downfall. Now, if Entity goes down in the next match, that's difficult for Entity to climb up again. We have 7C, Enigma, Revenant, and Soul not even moving a muscle. But that's not enough. You need to get in the first page itself. Second page, yes, you are gonna get rewarded till the 13th position, but being on #1, #2, and #3 gives you a different kind of satisfaction of the performance that you have showcased in the entire tournament of Gillette 7C Invitational, and that is something they need to focus on right now. Marcos, unfortunate for this team, the only team right now who hasn't even reached the 100 mark for themselves. They need to be careful because once again, we have Erangel on our way. We saw how dominant TSM was on Erangel. If that repeats, we may see TSM on top again. But 8-bit, with this victory, they have gained a lot of confidence for themselves. So there's a lot that can happen in terms of changes in the overall standings, and that is definitely going to happen because, right, with each map, we do not have any groups here. It's just 30 maps given to these 16 teams. Play, gather as much as you can because the title is huge and the prize pool is even.
Another thing I would like to point out is that Marcos Gaming were the first one to get themselves a chicken dinner in the grand final.
True.
And they are the only one who hasn't crossed that 100 total point mark. I mean, after getting the first chicken dinner, you would usually expect them to be the first one to do so, right? Unfortunately, there are already teams. I mean, a couple of teams with 200 plus points, and Marcos, on the other hand, is struggling to get to even 100. Forget about 200; that's out of the picture as of now. But Marcos, if they want at least something, for their efforts, they need to work on their performances right now, because we are down to the last 10 maps, last 10 matches of the grand finals of Gillette 7C Invitational. And I mean, who wouldn't want to be rewarded, right? Everyone wants to go home with something, at least. As you said, something is better than nothing. Yes, I'm not talking about MVP or the MV. I mean, MVT is also decent, but I'm not talking about MVP here, at least. But you want to be on that #1 spot. And honestly, Marcos can still do it, but they got to be really, really consistent and also really, really good. Not something that the team of Marcos has been putting up until now. They got to be, careful, and they got to make sure that they perform every single time, deliver it, and also be consistent throughout the last 10 matches at least.
10. Last 10 matches. Oh my god. Just it's just going so fast, right? So remember we were in semi-finals, we're talking about how things turn around, how you know how amazing this journey is going to be, right from 3 groups that we had, ABC with the 24 teams. We got our 16 teams who were qualified for grand finals, and now these 16 teams, they are making their way to get the champions title itself. Erangel, Miramar, 2 maps done for the day. Now what we are going to have is Erangel once again, but this time it is going to be different because every time we see a map, it intends to be completely different. Now in Erangel, did we see TSM dominating? We didn't, right? So that was different. In Miramar, I did not expect fights to, just get started in the starting 7 or 8 minutes itself, because right, we're talking about 12 minutes, we're talking about 15 minutes. But in the start, 7 to 8 minutes, we witnessed a lot of fights happening. I mean, there was Global versus Hyderabad Hydras. We had TSM versus Godlike. We had Soul versus 7C. We had Global versus Godlike as well. We had so much that we just saw in the 7 to 8 minutes itself. And Miramar, when you have the central zone, when you have the fly path favoring, when you see all the players are inside the zone, we did not expect that to happen, right? So again,
Yes.
Miramar turned out to be something that was against our expectations. And right now, again, it's going to be time for Erangel. Enigma got
Okay.
theirs one on the previous one. Will they be able to do that again? Will 8-bit get that again? Will TSM dominate the way they have dominated in Erangel? There's a lot of question, but again, the only question remain is, will Godlike get that hashtag one again for them that has been snatched away right now?
Or I mean, I'm still looking forward to see if OR can step up. Right? They haven't stepped up in a while now. Yesterday they had some really good games, but on also other teams that I'm looking forward to. So right, HYDRAS have been doing good, so I want them to get the chicken dinner as well. I mean, I honestly I want Marco's Gaming to step up because they're at the bottom, and by the end of day 4, I don't want it to be clear that they are gonna be going out with nothing in their pocket, right? At least try to keep it close is all I'm saying, right? Maybe if they get a couple of chicken dinners or maybe a really good performances here and there, maybe they make it to the top 10, top 9, and then tomorrow coming in, uh, who knows? They might be in the top 5. You never really know, right? And also, yes, top 1 looks a bit of a stretch, looks like a bit of a stretch, but also, as I said, we did the math, right? It's still possible. It's still possible to get 200 points. I mean, you can also get what 180 if I mean sorry 250 or something like that, but 200 points can be easily done. That's something that can be easily done if everything goes right. Bit of luck is needed. Also, with this I mean, with the potential and everything, all these teams can do it. Yes, once again, luck is a crucial factor because you never really know where you're going to get shot from, right? You can be third party, you might have the best execution, you might have the best plan ever, but you can never 100% predict all the other 15 teams gameplay, right? You might predict 1, 2, 3, 4, you can predict 10 teams gameplay, but there's always going to be 1, 2 teams who are going to be changing up their strats, who are going to be bringing in that surprise element, and they're going to catch you off guard and completely make sure that you are caught dumbfounded and you never really know which team that's going to be.
Completely agree. Now things are getting intense, right? Things are getting way more intense on what they were previously. I mean, day 1 and day 2, it was all about one team dominating. Day 3 came up to be surprise. Day 4 is eventually being a bigger and a better surprise, I would say. So I have no expectations regarding day 5 till the time the day is not here and we do not see the match starting itself. And I'm not going to even predict anything till the last map. That's Erangel that we end on. But again, coming back to Erangel, that's the next map that we have on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. So, Edge, you're not going to be here for the next 2 maps as Sam is the one who's going to join us. So, before I ask Sam the same question, I want you to answer what are your expectations regarding Erangel? I mean, any fly path, any favorite circle that you are pre-assuming before we get into the flight and the face cams itself?
Well, I wanted military base, and I did get that last time, right? So
Luckily, yeah.
because it was a south complete south zone. So let's go for the north zone this time, maybe. But the flight path, I hope it's one of those those west to east towards the south. So if that's the case, then I want that zone to be at the tops just to keep it and to make it interesting, for all the teams and also getting that loot. I want to see. I don't know, not 1, not 2, but maybe 3, 4 drop clashes happening simultaneously. That's gonna be a bit too much to ask, but once again, and also I don't want it to be on Pochinki, right? I know, I mean,
Please,
for
please,
sure it's
please.
gonna be SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos Gaming
Marcos.
always going there and trying to get that, and then it's gonna be CHEMIN and Revenant going towards that military base and trying to get all the loot and also make their way back into the main island. But I'm just hoping that it's gonna be somewhere else, maybe towards the northern side of the map. Maybe these teams are gonna be coming in with a lot more grenades, but also once again, talking about teams, I want the teams at the bottom to have a good game, right? And I want the teams at the top to have a. I want them to have a good game, but at the same time, if you really, really ask me, I want them to get eliminated. Like the first ones to get eliminated. To be honest.
Okay, if I was the one playing their edge, I could have. I mean, I don't know what would I have done after listening to what all you really want. But as you just put forth your expectations, let's just see if your expectations are gonna be here or no. So there's gonna be the fly path on our screen. But as I said, we are even gonna have Sam with us. So welcome back to the English desk.
I was looking forward to it. I was seeing the action in the backlines and I was enjoying it, and how day 4 needs to be, it's not working that way. It's kind of haphazard, and every team is right now either having difficulties or flourishing. Let's hope that does not happen here. All the teams have their best games, as you guys were also discussing. A couple of them were having decent games, but talking about the flight pattern also, Edge's zone prediction, I even want to second that, because I want to see that northern circle forming towards Severny shooting range or Zaki or Salber or Kamishki, anywhere but northern. Right now, the flight path is going to be close to trying to divide the map in half, starting off at military base and ending close to Stalber. Every team, wherever they want to go to, easily accessible, except for the Georgia pool side, where teams such as Hyderabad, HYDRAS and TSM would love to go to. Even we certain times see Seoul or maybe somebody else trying to enter, but Ruins is something that Seoul will love to go, and nothing in terms of, I would say, difficulties for them. But look at the SKYLIGHTZ, they don't want to go to Pochinki. They did try after kind of pushing out of it, and the circle, as we were kind of predicting and wanting, BGMI gods, Darshita, they've accepted our calls, they've accepted our prayers, and we are going to be seeing a Zaki's shooting range and Severny's circle, hopefully even in the end.
Expecting, they are just being too good on us today, not just for this map, but from the beginning itself, right? We expected a lot and everything is working in our favor. But right now, as you said, there's nothing in Pochinki right now. Yeah, I do see the sides of Team Seoul nearby Marcos Gaming. They have their eyes on Pochinki. But there's one thing that both SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos need to understand. Now, SKYLIGHTZ, they're looking good in terms of the position they have in the overall standings. Not so good, but at least looking good. And we know, right, what happens in Erangel. Every time SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos have a fight, SKYLIGHTZ, they go down. At least one or two players, but they go down. But at this point of time, Marcos need to understand that yes, they are being dominative in Pochinki. They are taking fights. They are having a victory over that. But that's not enough because they are at the last position. That's something they need to be careful. But we'll talk about that later on because Blind got themselves into a fight with the sides of 8-bit, the team who has dominated previous match right now falling apart because one player, it's been eliminated completely, and I'm forced to say that, but the history is repeating. The team getting the chicken dinner on the previous match goes down early, and that's the case again, Sam.
That's how it is. I mean, it's kind of, how would you say it? It's like a theory, or if you want to say it, that it's been proved multiple times, the team who gets a chicken dinner come in front of casualties, whether it's going to be an elimination or whether early on executions, they are bound to get to it, and it has happened here for 8-bit. But fortunately, look at them, they immediately understand that this can be their elimination, but they find that retreat is going to be the better option, even though they lose a player, because we have seen, and I've also seen 8-bit as a squad win chicken dinners when they just have 3 players. So this is a good call. They are kind of moving into a different position, giving up Ferripier. But as you were talking about the first circle and the flight path as well, it was surprising to see Seoul move out from their usual OG drop and move into a little bit of a Pochinki side, move into a little bit of a Gatka. The split, I would say, drop coming through. Not too sure what their plans are, but right now, whatever the plans are, it needs to be in terms of gaining points. Because look at Seoul, we thought that they will be climbing up a lot in terms of the overall standings, in terms of the points, but the only position they've gotten themselves to is 12, and they are there. They were at the 16th position. From there, they jumped to 12th after getting a chicken dinner and a really good matchup. But after that, they've held themselves to the 12th position and have not moved an inch from there.
Agreed completely. We have Nigma Galaxy on our screens right now. This team is on the 10th position. The same number rank they have on how much amount of maps we are left with. All the 4 players surviving need to decide on what can be done because right behind them it's Revenant with 4 points in difference, Soul with 3 points in terms of Revenant. So I mean 1 point for Entity, same for Global. Just imagine there's one bad map for Nigma Galaxy and the other teams out there, they find themselves in the top 4 and top 3. Nigma Galaxy, they'll fall down bad, and falling down at this point of time is not the option. You need to climb up, maybe a bit slow, but you need to go up no matter what. Even a decent amount of 10 to 11 points is fine in a single map, but if it's continuous, it's gaining you momentum, it's gaining you some sort of push towards the upper side, it's fine. I'm not asking for like a 30 bomber in each and every map. I mean, ideally that's not possible, right? It's all about being consistent in each and every map, and that's how you're going to climb up, as the same case as OR has did.
Yes.
Consistently, slowly, steadily, but right now standing strong at the top itself.
But this is one thing that you guys did even talk about it in the cast desk, that it's about the 10 matches that we are left with, and it's
Yeah.
the countdown right now that all these teams need to pay attention to. This is the countdown of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational. You will not be getting any more opportunities. The 10th matchup has already started. After this, we are going to be heading over to the 9th matchup. I'm right now counting backwards, but same goes for all you viewers. The opportunity of grabbing yourself the Gillette Mark III Razor, especially the BGMI edition, limited edition with the pop socket, you will not have your opportunity all throughout the while. I mean, not even sure if it's out of stock already, so go to Flipkart. I'm pretty sure, I think it's the link over there, so just check out the link wherever it's available. It's available online for sure. Head over there, purchase one for yourself, and as always I say, use the hashtag get your game face on. Create your own mark moment and share it with us, and also don't forget to tag us. But right now, we were looking at SKYLIGHTZ about to be getting tagged from a different team, but SKYLIGHTZ, because they were rotating, nobody took a fire on top of them. And because we know SKYLIGHTZ certain times, even though they will not be ready for a fight, if you kind of go in and call them up for a fight, SKYLIGHTZ, they might completely eliminate you, because that's how aggressive of a team they are. CHEMIN, I think they were in military base. Right now they are looking forward to either getting back to military base or going to a different direction, because the way we are seeing the players are heading, okay, it's just one player who is heading towards military base, whereas everybody else are heading inside the circle. So that's where I got a little bit confused. But Soul, this is the question that I had: why were they not at Ruins, and why were they kind of split playing towards Gatka and Pochinki? But finally they get back to Ruins.
Definitely too. No, not all the players, Sam. Not all the players, because I can still see some of them nearby up to the areas of Pochinki. Marcos Gaming on the other side, the team that I've always talked about.
They've trailed behind.
Pochinki is not a place that I'm seeing them right now. It's a different direction that we all witness them. But there's going to be a fight. Godlike, Jonathan, why? The man is not in Yasnaya. Enigma Rex gets caught here. Jonathan, yes, he dealt a lot of damage on Enigma, but he wasn't able to convert that. Jonathan needs to be careful. So is Clutch got the vehicle, turning out to be different and difficult. We are seeing Godlike getting into an initial fight again, but right now, Godlike, they need points. They need to convert this fight for themselves. They need at least 15 to 20 in one match. I was talking about points. Jonathan goes down. That's going to be difficult. There's one grenade from the sides of Clutch Guard. A lot of damage, but Neo from the other angle will be taking Rex down. Difficult for Godlike, but if they stick together, they can make it happen.
They can make it happen. But look at Enigma. They are kind of looking forward to get Rex back online. Before that, Godlike are surrounding them, making sure Rex is their bait, and every other player from Enigma tries to get to that and becomes the fishes in the pond that Godlike are able to wrap up and take home and have a nice dinner. But right as now, Enigma have understood that there's no possibility of saving Rex, and they've left that position. But in the meantime, who are about to leave Erangel is going to be blind. They've lost 2 players in terms of a knock from CHEMIN's end. Let's see if there'll be more finishes coming in. Will CHEMIN be finding it? And looks like they are.
Versus blind is the fight that is going on the other side of the map, but there's a lot more happening in the center of the zone itself. Look at that. Hyderabad, HYDRAS, TSM. There's 2 teams trying to contest. There's going to be blind players going down, falling down, back to back. Hyderabad, HYDRAS on the other side getting themselves into a fight. That's going to be Entity, if I'm not wrong. Now I'm waiting to see what Entity has planned for this entire map, because right, when Entity was looking good in the previous match, Troy, no, you're in a complete open area. You can get punished from carry itself. A lot damage, but Troy, this is a lot more. That's from the other side. We have CHEMIN ESPORTS, Delta PG down to the ground. 3 finishes already. Williams is the last surviving player. And I guess that's done for William already, because he has compromised himself, and a soft cover is all that he has. Not working in his favor for a longer period of time. I really doubt Williams will be able to survive.
Same here. He's about to go down. Before that, Ace Black falls, but look at that immediate exchange coming through. Entity Troy falls down, but Maxi OP also goes down, but Williams final going down. That's going to be the end for Blind in this matchup of Erangel. And now they'll be looking forward to playing Erangel only at the end of the day. But right now, let's take a look at whether it's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS or Entity. The last surviving player, it's going to be Carry. And it looks like, yes, for Entity as well, is the last surviving surviving player Noob, who's a little bit further away. He's looking forward to making his way up. But before that, Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're going in for a revive. But on the other end, 7C, they're getting in a fight between OR. Sarang thought he had the control, but Jelly comes out as a surprise and immediately finishes him off.
See, again falling down. Not a good way to start the day itself. Entity even more difficult for them right now because that's going to be a 1v1 ace. Black gets confirmed out there. Carry gets confirmed. A lot of damage that Noob is doing to the sides of Hyderabad HYDRAS. Noob right now is just like, you have gave me a lot of damage, but Clutch God is behind. He is behind any moment now. Entity can be a third party. Grenade comes. No, he gets eliminated from Jonathan. What did just happen here? There was a grenade in his face. Now, GODLIKE, they got into fight with Hyderabad HYDRAS. They eliminated round from Entity. That's 3 for GODLIKE. Maxi right exactly in the front. I guess the only option he has to run away. Trying his level best. There's a flying vehicle from Clutch God looking too excited right now. Entity, unfortunate, gets eliminated. Hyderabad HYDRAS got 4. Maxi gets caught. There's a lot of flying vehicles all over with wings in those vehicles itself.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, this is becoming the planes that we see in the early stages where players get in the plane and then go to the drop spot. It's just, as you said, vehicles flying around the map, man. You did see Soul Spotter, the last surviving player from Hyderabad HYDRAS, but he was able to run away. But look at this, the pressure because of which Global Esports have a self-grenade. But in the meantime, I was already seeing the finish feed where we saw Global Esports eliminating various players. In terms of knock, yet to see those confirmations coming in. So NIGMA Galaxy will be in a tough spot. But in the meantime, 7C also on the finish feed, we got a confirmation that they did eliminate majority of the players from OR. I think they did also eliminate the entire squad because we cannot see 2 squads here playing with us on Erangel. They have been eliminated, so I think 7C are looking a little bit better, but NIGMA Galaxy have the last surviving player, but that's going to be MJ. He's going to be having a tough time because Global Esports are looking forward to push up, but before they can do that, they need to be worried that 7C have already entered the compound. Let's see Manya. I think he's made his first contact with the players of 7C.
More happening, Sam. Look at the zone. Rozok, Pochinki, Ruins. Now, if Marcos could have been in Pochinki, could have been so safe. So is for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, but what is situation right now is both of these teams are alive, but they are about to face each other now. It's gonna be interesting because there's not a drop clash, but again, SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos, they are being pushed towards each other, and that's where maybe we'll be having a fight between both of them. There's gonna be OR, there's gonna be GODLIKE. Teams after teams entering the compound. Rozok is up with 3 teams. We need to see who is the one dominating. Is that NIGMA? Is that Global? Is that 7C? I mean, Global, that's a drop location. There's a primary drop location, Rozok, that they have. So they do not want anyone else dominating out there. Soul on the other side, going in for a rotation between 2 of the teams. On the other side, we have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, Som Rajpakar taking down one on Aditya with a sniper. Now, I wanted Edge to be here because he was missing a lot of sniper actions, but I guess so were you, right, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, sniper is something that we get to see right as of now. I mean, you can call it even in a Blue Moon site that you might eventually see, but let's hope it becomes a little bit more accustomed in the lobbies that we see and also with the action. But look at this, Global Esports, they understand that they have to wipe out and get that confirmation that they've eliminated an entire squad. Now with MJ's pixels being seen, they have a confirmation that MJ is stuck in a building and they're going to be raining a lot in terms of the utilities. I mean, say investing to just eliminate MJ. Now they need to be worried about it. A little bit of a misthrow of grenades coming here and there, but now Nakul, he's already pushed up, but the grenade comes in, does it find the damage? Nakul immediately backs off, but in the meantime, Revenant finds a connection on CHEMIN's Destro, and Destro will be done for, but the push comes in and MJ will also be done for. But before he goes down, he does do damage and take down Nakul, but Nakul will be revived. So Global Esports standing strong with 4 finishes. Yes, they lose a player, but still they will be surviving. The entire squad is still there here on Erangel, so something to be happy about.
Definitely happy about, and so are the players of Global Esports right now. OR Atanki on the other side is the last surviving player. He's looking forward to revive Aditya back to his life because OR, again, when it comes to overall standings, OR need points. There's just a 14 points buffer that OR has. And any moment we can see TSM on top if TSM gets this for themselves. So there's a lot that can happen if one team falters down the line. Top Dog with that grenade. Okay, that's a grenade connection beautifully dealt on Delta PG, and that's how Delta, he has to go down. Top Dog is looking forward to capitalize over the entire situation. That's CHEMIN versus Revenant going on our screen. Destro is already eliminated. 4 finishes. What CHEMIN got itself. Justin goes down. That's gonna be one more out from CHEMIN. Now Robin, he needs to do something. At least take Top Dog down, but will he be able to do that? I guess no.
It's going to be
CHEMIN is
difficult.
eliminated. Revenant with 4 finishes.
That's done for. Unfortunate for them, but this is how it works out. You need to pay attention to what better you can do. But right now, something better that TSM wants to do is again start raking up points, make a jump in the overall standings, and get to that first spot. And we did see, you guys did even talk about it, the TSM being in the second position and also showcasing us that they are consistent in both placement points as well as finish points. I think they can be easily getting to the first spot as well. And you did even just now mention the buffer that is there. It's just small. And if TSM perform and pop off and get more number of points, and also the first chicken dinner that they missed on Erangel, if they're able to convert it here, I'm sorry, the first chicken dinner they got on Erangel, if they're able to convert it again, I think, Darshita, we are going to be seeing another push up and a change of the first spot.
Definitely we will be witnessing so much happening. Marcos versus Soul is what we are witnessing right now on our screen. Soul Hector, he has an inner wall cover to work around, but Z-God goes down, and that's a grenade from Vexy going boom on Z-God. Now SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they're looking forward to capitalize on Godlike. We have two teams fighting it out in the areas of Water City out there. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a 4 versus 3 situation because one player from Godlike is eliminated completely. Somraj, he has a vehicle to walk around with. He just went nearby to his teammate TSM Aquanox. His vehicle is being compromised, not him. Ninja Chart goes down. TSM falling apart once again. Things not working in their favor as they did in the very first map itself. Sam, TSM is falling. 2 players. They can revive 1 player. That's Ninja Chart, who's down. But again, after that revival, what's next? What is the next plan is the question. Pokar, he has a different plan this time again. A sniper connection coming up. 8-bit gets eliminated. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming capitalizing, and so is Revenant.
Revenant are looking good. SKYLIGHTZ, as you said, they are not completely great, but better because they have all their 4 players surviving. 8-bit done. Nothing that we could have, I would say, said better about, but this is how Erangel is panning out to be, and especially because this is the day 4, it's just the other teams having the aggression to eliminate everybody from here. But look at this. Soul, we did talk about them. They have all their 4 players surviving. They've not done anything in terms of damage. Even same goes for Marcos. Nothing. 0 finishes is what they're sitting at. TSM, we did see, we were thinking that they could pick up a fight, but it did not happen. But look at this. Godlike, who had started off fighting out, now they've been spotted out, and Clutch God, he's down. Aquanox, he can find Jonathan if he overpeaks, but he also understands that his team has already had a casualty, so he cannot give away his position or go for a different fight with the entire different team, and that's the reason we are seeing the wait out coming through. But the domination card coming in from SKYLIGHTZ, Pokar does tell you, as Darshita also mentioned, SKYLIGHTZ are looking better here on Erangel.
They definitely are. Revenant top dog on the other side spots the sides of Team Enigma right now. He's trying to go in for rotation, trying to go in with his vehicle as happy as traveling. Hearing some music maybe in those cars as well, but right now they need to focus because that's going to be one team trying to stop their rotation, trying to not let them enter the zone itself. Top dog with that grenade. Revenant is looking really good. Now I really do not wish the history to repeat because you know, right, a team who's dominating, a team who's looking good gets eliminated. Revenant, they got 5 already. They can capitalize over Enigma because Enigma, they are running low, and see, this is what I was talking about. But that's Marcos. Wait, that's Marcos. Take 1 from Enigma out there. Marcos Gaming, they're inside the play zone itself. Enigma Viru is down. Revenant will be completely eliminating Enigma Viru any moment now. Enigma, the 2 players they have left, Viru out, and that's Viru getting eliminated from Marcos, Paukilo. So Revenant, they got nothing out of this fight. But right now, everyone, they need to have their focus on the play zone because one side of the play zone, it's been up with all the players. The other side is completely, completely empty. And any team having an entry right now, it's easy. But few more minutes down, and gatekeeping is something that they need to face.
Exactly. SKYLIGHTZ just entered from the eastern ends of the circle, and they will be having a huge chance of gatekeeping various different teams. But right now, we were talking about gatekeeping. Players and teams are at the edges of the circle. Not only this is gatekeeping, but also snatching away the ground that teams have actually gotten inside the circle. Now, OR still standing strong with 2 players of themselves. We are seeing Aru as well as, I think, Atanke is the last 2 surviving players. But we also saw OR pick up a fight with 7C. That did not work out in their favor. We saw Jelly going in for a surprise, but right now, as you said, the gatekeeping scenario it also already started. Revenant, who are looking so good and had all their 4 players surviving along with 5 finishes, now might be able to go down to SKYLIGHTZ. But SKYLIGHTZ, look at them. They have kind of a divided attention. They hear sounds from two different directions. A couple of the players are concentrating on Revenant, a couple of them are concentrating on Global Esports, but again on Revenant, it's another third party coming through. That's going to be from Seoul, and also 7C are right next to them. Encore making sure to eliminate 7C first and then try to exchange the blow, but in the meantime, Seoul Omega gets knocked from a different direction. That is from TSM's Ninja Jot. So this circle close to Ruins is already having various different third parties, and look at the 7C. They were looking for to fight with Revenant, and SKYLIGHTZ, who had already had their sights on Revenant, they pick up that third party and convert and eliminate 7C completely, along with Revenant also going down. So right now, how strong Revenant were looking, that has been snatched away and taken to the side of SKYLIGHTZ, and even 7C being eliminated with just 4 finishes, making life difficult. And look at the control 7C are maintaining. They just finished off 2 different fights. They're already in another one, and how much resources and utilities are they investing and also converting? Jonathan has been spotted. The grenade comes right to his face, and he also goes down. Now Neo and Clutch God are the only 2 players, but Neo, he will be looking forward to committing to the revive, but if he can do that, there are different players from different directions, and even Clutch God goes. Now it's all up to Neo, but Pukar, he comes up, and that's the end for Godlike.
Did you notice that it was 7C snatching away finishes? Again and again, that's gonna be the case. One player was eliminated as 7C snatched away the finish. I guess something that I saw in the finish feed as well, I mean, I guess I don't know if that is the case or no, but again, coming back to SKYLIGHTZ, so there's going to be SKYLIGHTZ, there's out of the play. Oh, wait, there's no 7C, then how did I see 7C taking
It was
players out?
7Cs and Revenant who were having a fight, so
Oh,
that
yeah.
time.
Yeah, that 7C and Revenant, they had to fight themselves. I just forgot. But on the other side, right now, the fight that we are talking about, it's going to be TSM. 3 finishes for TSM already. Aquanox, they are down. I mean, he's not completely down, but look at the HP he has. 1 more bullet, and it's his time to go down to the ground. TSM needs to be careful. They need something to maintain the position that they have gathered for themselves. Or again, TSM will be falling down. So as with OR. So is with SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. They may be pushed to the second side of the overall standing, and that's, you know, right, that's not a place to be, at least on the second last day of the tournament. That's Gillette 7Sea Invitational.
Nobody
Hashtag
wants
get
to
your
be.
game face on. Nobody wants to be. Soul Omega just blocked the visions of the sides of Team OR and TSM completely, and trying to capitalize on both of the teams. There's going to be a grenade parade happening from the sides of Team OR as well. Team Soul trying to be a bit more aggressive. Takes down Atanki, completely eliminates, and Soul Goblin. Hector will be taking down Aditya, and that's going to be Team OR getting eliminated. 3 finishes for Team Soul. TSM right trailing behind SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, trying to go in for an entry. But out of all that, there's just one yellow mark that I see who is completely out of the play zone, and that's Enigma Eggy.
It's going to be difficult for that last surviving player, but SKYLIGHTZ, they have everybody. They have all the players surviving, they have all the players standing, but where is Global Esports? We can still see even this, I would say, total number of teams standing, it does tell us 5 teams, but in the circle, we're just seeing 4 of them, and Global Esports, finally, when we were looking forward to them, we see them, but they are out fighting with the one of the last 2 surviving players from Enigma, and Avi is also right now done for, and it looks like Nakul wants to eliminate him, but before Nakul can eliminate him, he knows he has to patch himself up. He's barely about to survive, but look at the amount of damage being done. And Global Esports, they should also be confirmed very soon. Avi goes down to the play zone itself. Nakul also goes down, and that's Global Esports out. But Enigma, they still have a player because Eggy made that commitment to get inside the circle.
And he got himself inside the circle itself. We have TSM trying to make and figure out a way. Shadow, no, there's one player up there. You need to be careful. A bit careful this time, Shadow. Not making mistake, but Omega goes down. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. No, Eggy snatched away the finish from SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. That's going to be one more off from Team Soul. Now down to 2 players. We have Goblin and Hector stuck inside this compound, because if they try and get out, it's done. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, now they know there's an enemy trailing behind them, because Eggy, he just snatched away one finish from the squad itself, and I guess he just has compromised himself before going. He has just a lot of damage already. Eggy is compromised, and that's going to be Kamla Boy taking Eggy out completely. A revenge done right. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are on the urge of getting this victory for themselves, a victory that they needed the most after facing so much of downfall in Erangel itself. This victory can just change things apart. 3 teams with 9 live players. Enigma gets eliminated. TSM, Soul, and SKYLIGHTZ is the top 3 teams we have, with 25 minutes done and dusted.
We'll see which the team is going to be. Soul not looking strong in terms of finishes. TSM on the other end, they've been able to hold their ground, but SKYLIGHTZ, they've been commanding the entire matchup. So I think SKYLIGHTZ will be having a good game and also maybe getting the chicken dinner for themselves. But the game can turn around any moment, like it happened on the first matchup where we thought it should be TSM getting the chicken dinner, but it was Enigma, the last surviving player. He makes it happen and gets Enigma a chicken dinner in the start itself, even though TSM were the beasts and the monsters over there doing so much damage, having so many finishes. But right now, look at this Pukar. This man has been brilliant today, especially in this matchup of Erangel, where you can see already has 5 finishes. His teammates are assisting him, and because Pukar is feeling himself, they're letting him frag out like a monster, like a beast, and he's doing the damage. The grenades are coming the way of Soul. Hector, he's there in the smokes. He's looking forward to the revive. The bullets are connecting. Will they be finding another knock? Will they be finding the finish is the question, and they find the knock and the finish as well, and that's going to be Soul out of the game. Now it is between SKYLIGHTZ and TSM, where TSM have already lost the player, and that's going to be the most crucial one. That's going to be Ninja Jordan. As I was saying, he gets confirmed as well, Darshita.
Difficult, really difficult. TSM versus SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, a 2 versus 4. Now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, we always keep on saying, right, this victory is something that they need the most. But right now, there's a lot of grenade parade happening on the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Gamla boy hits back, a lot of damage goes down. Oh my god, that was the most amazing, but cover fire being done right. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they get their victory on Erangel itself, where they have been facing a lot of downfall. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be third map. Half day of the second last day of tournament done. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming looking strong on Erangel. Pukar, you beauty, you beast. This man turned out to be a monster, and as you said, he felt himself. He did what he wanted to the entire squad. Assisted him well. And that's SKYLIGHTZ Gaming getting everything that they need.
What a play coming in from Pukar. Man, the entire squad of SKYLIGHTZ, the confidence when they got it, Darshita, they reigned superior and there was nobody denying them of anything. That's how this matchup turned out to be. And I'm pretty sure we all loved it. And we will be looking forward to how the next few matches are going to be turning out, because if SKYLIGHTZ are making their comeback as well, just imagine what's going to be happening in the upcoming matches, meaning that the other teams have a chance to get themselves to the champion spot. And that's the race for here, I would say. Fight for the race, for the points, for all of it is to lead you to the champion's position, the first spot in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. And everybody knows right now it's the countdown that's happening, and that's the reason everybody is giving their all. And what a performance! I just love the way SKYLIGHTZ performed here. I mean, as you said, right, SKYLIGHTZ were not having a good time at all on Erangel, and one reason main for it was Marcos. Every time they were getting down to a fight, Marcos were just a wee bit better, and SKYLIGHTZ from that day on were trying to figure out something better. A couple of matches did work out, but again they did start faltering down. But right now they just took it up, I would say, like do or die, and they did it like nobody else could control this matchup itself. They have all the players surviving and fighting.
Amazing. I mean, there's this only word that I have right now for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, because they definitely needed it. But what's different right now, Sam, is the fact that the teams at the top are getting nothing, and the teams bottom down
Exactly.
are getting the victories. It's gonna be different at the end of the day today. We may see a new face on the top itself, right? You just imagine the fact that the teams who are down there are getting all their victories, and the teams who are up there for the 2 days, 3 days, dominating the top of the tables are getting nothing, just 2 or 3 points. Now, for example, take Godlike. The first map they got 3 points. The second map they got 3 points again. That's 6. In this map, I guess they accumulated again 3 or 4 points for themselves. That's 10 or 11 in 3 continuous map. Not good, right?
Exactly. I mean, I even take 8-Bit for an example. They were the victors. They were the team which got the chicken dinner on Miramar, but here they got eliminated with 0 finishes. And I'm pretty sure the position they got eliminated, I don't think they even got a single placement point. And if this is the case and this is the scenario, it's done. I mean, if there is like the teams on the top having so much in terms of disadvantage, it's going to be very tough for them. But look at this, TSM's playing smart. You saw TSM had a chance of being eliminated very early on. Godlike had spotted them. They were already spotted from Seoul. The fight was already going on. But what did TSM do? They kind of slowed down the fight, kind of seemed like they disappeared close to ruins, and all the other teams kind of disregarded them, because of which TSM were able to survive, and especially being the top 2 teams where SKYLIGHTZ finished them off and they got the chicken dinner. But here's where TSM's aggression will not end, I would say, because 2 matches they've come close to becoming the top 2 teams. They've done the damage. You saw Aquinox even in the last, just before going out, he immediately went for a knock, and I'm not too sure if that was a finish or not. If you know it, do let me know, because I kind of got confused because it was so quick that as soon as Aquinox got that knock, the other player from SKYLIGHTZ just eliminated him. So I'm not too sure if that finish came in for TSM or not. But with that aggression, I'm pretty sure feeling like TSM, at least on the last matchup, might find their chicken dinner. What do you think?
Calculate the total amount of points that TSM has accumulated in three matches. First match they got 29. This map definitely they have got 15. 12 is for
Yes.
position, and 3 and 4 finishes. It's great, right? It's looking good. I mean, we always keep talking about the same, that once you are in the top 3, all you need to do is maintain the position. TSM, yes, the previous match they got eliminated early, but around that's going to be 29 and 15. Anyone who's good in maths, please help me out by doing this, because I'm
You're not gonna
definitely
do it.
not. Yeah, I am definitely. I know for a fact that I can, but just taking so much time is better than letting someone else do the
Yeah.
job itself. So yeah, somewhere nearby 30, more than 35 points is what TSM has got themselves in 3 matches, and it's good. OR and Godlike were on the top compared to what they have done. It's really good. But right now, let's just see who is the Gillette MVP of the match. No other than Pukar.
Exactly.
7 finishes, 63.64% of the contribution is entire team. And this clearly shows, Sam, how supportive the entire squad of SKYLIGHTZ is. They knew Pukar was doing a great job. They just supported him. They just let him do whatever he wanted to. And look where it took him, to the direct Gillette MVP of the match.
Exactly. Now we were missing players from SKYLIGHTZ, but I'm pretty sure after this performance and especially after how Pukar played, I think he's also going to be reaching that MVP leaderboard very soon. But as you said rightly, Darshita, this was not only his efforts. He was feeling confident and he was asking for his teammates to help him out, and he was relaying that I'm going to be going here, I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be doing that. Then the other players helped him out. And if it was a situation where we saw Pukar alone fragging out, performing, and just eliminating players one after another when nobody else was survive, we could have said this was his own efforts. But yes, Pukar has put his own efforts itself. Because if you remember, when Godlike were also there, when SKYLIGHTZ were fighting with Revenant, 7C, then Godlike were on the backlines, Pukar immediately switched up his position. He turned around and started eliminating alone the players of Godlike, because he had the confidence, and also because the players of Godlike had a disadvantage, and he capitalized on top of it. And that's how the entire team of SKYLIGHTZ played. Not only capitalized on everybody else's plays and disadvantages, but they also put forth their aggression coming through. And look at that, they did already have 10 finishes. They eliminated the last surviving player, and they got 11 finishes in total and 15 placement points and total of 26 points. But still, we have to see how much this is going to be pushing them up in the overall standing. But look at TSM, they're still grabbing points and pushing their way up, and are right now at 16. And as you said, 3 or 4 finishes and 12 points is going to be at 16. Global Esports, a brilliant play, Darshita. Only if they paid attention to the circle, maybe Global Esports could have also been one of those teams who could have gotten a chicken dinner, because look at that, 8 finishes is not an easy job to do.
Agreed on that completely. Team Soul on the 4th with 13 for them. Enigma with 10, but that's the end of 2 digits. Revenant got 7. 7C got 6. OR got 5. Hyderabad HYDRAS got 5. There's Marcos, Godlike, CHEMIN. Again 4 now. Talking about Godlike, it was 6 plus 4. That's 10. 10 in the overall day in 3 maps. It's going to be difficult for Godlike. We come back to CHEMIN with 4. Again, not a good performance from CHEMIN itself, not just right now, but overall as well. Entity got 2 after a brilliant performance in the previous match itself. Entity again facing a downfall. Blind got 2, 8-bit and Enigma Galaxy 1. 8-bit got the victory. Still, look at 8-bit right now, from #1 to #15 directly. This is what players need to take care about. But right now, there's no change from OR, Enigma, TSM, Godlike, and 8-bit. But SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have moved 2 positions up, pushing CHEMIN and Hyderabad HYDRAS down.
That's what I was saying. I mean, 8-bit, I thought they did not get anything, but at least I think they got eliminated at the 12th position or something, because of which they had a placement point. And they are still here, and they've not moved down or something, but the first 5 teams, none of them have moved. OR still standing, but here's where what they have to worry about. Every team which is trying to jump up and get to their spot are at triple digits in both finish points as well as total point, I would say, placement points. But OR are the only one who are right one finish point away from getting to the triple digit mark. But look at how close the other two teams are. Enigma and TSM only 9 points away, both of them at 223. Godlike, now there's a huge difference which you can completely make out, an entire match difference of 30 points. And this is not that it happened with one match, it's because of Godlike's performance that has not been consistent. They've been unable to take points, and not I wouldn't say that they've not been unable to take points in terms of nothing. They've been able to take points, but it's just like 3, 4, 5 points, which does not matter when your opponent is taking double digits in every match. Or this is the only match I think they did not get to double digits. They got somewhere around 7 or 6 points, but it does not matter. Only a single match did not work out for them. But whereas SKYLIGHTZ, as you said, 2 points jumping up, CHEMIN and Hyderabad HYDRAS, they'll not be happy about it, because as teams are jumping up, Darshita, the difference is also getting created, and that's the difference you should not let go of.
Agreed. Completely. CHEMIN and Hyderabad HYDRAS. Now, CHEMIN, it's kind of a decent performance, I would say, that we are witnessing as compared to what we saw in the last day of semi-finals, right? So that's going to be the case. 7C again. There's nothing that has changed for 7C. But in terms of total numbers, there's Team Seoul, who's really nearby. And any moment, 7C, they'll be definitely pushed down if things are not working in their favor. Because previously in the start two maps itself, 7C, they got themselves into unwanted fights, the fights that they called themselves but were unwanted. And that's where 7C got eliminated. Seoul on 10th with 125. Again, a good performance from Seoul. Right from hashtag 16 to we can see Team Seoul on hashtag 10. That's a good one that Team Seoul is showcasing us. Global, even better with 11 for them, 125 again. Revenant got 122. NIGMA Galaxy 120, falling down really hard. That's NIGMA Galaxy. Entity 113. As I said, Entity, if they do not perform in this match, I really find it difficult for them to go to the first sides of overall standing. And right now, I can say that confidently because look at that. There's a lot of teams up there who has a huge difference in terms of total points from what Entity has. Right now, Entity, again, this day matters a lot. If this day is something that is for them, it's okay. If it is not, then there's other prizes out there that they need to satisfy themselves with rather than hashtag 1, 2, or 3. Blind got 103. Marcos got 93. Again, unfortunate for Marcos. This map, they need to go for 100 because Marcos is the only team since a long time sitting on 2 digits. Rest all the teams got 3 for themselves.
Yesterday we were discussing, Darshita, that teams should have a difference less than 100, then it's attainable, then it's reachable to get to the top spots. But right now you're seeing the teams at the 14th, 15th, 16th position, I would say until even the 9th spot for 7C as well, the point difference is close to 102 or 110, to be specific in terms of 110, till Revenant, because they're at 122 and the team at the top is going to be OR with 232. So exact 110 points is with Revenant at the 12 spots. So for them and the teams downward, it's going to be very tough to climb up because it's going to be taking a lot of time, a lot of efforts, and they do not have that much time and effort because you know what? We are just about to see the last few matches happening. I mean, it's not going to be ending today, the Gillette 7Sea Invitational, but at least we are going to be finishing it off with 3 more matches for the day, which will leave us with just 6 matches on day 5, the decider and the judgment day, to crown and call the champions, give their name, give them a champions trophy and the prize. So other teams, especially the teams from the 12th and the downwards, need to figure a way out. But yes, we did talk about Seoul that they have to figure a way out. 12th is not a position to be staying at. They did climb from 16 to 12th, but right now they're looking forward to climb up because they got eliminated in the top 3. We can see the move that they are making. But as you said, Marcos, very surprising of what we are seeing, Darshita. We never expected Marcos in that fashion. Even if you see right now, and if you want to match up in terms of what happened here on Erangel, you saw Marcos were inside the circle. They should have had the clear advantage of eliminating teams, but not too sure of what is missing over there. Why are they unable to capitalize? What are they kind of doing wrong? Because every time that we see them, they're in a good spot. But as soon as we switch to a different team, then we see the finish feed, Marcos is out.
True. That's the case, right?
Why?
I mean, Pochinki, yes, they dominated, as I said, right in the
Yes.
beginning itself, I said. Pochinki is a place that they dominate, but they need to understand it's not all about being dominant in Pochinki.
Yeah.
It's about being dominant in the entire map. Get yourself point and get yourself a position. If that's the case, then somewhere down the line, Marcos, they can go up. But right now,
Hmm.
there's just two ways that I have in front of me. I mean, I always talk about it, right? A left and a right way that I keep talking about. So once again, I always have that. Right now, the teams who are climbing up now, as you said about Team Soul, they're going up in each match, they are gaining some points. But again,
Yes.
if only if, not giving any bad sides or anything, but only if Team Soul not able to perform on one or two maps,
They'll
the
go down.
hopes of Team Soul going on the first sides will be denied, completely
Hmm.
denied, because it's like tick tick 9 that I'm hearing in my ears already. 9 maps
Yes.
remaining. These teams who are climbing up, yes, it's a good thing of going from the first sides to the second sides. I mean,
Hmm.
doing it on the last 2 days, yes, it's all good, but even one or two bad maps this day or maybe tomorrow, and that's done for you. Same is for the
Exactly.
sides, same is for the teams on the front sides. Now that you guys have dominated in the first days, guys have got a spot for yourself. You need to maintain it. You don't, you see, you get pushed down as Godlike did from 1 to 4, or maybe more again, because other teams out here, they are being pretty dominant. They are
Hmm.
just I mean, look at today's day. Did we see any team who's on the first side of the overall standing getting a chicken dinner? No, we didn't. Teams who are down, like down then seventh, eighth, and so on position, they are getting victories for themselves. So it's
Exactly.
kind of a, red sign mark that we have for all these teams on the top, that either do it today or no. Now let's take an example for Team OR as well. If Team
Hmm.
OR did not perform this match, TSM is ready to capitalize. Enigma is ready to capitalize, and
Yeah.
it can be difficult for OR as well.
We don't want that kind of a scenario happening for OR, but this is a part and parcel of the competition. If Enigma and TSM don't do, Godlike will be looking forward to doing, and especially with the aggression that Godlike just showed on Erangel, it felt like they were under control. But it is always the same thing that we see from Godlike. It is during rotation, and especially after they've picked up and fight. They finished off a fight alongside of Entity and Hyderabad HYDRAS, and then they just wanted to move inside the circle. Maybe they look forward to a slam in where SKYLIGHTZ were holding the, I would say, strong positioning at a little bit of an higher ridge and fighting out with Revenant as well as 7C, but the timing was just a little bit off. As soon as the fight ended is when I would say Godlike entered. If they had entered before the fight ended, maybe Godlike could have stood strong and SKYLIGHTZ could have been wiped out, and that's going to be a scenario that I might be looking forward to. But I have a question for you. That is going to be global esports. This is also a team. We did see this team in the first page, in the first and the second day, for I would say maybe a glimpse of at the seventh or the eighth spot. But after that, you see they've been just falling down, and we did see on a single day they have three bad matches, got nothing in terms of points. But right now they're again slowly right now trailing behind Soul, but still climbing really brilliantly, because you saw they had 8 finishes. Just because they did not pay the attention to the circle, they got eliminated. But do you think in Miramar at least they will pay heed to the circle and first enter the circle and then pick the fights? Because the aggression, there's nothing lacking for global esports.
To wish that Team Global does that, because see, it's small mistakes. Now, if I
Yes.
if I specifically talk, there was this instant where Global went into a 1v1 situation.
Mm-hmm.
There was a last surviving player. They went all together. I mean, the gameplay that Global showcases, right? They always intend to go together and stick together. What
Yes.
happened there were, it was single player going further. He got down. It was fortunate that there was a cover fire provided, but again, what if the cover fire was not there? Global could
Mm-hmm.
have lost one and two of their players there because of such a small mistake, right? So
Yes.
there's a lot of things that need to be calculated in this specific way. You need to stick together no
Mm-hmm.
matter what. Now, the way everything has been, you need to stick together. But ladies and gentlemen, no more waits, no more discussion, as it's time for Miramar, the fourth match of the day. Gillette 7C Invitational, and the fly path is looking beautiful, Sam. Los Leones up there to Torre Emoda. I mean, I want you to predict circle first, and then we'll have more discussions.
I I feel
Okay?
the circle should be somewhere close to El Pozo. Right now, I'm feeling like, especially after seeing the northern circle in Erangel, I want that, but I have a feeling somewhere like my sixth sense is feeling that the BGMI gods are going to be denying us that, and they'll be showing us a circle somewhere towards Monte Nuevo and Chumacera, close to a central and southern circle is what I'm presuming, but I really like the flight path. It's going to be straight. There's a little bit of an inclination that's just very minute, just like we certain times make mistakes when we are aligning stuff and trying to go for placements, right? So I think it's going to be okay and something that we can disregard, but the drop clashes is something that I'm not hoping for. But what about your thoughts on the circle quickly?
Ernest, come on. I want lastly, Ernest.
Okay.
I definitely, I'm pretty excited. I was waiting for you to ask me. I just had my answer prepared. I mean, the way I answered. Okay. Good one.
I mean, I was just thinking about it. We should have a central and south one, and also you said Los Leones, so it's kind of both things that teams were like looking forward to, right? I mean, you wanted Los Leones, I wanted Chumacera Montenegro, so the BGMI gods they combined everything and showcased us all the three. Yes, we both will be happy. Let's hope the I would say teams are happy about it, Darshita, because we know, right, at the end of the day, irrespective of how we are feeling, how the viewers are feeling, it's about how teams are, I would say, getting ready for this to get their game face on. But right now, to get your game faces on, viewers, you can check out the limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark III razors. It's only right now available online. The link is in the description, and it might be your only chance to use the hashtag and flex hashtag your game face on, and maybe even flex with the couple of clips that you as an individual have performed, and you can use your hashtag mark moment to showcase it to us along with tagging us in that, I would say, story, or maybe the, I would say, clip itself. But right now, look at this. I really like what production is showing us, and as you did rightly say, global esports like to stick together, and you saw three players. I'm pretty sure the fourth one was also very close, and yes, he is. All the four players are together flying. I mean, same goes for Hyderabad HYDRAS, but look at them. They're already kind of split and decided where they want to head in terms of, I would say, the loot. But now it looks like Nakul, he's giving the calls that he spotted a couple of players from Hyderabad HYDRAS who are getting down in a close compound as them. And look at that, Ace Black immediately not wasting time. He just has a pistol to play with, and he's looking forward to connecting the bullets. I don't think that's going to be happening. Even if he connects, it might be just little damage, but because of the range, he's not connecting anything.
About HYDRAS. As we keep on saying about SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos, this is another love story that we have. It's gonna be a drop clash happening. The previous time in the previous Miramar, Sam, it was global capitalizing over the entire situation, where, trust me, Hyderabad HYDRAS, they just made a small mistake. Now, if Hyderabad HYDRAS are able to trace the mistake that they made, they may capitalize over this entire situation and take the sides of global town. Plus, they have an opportunity because global came down late, and it was Hyderabad HYDRAS first having a great chunk of this entire zone. So my hopes are really high in regards to Hyderabad HYDRAS this time, because they have a lot of opportunities, they got a lot of advantages. But right, global, an aggressive team. We saw 1v3, we saw 1v4, we saw a lot coming from the sides of global. So again, you never know what can happen here. Global versus Hyderabad HYDRAS. Well, our audience can definitely let us know in the comment section itself. So the comment section is open down there. What do you guys think? Will it be Hyderabad HYDRAS? Will it be global? Or will it be both of the teams falling out, not getting into a fight? But on the other sides, we have Team Seoul. Right now, looking good with whatever they are doing. It's just like few more points in each match can get them to the top directly.
Look at these three teams that we are just seeing. Seoul in the 10th position, and then Hyderabad HYDRAS at the 8th position, and Global Esports on the 11th position. All these three teams are looking forward to making their way to the top 5, top 3, and even top 1 eventually when they get a chance to it. So these teams are very crucial right now, especially in these starting stages. Because if you see teams such as, I would say, OR, Enigma, and as well as TSM in the starting stages, and even if they get eliminated, it actually does not matter, and that's the reason this fight is going to be super interesting. Joker right now, he's pouring, he wants to go in for a surprise, and I'm pretty sure we all know how Joker is as a player and as well as the character itself. It's going to be giving you surprises all around. Let's hope they're going to be going in for the surprises. Duo team coming here, Nakul also going in for a slam, and they're going to be isolating carry, but he has a grenade in his hand. Will he connect that grenade is going to be the question. He also has an AKM and an M4 right now to play with. The damage has been done, and that's going to be carry being taken down.
But HYDRAS, unfortunate once again, one of their players go down. I'm scared for Hyderabad HYDRAS because it's going to be difficult. It's getting more and more difficult. I really loved the way Global has been performing together. As I said, they weren't together a while ago, but right now They've been sticking together. They've been isolating one single player and then capitalizing over the entire situation. This way of performing can lead beautiful points to global out there. Hyderabad Hydras, I guess the two players are already way too far away, but there's one player who's stuck between. That's Maxi. Look at that. He's been stuck. He cannot get out of that place. If he does, he gets caught by either Manya or either the three players behind. So all he can do is wait for Global to make a mistake,
And
or yeah.
he cannot go for loot as well, Darshita, because his footsteps will be heard. And as you said, he's kind of sandwiched right now, and he does not want to give away any sound. And reinforcements is what he'll be looking forward to. But he has a chance. He's heard so much noise coming in from Global Esports. He's going to be spotting them. If he sprays them together, 3 players in one single vehicle. He holds.
Do Maxi do that? No, he doesn't. Maxi loses an opportunity. I mean, we are able to see that, right? Maxi is not sure of what is happening out there, so that's the reason Maxi will be being a bit safe and secure. Hyderabad Hydras, they are trying to figure and make a way out of this all situation. There's 2 players who are already out, but Maxi, I'm looking forward to how Ace Black will be helping his teammate Maxi to get out of all that situation. This Global, okay, Global, they got a vehicle. They're getting out of that compound. Maxi can be safe. But
Yes.
not Manti right now, because Manti's vehicle is being compromised and there's a lot of vehicle out there. Global is not happy with the drop clash that they always face. Manti goes down. There's one player out again, Ace Black again in his vehicle. Maxi, don't know where Maxi is, what is his plan, but on the other side, I can clearly see what GODLIKE has planned. They are trying to take Enigma down. One player is already down right now. Either you revive him back or either you lose him completely.
These are the teams that are running away with points, right? So that's the reason GODLIKE wants to take these teams at the top itself, because there right now, I would say, the teams or players who are making life difficult are not the teams who are in the bottom. The teams at the bottom, yes, they'll be looking forward to getting their way in, but look at this Joker. You're still outside the play zone. This is what I would say was one of the casualties because of which Global Esports kind of lost. Otherwise, we could have seen them also getting a chicken dinner. But right now, Enigma, they seem lost in this fight. They don't know what to do, and that's the reason they're immediately making a run for it. Neo unable to connect the spray on that tum-tum car. But look at this, Enigma, Eggy as well as Avia, they're still together. If they connect the bullets on these players, one of them might go down. The spray is coming through, but I think, did they even damage the vehicle? Did they even flat a tire over there? I don't think anything of that sort happened, and Avi is just like full on gas pedal and he's just running away. He's not even giving the slightest chance for GODLIKE to follow through to trail right behind them. And right now they put GODLIKE in a difficult situation, but Eggy, he did not think that they will be still scoping in. They thought maybe they would have left them out, but Eggy immediately, as soon as he gets that connection, gets back into the house. He has understood that GODLIKE, they're not going to let Enigma get out so easily.
GODLIKE wants it. No matter what, they want it definitely. On the other side, we have 8-bit now. Juicy, Madman, Drive, Tsunami, the 4 surviving players. Look at GODLIKE. See God, why? Why so aggressive?
They need
This
the
man.
points. They need the finishes.
I agree they need the finishes, but again, Sam, he is a lone survivor out here. He's away. Jonathan is far away. If all the players falters down, Jonathan, the only way he got is to run away. They need to wait. Jonathan, and look at that. That's already a 1v1. Okay, there's a backup 2 players already here. GODLIKE looking way aggressive, and you know aggressive always works with GODLIKE. So if this works, there's going to be 4 finishes that GODLIKE got themselves. Z got hitting back a lot of damage. So is the amount of damage that he provided to the opponent, Eggy. Now Eggy, he needs to be safe. He found one balcony to sit around, chill around. It's waiting down. He can't chill because there's 4 players down, waiting to take him out completely.
I think they spotted him. They did try to spray, but it was, I guess, the other balcony. And right now, I'm pretty sure, should have the information that Eggy is sitting in a different balcony. ClutchGod even goes for a check, and Eggy will be down as Z-God goes in for a check on the other one. And that's going to be another player out from Enigma. Rex and Avi are going to be the only 2, but ClutchGod finds him as Avi was trying to jump. And right now, Rex needs to tuck his tail and make a run for it. But Global Esports, they're right now looking forward to fall because Ace Black, along with his teammate Manti, they have come in close. Maxi OP, they're together, pouncing upon Global Esports, punishing them for the initial aggression that they made. And Hyderabad Hydras, they will be the ones coming on top. And this is why we said Global Esports, pay attention to the circle. Hyderabad Hydras are not your enemies. Hyderabad Hydras might be your opponent here in the 16-team lobby, but they will be just giving you finish points. Look at the bigger fishes, look at the bigger pond, look at the ocean itself, and jump over there, and they make the mistake, and Global Esports are out and are going to be the first team. And what a domination coming in. Maxi was stuck inside a house, but he survives and he wins.
This is 3 from Maxi. Oh my god. Hyderabad Hydra is really happy with the revenge. But right now, look at Neo. Completely eliminated. One more. There's a lot of pans that we have right now here. And that's Enigma losing 3 of them. Rex, last surviving player, the only option he got was to run the hell out of that position. But Entity makes their way in. No! Godlike, there's going to be one player down. But at the same time, Z-God will be going in for a fair trade. And that's going to be one down from Entity as well. Okay, look at that. Girl like Neo got a title for the pan itself. And there's this pan shining bright. And dancing as well.
But Neo is not happy. Look at him. He's
True.
immediately going in the forefront, holding a compound from wherever Entity fired. But right now the fight is also between Blind, and they find a player who's isolated. That's going to be Top Dog. Why were you even here? And it is a 1v1 fight, so both of them are isolated. So no questions on why even Williams is here. But let's see who's going to be, I will say, making their way out. Now with Revenant losing a player, the other players from Revenant were trying to push up close to Blind Williams. I'm not sure if it's going to be happening, but the edge of the circle is in the hands of Team Godlike. But the team which is even more further inside and have better space and also better compounds is going to be Entity. Look at Entity. They're making a move. They understand the circle will switch any time. And they're thinking something about it, that maybe we'll push up and move somewhere else. But Enigma Rex, whom actually dodged the team of Godlike, somehow, not too sure how, he's very close to Revenant. So Rex, let's see how he'll be able to survive, because if he gets eliminated here, 14th position, 0 finishes, 0 placement points.
That's unfortunate. 0 is not a number. You have 7C. Tarang, no. No! No! You need to be careful with vehicles again and again. For a fact that the vehicles are something that can cause a lot of problems. Look at that. Picardo is the area that 7C. We see them right now. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming on the other side. They got a beautiful victory for themselves. And again, it comes to a fact that we always know, right? SKYLIGHTZ game. I mean, any team getting a victory goes down. Now, as I say that, I see Hyderabad Hydras nearby. There's 3 players, but one is isolated. Somraj gets caught here. A lot of bullets being sprayed at him. Goes SKYLIGHTZ. That's going to be Somraj down to the ground. 2 versus 3. Hyderabad Hydras making things work in their favor. But I guess they'll be moving away after giving a lot of damage. But will they be able to do that? Because Vexy finds Hyderabad Hydras. And I guess they have decided not to get and engage themselves more in this.
It's going to be difficult also right now to engage. They have to run, especially with the buggy's tire being bursted out. But it's a good call coming in from them. If they were inside the circle, they could have done it. And I think this confidence is there from Hyderabad Hydras is because of a 2v4 that they pulled off. But right now, look at this. A mini 4 action coming through from CHEMIN's end on Marcos. And Marcos, we keep talking about them. You might see them in a good position. You might, I would say, talk about them as well in terms of, yes, they're looking good, the position is great, they will be doing a lot, but as soon as we switch up from Marcos itself, we eventually see them faltering apart. But right now, Godlike have entered and they are going to be clashing up with Entity itself. Entity were the ones, they found Jonathan, and Godlike, they're not at all happy about it. Dark Lord has been isolated. They're going in for the fight with him first, eliminating him. They're throwing down the grenades. They're thinking about mollies as well. Let's see when the rifles will be coming up, because Dark Lord is very close to that uphill, and that's the reason the grenades, they're not connecting.
Dark Lord is waiting, and all he can do is wait, right? There's no other
cannot
option
get
that he
up.
got. Yeah, exactly. He cannot get up because he does that. He'll be hitting back a lot of damage. So is the case with Troy, but Neo right now, the ridge is something that can cause a problem, not just for Entity, but for, the other team out there, Godlike as well. On the other side, we have TSM and Blind. TSM, they need to do something. They need to gather something. Because they are already on the first sides of the overall standing. TSM versus Blind. This fight is something that we are going to witness again and again. And I guess Deadpool is just compromises himself. TSM going a bit aggressive. There's vehicle that TSM already got nearby the warehouse. TSM looking really good and confident. But the fight eventually needs to make a way in their favor. Because if that doesn't, it can cause a lot of problems. But talking more about problems, that's Entity goes. Noob goes down. Neo, beautiful connection. Not just takes him down to his knees, but gets him saying a goodbye to his team completely. Now Playzone will be taking Ace Black down. That's Hyderabad HYDRAS after starting it off beautifully, going down. Not a beautiful way, but what do you think about this fight between Entity and Godlike?
I mean, Dark Lord should have been the one converting things. His position was brilliant, but Godlike were able to move around him and push close to the players of Entity, and I'm pretty sure they were not ready. And Noob immediately got flustered over there, and that's the reason he could not do a lot. But now the grenades are being prepped from both the ends, but that's going to be the end for Hyderabad HYDRAS. As you can see in the finish feed, both the players go down to the finish in the play zone, but they did get 4 finishes in their name. But right now I just saw a sniper action coming through. I'm not too sure if it was an M24 or a Car 98. It was a sniper shot and a knock being dealt, but right now Soul, they're looking forward to retaliate. The fight is between 7C and Soul, but Dark Lord, as I said, he should be the one who should have done the damage. We are still waiting out if it's going to be happening or not. Soul a little bit in a difficult spot, but Hector's position is compromised. Prince is known. Prince will be giving away the call, does the damage, but immediately Hector goes back. But right now Ghosty from Marcos, he falls to his own knock. What is happening? Omega finally gets another confirmation in terms of knock. Omega, unfortunate, and he should be wrapped up. But in the meantime, Goblin also assaults. He is looking forward to a lot more players. He's jumping up, but he goes down to his own death. Unfortunate. Savitar as well as Aladdin were together, and he did not read it. He did do the damage to take down Aladdin, but that's the last. And Soul wiped.
Ouch, that hurts. That definitely hurts Team Soul again falling down, and there was something I was talking about, right? You need to make each map work in your favor. Jonathan will be taking one more. Godlike looking good this time.
Oh,
How long
Jonathan.
taking 2? Jonathan, after Entity took down Jonathan, they just woke up Lion from his sleep, and now this Lion is gonna eat up everyone. He sees he takes 2 down.
What?
But he needs to see his back. What? Jonathan, you got players at your back. Do not do that. He's just trying to go into a different angle. Cloud will be confirming Neo. There's one from Godlike eliminated, but Z-God doing the rest of the job. 3 for Z-God. Jonathan getting his finishes confirmed. Godlike, after losing 1 player, got 7. And that's a huge number.
It is huge, but they should not have lost Neo over there. I think
True.
Jonathan's pick over there on the Golden Mirado and try to just push in. He thought everybody else in terms of their position are clear, but right now TSM holding the circle. Clutch God falls down with the tum-tum card. That's going to be an easy finish out in the open, and TSM find another one. And this is why we say Godlike in terms of aggression, there is nobody that can contest them, but they always catch these players while they are rotating. And unfortunate, now it's only the last 2 surviving players, Z-God and Jonathan. Both these players have survived for the longest when we have seen them on Erangel. On Miramar, I'm not too sure. And you can see domination coming in from Z-God as well in the left hand bottom corner. But right now, can these 2 surviving players do a lot? They're at the edge of the circle, so in terms of damage, they can be a little bit of, I would say, mind free of not getting any of it. They can be sure of it, but where the next circle is going to be forming is what they have to predict and move their way over there. But Nigma Galaxy in the meantime, they're having a little bit of a trouble in holding their ground, but Z-God gets spotted. That is from OR. The spray is coming through Z-God in a very tough situation, and Z-God, he needs to come back, but before he can come back, he has to put down something in terms of the smoke or try to use a grenade to block the vision, and he's doing that itself. He's deployed the smoke and he's immediately running back to Jonathan, and the circle, oh my god, Darshita, look at how much is shifted from Godlike. It's going to be a huge, I would say, travel for Godlike to get inside the circle itself, and before they can get in, they have to fight with 4 different teams, and they've already started off. First is going to be 7C.
Is already down. Looking forward to capitalize more, because right now Godlike needs the most. They need everything right now, because if they don't, they will be facing a downfall. Once again, on the other side, we have TSM. On the other side, we have Z-God who's being caught in a complete open area. The vehicle on the edge of getting blasted. Boom! Boom! 1, 2, 3. Z-God goes down, and that's Aru taking him down. Jonathan, the last surviving man. I guess he just got himself compromised, but this time Jonathan is better with the amount of spray and the amount of connection he got. And Aditya, look at how low Aditya is. Takes 1. Jonathan will be taking Aru down there. Aditya's location has been compromised. TSM Aquanox with that grenade will be taking 1 on blind. Jonathan, a lot of smokes in his way to block the visions completely. Justin will be taking 7C Savitar down there. Savitar gets confirmed. There's, oh my god, TSM Aquanox will be taking 1 more. Blind. Right now they're getting devastated from the sides of TSM as 1 more goes down. Aquanox 3. Aquanox got 3. And there's a search of the 4th one, but before that, there's a huge responsibility of reviving your friend, your teammate, back to his life so that you can be together the rest of the match itself.
You need all the 4 players, especially on Miramar. You don't know where the sprays come from, you don't know where the grenades come in, and you need to have the information. For that, you need the players. But right now, look at that. Jonathan, unfortunate he does not have players that can help him rely in terms of information. Even ZGOD is gone out and done. But look at the team itself. They have 7 finishes. 1 finish for Jonathan. We saw him taking that. He was going in for another one. He did do the knock, but it was his teammate who got that finish. But Aquanox, as you said, brilliant play coming in from him. But Jelly, he's not letting Jonathan survive at all. The blue zone is pushing him, and Jelly wants to catch him right at that blue zone. He wants to make sure before Jonathan can find his way in, he wants to eliminate him. Again, gets him spotted. He's trying to spray. Jonathan is just making a run for it, but I don't think from here on he's going to be able to run, because there's just a tree which is already dead. There's no bushes around the tree, and it's going to be making life difficult. And also the play zone doing the damage now. He just has a boulder, but he gets spotted from 8-bit raid, and that's Jonathan out. Now OR feeling really good, but not in terms of the finishes, but good in terms of that they've eliminated GODLIKE.
My god, that's one man and an entire squad getting eliminated. I talk about elimination, that's Enigma who gets eliminated. The zone shift favors the sides of Revenant this time once again. Revenant, they have a chance of denying entry to each and every team out here, because Revenant is looking good and all their players are inside the zone itself. CHEMIN Esports found sides of OR, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming having a fight with TSM. Now, think about CHEMIN Esports, they always survive till the end, but when it's time to fight at this point of time, even if one player falters, the entire team gets into a problem. Now, this shows us how, good CHEMIN is as a team itself. But again, when it comes to an individual performance, somewhere down the line, there's something that is creating a problem for the entire squad behind the line. TSM on the other side got 6 for themselves. Again, a good number. TSM sealing each and every map. Ninja Jord, top fragger himself, showcasing why is he worth staying in top fragger. Once again, a beautiful spray inside the smoke, taking one player out. Beautiful head connection it was. Looking forward to confirm that MJ will be going in for some smokes. Ninja Jord with one beautiful grenade stick. Somraj, Kamla boy down. Ninja Jord turning out to be a beast. Finally goes down. Oh my god, the level of domination right now. Blaze is down. He needs to be revived back. Pukar goes down. That's 1v1. No, Ninja Jord again confirms him. Oh my god, how many freaking finishes? 4 out of 10 is what Ninja Jord got himself.
I mean, he will be super happy about it, but he needs to immediately revive his players. Otherwise, another team fights, and that's going to be OR coming in. OR are outside the circle, and this was a fight that CHEMIN actually initiated against OR, but it looks like CHEMIN could not complete it. But Ninja Jord finishes it off. 5 finishes for this man. They only lose Blaze OP. How did it all turn around? It was all Ninja Jord taking that responsibility, and the name itself putting chills down everybody's spine. And Ninja Jord, he's not stopping. He's revived the players now, deploying smokes to travel, get inside, and pick up lot in terms of fight. But 8-bit, they are also inside the circle, and that's the reason they're looking forward to deny. Enigma Galaxy players who are trying to slowly creep their way in are getting denied of the positions. But Ninja Jord, as soon as he was taking his buggy, he reached and he sees the spray coming through and immediately jumps out and immediately hides behind a hard cover. That is a boulder. Let's see for how long he can survive. But CHEMIN, they are also out in the open. They have a couple of players who are knocked, and if TSM wants to capitalize, this is the opportunity they need to jump on.
Dreams. He has his crosshair right in the place, but just for a fact that he knows, it doesn't knows the complete location, is not firing. If he could have done that for a longer period of time, he could have got one, but oh no! Beautiful that grenade was, taking down Paradox down to his ground. Right goes down as Delta PG will be the one confirming. Aquanox again trying to figure out way out. Justin will be confirming. Madman and Juicy right now is left behind. His location is being compromised. TSM trying their level best to take him out. CHEMIN Esports right exactly in the front. 11 finishes for TSM. Right now, victory is all that they need, because previously they were denied in Erangel itself. It's so beautiful performance right now. They got 11 dreams. His location is being compromised. There's a lot of grenades he is facing. Aquanox takes one on Cure. That's TSM for you guys. Again and again proving us on how deadly this team is. Paradox will be confirming Enigma Galaxy Dreams. That's going to be NGX getting eliminated. Kyoya is down to the ground. He needs to be revived back before TSM makes their way here, because if they do... Oh my god, they were just waiting for me to say that. TSM, they're already here. They have decided to completely eliminate Revenant. This is not going to be easy for them, ladies and gentlemen, but TSM, they're going to try the level best right now. Revenant versus CHEMIN versus TSM is all about victory for any one of them.
It's all about the time, and look at that. The weight was there from Revenant. That weight did look good, but the grenade, it also worked, and it was the reason that now Shadow is down. But look at Ninja Jot's position. He was up close. The molly comes in, which pushes him back. But Paradox is already looking for a flank with his teammate, but his teammate will be getting knocked. Or wait, he's not knocked, but the damage is being done. Ninja Jot is looking for to patch himself up, but he was spotted outside the window, and the knock comes through, and it looks like TSM are falling one after another. But Juicy turning things around. He does find a player, but before he could find a knock, it is going to be him being eliminated, and 8-bit is done for, and this is the opportunity that TSM needed, and TSM right now are back into the game. They've patched themselves up, looking good in terms of aggression. Let's see if they'll be able to convert this, because this is still a 3v3 situation, because now Encore falls. Maybe it might become a 3v2, because Encore, he's a little bit far away, but in the meantime, look at the push coming in. KO, he finds 2 players. He's fighting the last one, Aquanox as well, and it was the assistance coming in from Paradox. Kyoya pulls off a 1v2. Paradox finishes with the last player, and TSM is out. The team which has so much in terms of finishes and look like they could have gotten the chicken dinner the whole day today. We are just seeing TSM going so aggressive and getting finishes, but denied the chicken dinner. And right now, CHEMIN taking advantage, pushing back the team. Same number of finishes that TSM had, and it is going to be CHEMIN who will be reigning and getting their chicken dinner to make their way to the top.
Finishes in total, if we, join what CHEMIN and TSM has done. 22 to 24 freaking finishes. CHEMIN ESPORTS, the victory that they needed, they got it amazingly. 11 finishes. We did not see CHEMIN ESPORTS. I'm still trying to figure out on how long do we see CHEMIN ESPORTS. But again, victory. 11 finishes and 15 placement points. That gets them 26. A good number, a decent number, because they're already in the first set of the overall standing, right? They were being pushed down, but with this 26 points, they are going to jump up. And now, I'm eager to see what TSM has said. Will TSM get the hashtag 2 back for themselves is the question that I have right now, because it's been beautiful to see TSM going so aggressive. We haven't seen TSM doing so much in the previous days, but when it comes to making a comeback, Ninja Jod, man, just bow down to this man. This man is just crazy.
Darshita, I think you was just talking about number 2, right? But I think they're going to the hashtag 1, not hashtag 2, because
okay.
Enigma got eliminated very early on. OR were trying to eliminate TSM, but TSM retaliated, and OR, I'm not too sure how many they got. I think they got minimum in 3 finishes, I guess, because GODLIKE was their main, I would say, opponent from majorly where they got the finishes from. Z-God was one, and Jonathan was one. I think even Clutch God was one where they found him out in the open. So those 3 finishes is what I saw. But after that, I'm not too sure. OR did even get in a fight between CHEMIN, but we saw CHEMIN had all their 4 players surviving. So I don't think they found anything else. So the possibility is there that TSM can jump in the first spot. But I'm feeling really bad. But as I said, right, how TSM are playing, it feels like they're about to get their chicken dinner as well very soon. 3 matches back to back. This is how they've played, and I want to witness the action once again. Let's head over to the highlights itself, where we started seeing Global Esports commanding on Hyderabad HYDRAS, but one mistake they made was not checking every compound. But the same mistake will come in from GODLIKE as well, not in this fight when they picked up with Enigma, but with the fight that they did not pick up with Entity when they thought that maybe Entity players are already away.
Sad for the sides of Global, because right now Joker was the last surviving player. It was a 2v4, and we even saw an emote. We even saw a pan.
Exactly.
We saw so much. We just witnessed so much in this one specific map. GODLIKE Jonathan was down, and as I said, you just woke up a beast, and that's how Jonathan turned things around. Not just Jonathan, but the entire squad. Blind got one on, Revenant. Somraj was put down by Hyderabad HYDRAS. Now, at this point of time, I thought Hyderabad HYDRAS, after getting a victory on Global, they could have moved inside the zone rather than getting into a fight, because SKYLIGHTZ, they weren't sure of the position. There was 7C and Soul getting into a fight. 7C Prince was down. Goblin was the last surviving player. There was a self-molly from Savitar as well, but ideally that fight went in the hands of 7C, where the last surviving player, Prince, he just eliminated. Entity Dark Lord was caught by Jonathan, and that was how Dark Lord was just not put down, completely eliminated. Then it was Troy, who Jonathan took down, and multiple players from the sides of Entity as well. One more Z-God did the last jobs, and that's how we saw 1v3 Clutch God in a complete open area. He just got spotted. We went down, and he just got completely eliminated. That was an easy finish because it was a complete open area, right?
You can't do anything about it. That
Yeah.
was a little bit too easy, but the entire game itself was not at all. The way this panned out, especially look at this TSM, even though they could have held their position and picked the fight with Godlike, they paid attention to the circle, started moving upwards inside the circle. This is a fight that we even previously saw when SKYLIGHTZ and TSM took it up, but previously when TSM went in for a fight, it was SKYLIGHTZ jumping on top of Marcos, or yes, it was REVENANT, and then TSM, and then TSM got eliminated from a different team entirely. But this time, that did not happen. Even though TSM did fight with SKYLIGHTZ, they were getting third-partied, but they retaliated brilliantly and they eliminated Aditya over there, the last surviving player for OR. A good try coming in from him. He did jiggle multiple times to get it in his favor, but this man, Kyoya, he did so much in terms of eliminating players from TSM. If he did not get the connections, we would have seen maybe REVENANT going down. But look at that, Paradox, a grenade connects on top of him, but then his teammates revive him, because of which Paradox puts the last nail in on the coffin on which TSM's name was written.
TSM. Unfortunate. I mean, I'm really feeling sad for TSM right now. Because not just once, not just twice, but thrice, the chicken dinner has been snatched away from them. I'm really feeling sad for this team right now. Revenant, they went aggressive on TSM. It was 2 players down. Equinox was the last surviving man. He did all that he could. He took 1 player down. Look at that. He went down. He just tried to go in for spray again, but that didn't get a connection, and that's how they got eliminated. Then it was Revenant getting eliminated. Again! Ninja Jard!
We already presumed.
5 finishes, and that's your Gillette MVP of the match. A lot that TSM has done, and in respect to what Ninja Jord has done, out of 11 finishes, he got 5, and that's 41.67% of contribution. Just how beautiful his game face is looking, so is his gameplay right now.
You need to also get your game faces on just like him. Look at him, how sharp he's looking, and especially the smooth shaves that he kind of got for his teammates with the Gillette Mark III razor. Do check it out. The link will be in the description. But as we were talking about the number of points, look at that. CHEMIN has 11, whereas TSM has 12. But just because CHEMIN got their chicken dinner, they will be getting those additional 3 points, and that's the reason they have pushed themselves up, and they'll be at 26 total points. But just imagine if CHEMIN did not do the damage, could not get the finishes, TSM would have reigned superior and would have been at the first spot. But with this 26 and 22 points, I feel like CHEMIN are also going to be coming close to the top 3 or top 4. We will be waiting for it. But Revenant, they are also understanding that they need to start jumping up to the first page. 7 points for them in terms of finishes, in total 19. 8-bit with 3 for themselves, total of 11. But Godlike, I mean, not a lot, but at least better, Darshita. From seeing 4-3 in terms of total points, they've gotten 8 here, 7 in their finishes itself, and again, this time also due to rotation, they got caught out. Nigma Galaxy survived, because of which their total is going to be 7 points. OR also with 7 points, 7C with 6 points, Hyderabad HYDRAS with 4, Blind Official with 2 points alongside Global Esports, SKYLIGHTZ with just 1, along with Enigma, Marcos, Entity, and Soul, all of them just having 1 point each. But here's where, is this 7 point enough to make sure that OR are still on top, because they were in a point lead of 9 points, but now if you add on 16, but TSM have gotten 22 points, so I think there is a possibility that OR have pushed down. Let's head over to the match overall standings itself, and TSM have jumped 2 spots. As I said, that's not going to be #2, it's going to be #1, and creating a difference of just 6 points, Darshita. 6 from 9.
Way TSM has been performing, Sam, I guess it's gonna be more.
Yes, wait and watch.
Look at the aggression. 121 freaking finishes. Are you kidding me? 121. There's no one near to 110 even. And TSM is already on 121. I guess we know who the MVT, the team with the most finishes, is going to be. But again, tomorrow's day can change things around. So maybe not, maybe yes. But on the second, we have OR. Snatched away the throne that they were holding. That's TSM, but OR got 239. There's a 6 points buffer again. OR, if they perform, they can make it to the top. TSM next is Sanhok, and as I keep saying about it, there's one team dominating. It can be TSM. Enigma on the third with 224. Godlike not moving a muscle. That's 210. But the buffer is huge. 35 points. That equals to 2 matches. On the basis of what Godlike is showcasing in terms of performance right now. CHEMIN, a good one for them, jumping 2 spots up and pushing 8-bit and SKYLIGHTZ 1 spot down. That's 196, 196, and 117, respectively. 8-bit and CHEMIN have a different, competition in between them with the total amount of same finishes, that the total amount of same total points that they got. There's Hyderabad Hydras with 166, but look at that. Hyderabad Hydras is the only team who hasn't got 3 digits in terms of the placement points and total finishes as well. But there's all other teams in the first site who have got 3 digit in terms of just placement points.
Exactly. It's right now Hyderabad Hydras, and look at the way they do not want to give up, Darshita. We thought with Hyderabad Hydras losing players to Global Esports, especially with going down, and then we saw Manti going down. We thought maybe the other two players they're bound to go down very soon, but they pick up a fight. And where we thought that the fight will never be working in their favor, they convert that 2v4 and do a brilliant execution. Now, yes, because of that, they're still in the top 8, but for how long? They need to think about not only the top 8 but getting to the top spot, and that's what Revenant is hungry for. And they jump 3 spots up, 141 points, but still the distance and the journey is going to be huge because Darshita, we just saw 245, meaning that for Revenant to get to the first spot, they have to get 105 points. 7C, they finally get pushed down. They were dwindling between 8 and 9, and now they're getting pushed down. They're at the 10th position with 134. 127 each for Nigma Galaxy as well as Global Esports, but because Seoul could not do a lot here, and the rush coming in from 7C, they got eliminated very early on, and you can see they've toppled down 3 spots, Darshita. They're in hashtag 13, and that's not going to be a good spot. Yes, 1 point away from the 12th and the 11th position, but they have to think about what they will be doing in the next upcoming matches. Entity, not a calculated fight. They picked the fight, they kind of called the beasts up, called them up, and then they asked them, can you fight with us? And they said, let's see. And then they kept the phone, and Entity were wiped out after that. But yes, a brilliant try, and especially Neo going down was one of the reasons. Also, Godlike fell apart with just getting 8 points. Blind, unfortunate for them. Their performance on Erangel is good, but on Miramar and other maps and next coming Sanhok, it's not at all looking that great. I'm getting worried for them. And then we are going to be seeing one of the last few teams now in the last few matches, especially as I said already, Darshita, 12th to the 16th. I would say very difficult to even understand whether they have a chance to qualify or not.
Tick tick 8. It's Sanhok. And the second last map of the second last day. It's gonna be intense, it's gonna be interesting. But who is gonna be on top? We saw TSM dominating in each and every map, but there's no TSM when we talk about the victory here. Look at that. We have Enigma, we have 8-bit, we have SKYLIGHTZ, we have CHEMIN. We do not have TSM. We can see them, but you don't know if that is going to happen or no. Right now, even there's one team that I'm scared of, and that's Marcos Gaming, because they haven't yet crossed 100. That's a 3 digit for them. 94 is where they are, 6 points away. Now, a while ago, they were on 93. They got 1
Yes.
point. Now they're on 94. And if they keep on gaining one single point, I mean, till tomorrow's day, cannot see them crossing 100 mark. And that's really difficult because the top team, it has crossed 200. And 100 points, covering it up right now, trust me, it's next to impossible. I mean, I'm a bit too harsh right now,
Yep.
but right, it is what it is. So crossing 100 marks in a single day, it's going to be really difficult, really challenging. You need to make sure that each map you play gives you 30 points.
Darshita,
And
for
that's next to impossible.
teams, once we are kind of harsh or once we make kind of a rigid comment about them, they immediately answer back. And I think that's
Yeah,
kind of a
that's
thing that we
something.
want to ignite inside them. Right now, I mean, it feels disheartening for us as well because after getting the first chicken dinner ever of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational on the start of day one itself in the first matchup, our hopes were completely sky high. We thought, okay,
True.
Marcos, I'm not saying that they will become the champions. The possibility would have been there, and if not, at least staying in the top 3. But being in the 16th position, the bottom, was not at all even thought about coming in from Marcos. And right now, I'm getting very worried on how they will be even making their way there. The chances very bleak. But yes, I would say teams need to figure out a way to first get into the top 13, because until the top 13 there are prizes. But right now there is going to be chances for you making use of the twister here on Sanhok. The flight path is there, and along with the flight path, I'm going to be bringing back Edge here on the desk, as Darshita's, I would say, flight attendance for today is done, and Edge will be flying the flight here in Sanhok from close to Hatin and ending up at Lakawi, and we'll be seeing how this flight will be working in team's favor. And Edge, what's your quick circle prediction?
Well, circle prediction. I think Camp Charlie and Cave might be, coming into play there as well. But thing is, it's Sanhok. I'm not gonna miss it, right? I had to come back because Sanhok is a map that's, once again, it's really small, and also
But changes
quick
everything.
fights. And yeah, you're right. It changed everything. And just as I said, Cave and Camp Charlie, they're in the zone, but guess what? They barely made it, right? I mean, anyone towards that dogs are going to be having a really tough time there. And also Camp Alpha. Well, NTD, I think they got to make that rotation happen. And look at TSM. They wanted to, I think, take control of Alpha, but I think they spotted, NTD going towards that area as well. And maybe the detour. And right now, they're kind of split up. I see a couple of players on the other island, split up between two islands. But here's the thing. As you said, I mean, as you guys were talking about, Marcos, right?
Yeah.
I still want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Exactly.
I still say that they have a chance, but this match is their only shot. This match, if Sanhok does not go into their favor, and I don't mean a victory, I mean at least 20. At least 20 from here on forward. Every match, 15, 20, 15, 20. Then they might have a better shot at the top 5, but looks like it's gonna be a fight between NIGMA Galaxy and the NIGMA Gaming right here.
But you did also say that Camp Charlie just barely made it, and it looks like one of these teams are going to be barely making their way out. The fight kind of is getting a little bit stalled. Nigma Galaxy are thinking twice about it. I mean, there's a compound behind them which is completely open, and they can immediately disengage from this fight and make a move. But as they're making a move, if Enigma pushes up, maybe they can go down, and that's the reason they're thinking twice before taking this fight up. And also in the same time making sure they have better in terms of resources, equipments, and weapons. Because you look at Apollo, he just has a many Uzi to play with, and nothing in terms of, I would say, equipment. No first aid kits, no bandages, no boost for him, and even his helmet and vest. I mean, I don't even feel like it's a helmet and a vest that he is wearing. Just a couple of shots, he might be taken down. We'll be seeing how that fight pans out, but what do you think about Seoul as well, Edge? If I want to ask you, their performance has been wavery. One match, they perform brilliantly, jump up 3-4 spots, and then the next matchup, immediately, same number of spots, they get pushed down.
He got to be consistent, right? That is what we all are hoping for, but as you said, I think once again, they're waiting for that perfect game. Today was not their day. Yesterday, yes, they had a couple of good ones, but after that, they started to fall off. And I think that's, that same momentum, that unfortunate momentum has been carried on towards this day as well. But talking about Seoul, the thing about them is as soon as they get one game in their favor, they get the rest of the day in their momentum as well. So I'm hoping Sanhok is going to be their Q finally, and maybe they can get themselves a good score here, and maybe in the last one as well. And the next map is gonna be Erangel, once again ending things off on the classic map of BGMI. So if Seoul can do good here, pretty sure they'll do good on the last match of the day.
Let's see and wait it out. But it looks like Global Esports as well as Hyderabad HYDRAS, they were not done on Miramar. That incidents that happened where Global Esports got eliminated, they're not happy about it. But Hyderabad HYDRAS carry, he's isolated and he's close to Aru, and I don't know if Aru has the information in the same I would say wooden boats that Aru is walking and looking forward to looting up is where Carry is kind of hiding in between. And right now Carry's position is not compromised. Aru's position has been seen. Carry, will he be coming out? He's just swimming inside the water bodies, and Aru has no idea. I mean, why wait, man, make us, I would say, not too sure if you want to say whether this is going to be a suspense, whether this mystery will ever be broken, whether Aru will be going down. But this isolation, this is the chance for Hyderabad HYDRAS Carry to capitalize. But if he capitalizes here, Edge, he will be giving his sound cue to Global Esports as well, because they were making their way.
Yeah, making the way slowly but steadily. But the good thing about this matchup up until now, the first 5 minutes, no fights.
Even Enigma and NIGMA over there.
Exactly. I mean, there were a couple of shots being fired, but after that, it was that quiet. And the fact that they're sitting on the same area of the map, not really sure what's happening. And Carry, I think, is separated from his team and is trying to avoid this fight with Aru. But Aru, he has other other players to worry about right now, and Nakul can actually take advantage of both these players. Global, I think they know that there are a couple of players stranded here all by themselves, and I don't think Aru and Carry. Not really sure how they managed to. I mean, Aru is understandable. He came in for the loot, but Carry in the water, he's just holding. He's just gonna play the time now, but I don't know
Yeah.
if that's how wise of a decision that is, because he's gonna be spotted sooner or later.
Exactly, he has to make his way out, especially with Global Esports standing stuck over there. It's going to be difficult. But look at the positions coming in from Hyderabad Hydras. There is a possibility, Edge, that Hyderabad Hydras, if they regroup a little bit early, they might be able to again take down Global Esports. They can have a chance to take down OR as well, but it all depends on the time. But look at this CHEMIN as well as, I was sorry, Enigma as well as Ningma Galaxy still standing over there, still standing in Camp Charlie. Nobody looking forward to giving that position up, but Blind are making their entry into the circle. So if they hear any sounds happening at Charlie, there might be Blind looking forward to a third party, and especially with the next zones coming in, the circle might shift up. But now, look at this, Aru falls down. Ace Black, good weight coming in from him. If he would have fired, Global Esports would have known his position. But now that Global Esports fired and took down Aru, Ace Black has the information that Global Esports are here. And look at that Ace Black. He steals the finish from Global Esports, and Global Esports, they are not happy about it. Knuckle connects his shot, but the first pick comes for Ace Black.
He's taking a bit of damage there, but Carry, I think that's the play there. He was waiting for his teammate
Yes.
to come into play there, but unfortunate for OR. That's just really unfortunate. But the plan always they don't always go in your favor. You want to go for the risk, and they did take it, but also now OR, they fell off of that number one spot. So they gotta be careful, and the Ace Black has to be careful here as well. Took a lot of damage with that grenade. Sends one out of zone, but I don't think he's gonna be connecting onto anyone. A smoke being deployed, a couple of grenades being cooked and thrown as well. While deciding to retreat, want to avoid that early fight right now, but finally brawl has broken out between Enigma and NIGMA, with NIGMA getting that first finish, and now Tanki takes on Carry, instantly finishes him off as well. He doesn't want to give away any chance of escape for the side of Hyderabad Hydras.
Unfortunate Hyderabad Hydras. This is what I said. It's all about timing. Either it would have been OR, either it would have been Global Esports, or it would have been Hyderabad Hydras themselves. But it was the timing which was bad. And look at that. Manti and the other players are all right now worried of what they can do. They've already lost 2 players. OR and Global still standing strong. Global also did not lose anybody. So it is Hyderabad Hydras again coming on a disadvantage here. But finally, Nigma Galaxy, they do kind of get a player knocked. But still, look at this. This is what I said. If Blind hear the noise, they'll be looking forward to pushing in. But it's Shadow alone who's pushing up close. Where are his other teammates? And especially the zone is also crumbling right now. They should not make this move. But they're going in for a slam and edge. And they understand, I think this is the move that they're making, because they understand they have to first clear Nigma Galaxy. Otherwise, Nigma Galaxy might find them during rotation.
They can actually catch multiple teams off guard here, because as you said, Enigma has already left the vicinity. But here's the thing, another couple of squads are coming in right now, but it's gonna be Savitar taking TSM down. I mean, one of the players on the side of TSM, that is. But TSM, the top dogs as of now, everyone's looking out for them. GODLIKE was sitting on top. There was Enigma at a point of time. There was OR. I think Enigma actually made it. Never mind. I think it's OR who was sitting there. But then TSM stealing it. Everyone has their eyes on them. But Enigma Galaxy now have to, make their way back to safe zone. Which is that Enigma there? The only survivor there, I believe. There's one of the players on the side of Enigma actually stuck. But that M4 close range with the scope in as well.
No, Enigma have all their players. They've moved out edge. They're not
I think
here
one
at
player
all.
went down, right?
One player's already gone down,
Yeah,
but everybody else is surviving. Godlike, they've been spotted, and Jonathan actually connects his shot on Goblin. So Goblin right now is knocked, but Edge, now that these fights are also getting started and we are about to see the play zone also crumbling, I have a question, but because this is Sanhok, how many medkits are you expecting? Not medkits, first aid kits are you expecting in terms of being max that you'll be seeing here. Already 23 on a player from Godlike. How much more? I mean, let's just think. We've seen close to 41, I guess. How far are you going to be pushing it if you kind of want to make a assumption?
Mm,
Do you want to hit half century?
Uh, actually wanted to. I see a couple of 23s. I see 34s. I see
Yeah.
35s. So yeah, I mean maybe a 50 is on the card. But do I? I mean I want to say 50, but I mean if you ask me, do I really want to go? Do I really want to see a heel battle coming in?
Not at
I
all.
would say no. I mean we've had it enough for the past 3 days. I don't want to see it anymore. The thing is, it takes out the fun from the map of Sanhok here, right? It is a small map. We are expecting brawls. We are expecting duels between squads, and we are expecting a lot to happen towards that Paradise Resort and Boot Camp. But guess what? Both of them are going to be excluded out of the play zone here, coming into play. The third one just hitting that 11-minute mark, and Hyderabad Hydras in a lot of trouble. Lose another one.
Global Esports, this time they're not making any mistakes. But look at Manti. He's at the center of the circle. Let's see what's going to be happening, but OR also were close, and we did say it was kind of a three-way fight. Whoever times it perfectly will be getting the majority number of finishes, and it looks like Global Esports are the ones now getting it. But Jonathan, he's pushed up close. He's the only sole player, a lone person who has pushed up so close, and Robin is just waiting for the opportunity. He's heard the vehicle sound. He's hearing the footsteps as well. Where are the other players from Godlike? Why are they not with Jonathan? And the other players, they're still trailing behind, a little bit slow, but CHEMIN also holding their horses. They're holding their trigger. They're not looking forward to a jump into the fight, but in the meantime, OR, they're jumping into a fight with the Global Esports because Global Esports took a player down. Now AJ, he might be knocked, but he's not down out of the game, whereas Aru, he's done. Atanki will be going down to a grenade coming in from Nakul. So OR, they are the ones who are on a disadvantage. Aditya right now is getting pushed. The push is coming in, but Jelly is making a run for it, and I think Jelly is already thinking about the heal battle in his cards, but it is Aditya who's better. He converts and connects the damages on Nakul. Is he looking forward to the finish? But before he can, Manya spots him, and Jelly spots Manya, and now Manya is down. Now where is the last surviving player from Global Esports is the question. Manya tries to hide, but he gets immediately eliminated. The call for Joker right now, I'm pretty sure go for a heal battle, but I guess CHEMIN, they were holding that trigger, but they lost it, and they went in for a spray, and Neo, he lost his mind and immediately throws a grenade to destroy that player. So he's found a knock. Let's see if CHEMIN will be completely destroyed after igniting these beasts.
You gotta be careful when you you want to go for the crown. You better not mess if you're going for the kings as well. OR takes a multiple finish there, but here comes CHEMIN, the team that I'm still waiting. Yes, they did get themselves a chicken dinner, but that's not good enough to put them on top. That's good enough to put them on the map, but that's not good enough to put them on the top as of now. Godlike, another squad that we are still hoping to, see them come back on top because they were holding on to that position for 2 long days. And Jonathan takes a bit too long to take Madman down, who instantly peaks. And a beautiful shot to his head. I think there was a bit of a connection to his head, and then the body shot coming into play, but that was quick. And now Jonathan's in a lot of trouble, while NIGMA, they take down multiple players on the side of store. And I think there are only 1 or 2 players left, and it looks like there's 2 players left, Mega and Hector. The other 2 players, they're trying to make their way back in, but Tsunami goes down to a grenade coming in from the side of Godlike.
Godlike right now playing really good, and they understand that they have to do a lot more. They need to get back with their flow that they were showing us on day 1 and day 2. Yes, they've taken down Tsunami. ClutchGod's position is compromised from Raid, and Raid is looking forward to push up, but Raid, is he ready for the fight? Looks like he is. He picks up the UMP, but ClutchGod is better. He's done the damage, and the cover fire comes in, and now 8-bit also lose Raid, and the confirmation also comes in. Madman and Juicy are the only last 2 surviving players, and Godlike, they're pushing up. Z-God spots Juicy, and look at that spray. It's not at all stopping. The grenade goes in, does chip damage on Juicy. Now Juicy is completely compromised. The push is coming in from 2 different directions. Jonathan goes down, but not before taking down Juicy. Now it's the last surviving player, Madman. He is making a run for, because he knows he has no chance to capitalize this fight. And Juicy will be finished off in style with the buggy from ClutchGod.
Style points once again. And also the revive coming into play from to Jonathan, right? So Godlike, now they're gonna be having their 4 players up, but they gotta be careful because there are multiple squads closing on to them, and As I said multiple times, Sanhok is not a huge map, so you gotta be expecting someone to be right next to you. You never really know, in the bushes, behind the tree, in one of the shacks, right in front of you. You never really know what's happening. And also like the ceiling there, the background coming in from NTD Gaming's player cam. That's beautiful to watch. And also something else that is beautiful to watch is Troy's gameplay, because he takes down one more. Actually, the first finish in the game for them. And it's going to be CHEMIN taking the fight to Enigma. But Enigma now answering back, taking out one of the players on the side of CHEMIN down. That's Justin on the ground. But there's going to be a 1 versus 2. Egi cooking up a grenade. But Delta, he's closing in. Closing on to him right now with... Oh! Wow!
He gets it. But right now, look at Delta. He has a grenade edge. It's getting cooked up. Egi,
It's
I'm
gonna be
pretty sure
gone.
is not going to be ready for it. But is it going to connect? It actually doesn't. It hits the boulder, and Egi, I think it did. It did.
Yeah, chip.
Yeah, it chipped the damage, but right now the play zone, it's going to be doing the damage. Another grenade comes in. Was it a grenade or a molly? Not too sure, but Egi finds the opportunity. He jumps immediately, gets up close, and he eliminates Delta PG, and that's going to be eliminating a player from CHEMIN. But the other player, that's going to be Destro. Is he already going in for a heal battle? I think so. That is going to be the case. Soul also just have 2 players surviving. That's going to be Omega and Hector. In the meantime, Godlike, they're completely having control of the map for themselves. They have all the 4 players surviving. They did have a couple of knocks here and there, but they've made sure that they'd lose nobody. Omega, he's prepping up a grenade. Neo is kind of reading it. There are 2 players, I would say 2 different teams up close. One is going to be Enigma, which he does not know, and another is going to be Soul. It's going to be Omega, who has a grenade in his hand. Let's wait and watch where this is going to be turning out to be, but it looks like it's going to be turning out where Revenant is going to be finding 7C and SKYLIGHTZ is going to be finding a different team itself. And the fight is going on, but immediately exchange back coming through and TSM for a third party to finish off 7C completely, and Revenant will survive.
For now, Revenant's okay.
Yes.
But they gotta be careful. What's... don't tell me Atink is going for the heal battle. Don't tell me a Dark Lord's going for the same. Please, I don't see them moving at all. That's it. There you go. That's the cue right there, Sam.
Even Pukar.
Yeah, Pukar, I don't know why, because 2 of his teammates are trying to, go for that fights. So I'm not really sure why they want to go for it. I mean, having 2 players already close to the zone, but then Pukar is really far away, and Atink, I don't know how much I'm liking this, but even Destro from the side of CHEMIN is doing the same. Again, CHEMIN, I believe in the last 3 days as well, they went for the same kind of play. So I'm not, I don't think that's a good idea, and for sure it's not going to be working in their favor. They can't get the chicken dinner, but maybe just the placement points to get those consistency. He doesn't even have any. Wait, Egi was okay. Never mind. Egi's not going for the heal play. I thought he was going for that as well. It's going to be Vexy. Maybe one of the frags onto Aditya OG, and now Sombras goes down. Nigma Galaxy, they're dealing a lot of damage. NTD takes a hit from Jonathan himself, and now Godlike. They're looking strong, and so are the SKYLIGHTZ. Well, fresh off of a victory in the last, I think, previous one, before the last one. But then Clutch God goes down. Neo goes down by Madman. Madman is absolutely mad right now. Gets himself a finish as well. Can he get the second one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, he can. Godlike are in a lot of trouble.
8-bit Madman is the last surviving player from 8-bit, and he takes 2 players back to back down, and he shows up like a madman. He's looking forward to eliminating an entire team from Godlike. He's eliminated Z-God as well. Now it's all up to Jonathan, the last and the sole survivor for Godlike. Can he do something brilliant? Let's wait and watch, but Jonathan is still surviving. I think he's done the damage on Madman and finally finds Madman. 1v3, are you kidding? Especially after eliminating almost the entire team of 8, but just letting a player survive. This is why we say you should never let go of even a single player from a team, and that can prove disastrous, and that is just a live example of what we saw here, Rich.
You never really know what that one player can do, and right now it's gonna be Nigma Galaxy going out. Plays on, taking down one more. Vexy's on his knees as well. Pukar is going down, but Pukar is going for the heal play. 38 plus 9 plus 1, that's 48. I mean, 1 med kit, a couple of bandages, and a lot of heal coming into play. So let's see what he can do and how long he can survive. Vexy goes down, so Pukar is the only left. Let's see. Now, let's look at the number of teams left, Sam. 11, right? Let's go. Let's keep counting it down. Ninja Jot is going for that play as well. But I think he might be going into the zone because he's not that far away. Godlike Jonathan is the only one. Once again, I mean, BGMI gods looks like they love Jonathan, man. Every single time, wherever he is, the zone tends to go that towards that position.
I mean, as you said, that's true. But look at Eggy, who was the last surviving player. He spotted before he goes down. He wanted to take down Jonathan, but Jonathan did not let that happen. And also, right now, look at him. He's playing kind of a. I wouldn't say this is a heal battle, but he's playing smart. He has first aid kits to play with, and he's holding a good position for himself. But look at Maxi. The footsteps are being heard from Jonathan. He's just waiting for a single pick coming in. And look at that. One last bullet that needed to connect. It connects, and Jonathan will be getting one finish for his teammate, but Hector 30 first aid kits. He's so far away, but unfortunate top dog finds Jonathan, and Godlike will be eliminated. Domination, yes, we did see from Jonathan, but being the last surviving player, the bullets will rain from various different directions, and that's what happened. Revenant will be taking Godlike down. Soul will also wait. Hector, did he time it off? Was the timing off? He had 30 first aid kits, Edge. He could have gone in for that heal battle. I think the timing was off.
I think the timing. Yeah, sometimes these are the minor things that mess you up. Medic expert. I think right now he's healing. Oh God, looks like we have some doctors in the house right now. He's going for another one. 40 work with.
Are you feeling
Let's see
good
what
today?
happens. Yes, Sam. I am not feeling good at all after
The
watching
doctors
all
are
these
there.
players, to be honest.
We can consult them if you want.
Oh my God, Sam. Terrible. That was so bad, Sam.
Let's just leave it there. Nothing happened. Okay, we're back in the game where Revenant and Marcos are fighting off, and Revenant, they were very close to getting a chicken dinner on Miramar. I think that's the aggression they're carrying forward, eliminating players from Marcos. But unfortunate for Marcos, the opportunity that they could have gotten, we were just talking about them. They are a team. We want to see them back in the game, but when they were up close, looking forward to an opportunity, Revenant, with the aggression of the previous matchup, they're showing up right now, because of which it's going to be very difficult. But look at how casually Ninja Jot just walked in. Nobody has his information. They're just jumping around. Revenant think there's nobody here, and they're just enjoying the space that they've gained for themselves. But Ninja Jot, can he find two people in a stretch? He does the damage. He was looking forward to getting Paradox down as well, but Paradox was quicker. He immediately connects. But look at how he's surprised. I'm pretty sure that Revenant had no idea about what Ninja Jot could have done.
7 teams? I don't understand. How are there 7 teams? I only see Revenant in the zone, and there's like 6 different teams still there. Revenant with 4, so there's 6 players outside. I mean, it's all about it's a race against time at this point for all the other players, right? Destro, I think he's gonna be the first one to go down because he only has 6 more left. Let's see. Pukar has 15, so he still has a lot of time, and he's still healing. The timing is perfect right now. Entity Darklord has 18, so he might survive a bit longer than both the other players there. But I think Godlike was down, right? So Jonathan is out, I believe.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be a chicken dinner for Revenant for sure. But
yeah,
this is also a really good thing, because now, I mean, potentially Revenant can get 6 finishes, but all of them are gonna be denied.
Good tries coming in from various players, but look at that. OR Atanki still surviving, meaning that they want to have I would say boost in terms of the points, because OR, they've gotten pushed down Edge. They'll not be happy about it. Is it that we are seeing Soul still surviving? Revenant finally celebrating, especially having all their teams, players surviving. But here's where one thing that we have to pay attention to, Edge, is that Team Revenant were at the 9th position. So I think finally they will be able to make their way in. Hector right now, I think it was a little bit of an, I would say, technical glitch over there all of a sudden that we saw, and that's the reason. But still, Soul is surviving. Heal battle is still going strong, but I think it's going to be... Production, thank you. Medical expert Edge, now you know who you need to contact in case you have any medical advice that's needed. It's going to be Dark Lord, but the chicken dinner, if you want, it's going to be Revenant having some, and you can contact them for the chicken dinner. But what a play coming in from Revenant. Entered the circle, got complete control of it, and they did not let any other team try to push them out of it.
God, oh God. I mean, we wanted to see, we didn't want to see any, heal play coming into action here, but we saw we saw more than ever. We had six
Yeah.
squads going for it this time. Unfortunately, but at the end, it's gonna be Revenant coming out on top. But yeah, Deshta was the first one to fall, and then I think it was Marcos and then Soul, and at the end it was NTD. So once again, they're gonna get those points. So I think they're gonna keep having that consistent jump on that overall scorecard. But can they be consistent enough in the last one as well? Now there's only one more left, and that's gonna be the Erangel, right? Revenant. Unfortunately, I'm not really sure how many finishes they have. Did you get a look at that? I think they have like 7 or 8, and
I
I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure they would have had more if all these players would have just at least made their way into the zone, right?
Yes.
At least 2 3 more, if not more than that. But here's the thing, all of them denied their finishes, denied their point, but they also got a couple of extra points. So yeah, I mean, kudos. If it works out, why not? Once again, this
Exactly.
is not semifinals, right? It's not about qualification. It's about accumulating as many points as you can.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's not whether the number of chicken dinners are going to be giving you the title of the champions. It's about the total points you have. Even if you have 0 chicken dinners, but you have numerous points, which is better than any team, you'll be walking away with the champions title, which is kind of highly unlikely because it's going to be difficult to, I would say, get to the champion spot without any chicken dinner. But the possibility is there where just 1 or 2 chicken dinners you make your way, and whereas teams who have 3 or 4 chicken dinners will not be the champions because you just played consistently better on every matchup. But right now, as you were saying, right, all the teams surviving, it's kind of a good strategy. Yes, as viewers, certain times we do not like to see it because, I mean, who wants to see heel battle in the brilliant action, especially when we are seeing from the match one, Erangel Miramar, where everybody is fighting for blood and sweat. They're trying to eliminate each other, irrespective they have a disadvantage. I'm kind of touching back to Miramar, even though we just finished off Sanhok. Hyderabad Hydras, they did not give up on global. I would say the fight, the number of disadvantage they had, they jumped on global esports. They converted the 2v4, got better number of finishes than global esports themselves. So when we have that kind of an action on board, we can see why to see the medkit. But again, as you said, Edge, as all these teams also know, it's not only about jumping in and showing us the action, but it is also them getting the points. That's where it all crucially stands on. But Edge, something that happened here on, I would say, uh, Sanhok, is that so many teams kind of did not want to play Doctor Doctor. Everybody was
True.
ready for aggression, but you saw the player who was actually looking forward to go in for a Doctor Doctor was kind of getting eliminated. Nigma Galaxy, there was a player who was outside who was going in for a heal battle, got eliminated. Soul also kept a player who wanted to go in for a heal battle, got eliminated. But then Hector jumped in and he became the doctor over there and tried to survive. We'll quickly talk about a lot more of what happened here in the highlights. It started where Godlike wanted to dominate, took up a fight with first CHEMIN, but then they moved up from that direction and they caught the sights of 8-bit, eliminated them. But Madman, I don't even want to justify what he did.
He had destroyed a couple of players there. Godlike, yes, on the other hand, they did destroy a couple of players on the side of 8-bit. Madman was actually going ham. He did get that initial knock on to Jonathan. It was a beautiful one with a beautiful quick scope and taking him down as well. But here's the thing. After that, they couldn't capitalize 8-bit. They lost a lot of players, but Madman was like, you know what? I'm going to go down anyway. Might as well take a couple of players. And that's what they did before going down. It's going to be Enigma also losing players to, multiple teams, actually. Not just CHEMIN, but I think a couple of players from the side of Enigma also got a finish or two onto the players of Enigma. But here's the thing. He did try his best, right? He did come out and secure this finish onto Delta PG. Did whatever he could before going down. And that's the best thing about them. I mean, about all of these teams, to be honest. If they know that they're going down, they might as well take 1 or 2, just to make sure that they don't go home with 0 points.
We are finally seeing what 8-bit Madman pulled off. First he found Clutch, got immediate elimination coming in from there. And look at Madman again. The slam-in came through and the slam-in did not work, and that's the reason even Z-God fell down. But as you said, Eggy not only pulled off a player from SKYLIGHTZ, but he also converted a finish very close to getting it on, you know whom? It was Jonathan, about to get that knock. But before that could have happened, Jonathan saved himself. But look at Jonathan, how precise he is. He just needed opportunities. But because Jonathan started spraying, the position was compromised and Revenant knew. So Revenant, they entered the circle and they immediately controlled it and made sure Jonathan goes out. But look at Jonathan, he was waiting for it. The opportunity did give him access to get at least one finish, but Top Dog from a different direction pushed from the downhill and Jonathan had no clue about it. But Revenant, look at how much control they took. Marcos were just entering the circle, but before they could have had the information or the idea where the players from Revenant were, they did do the damage. But I thought Ninja Jod could have at least eliminated 2 players. And look at this, they were about to dance, and that's the reason I'm pretty sure I say that they are going to be surprised when Ninja George plays. And yes, Paradox was quick to act over there.
Would have been insane, if Enigma, Ninja Job would have gotten multiple finishes there. Would have been kind of sad, but it would have been insane to watch as well. It's going to be Revenant Square taking down 5 to his name and a finishing contribution of 45.45 percentage. The MVP, the Gillette MVP of the match for the match number 23, which means we are only left with 7 more matches, Sam, before we crown the Gillette 7Sea Invitational champions. I mean, Revenant, well, after this match, they are looking like strong contenders as well. It's going to be Revenant with 11 finishes and a total of 26 sitting on top for this match standing. SKYLIGHTZ, well, surviving. Pukar survived for as long as he could, did everything he could. 8 finishes and 18 total points, while Entity, it was his last, Dark Lord, I think, was the last one to go down there. So 2 finishes, well, 12 extra points, which brings the total up to 14 thanks to him and that heal battle. Or on the other hand, Atanki went for the heal battle and survived for as long as he could. 5 finishes and 11. But look at Team Soul. No finishes, but they still have 8 points and sitting on 5th position.
Here's what I'm about to talk about even more, but we'll quickly justify the points that is there. 6th position for Godlike at the 8 points, and look at that. Aggression was good, but it was Madman Surprise that ruined everything. Again, rotation being the disaster for Godlike. Marcos finally looked like they could have done a lot more, but the surprise from Revenant was just better. 6 points for them, as well as Enigma Galaxy. 3 points each for CHEMIN, HYDERABAD, HYDRAS, Enigma, 8-bit, and TSM and Global Esports will be sharing 2 points each. 7C with just single point, but Blind nothing. We thought Blind getting inside the compounds near Camp Charlie, finding where Enigma Galaxy were, we thought Blind will be better, but Blind weren't. They got eliminated and they got nothing. But here's what I was about to talk about, Edge. OR were in a point difference of close to, I guess, just 5 points. But right now, with getting 11 points and TSM getting just 2, I think OR, they are going to be snatching away that first hashtag number 1 to themselves and putting TSM back down to the 2nd position. And that's what is going to be happening. The difference is not a lot, just 3 points. But this is how even the champions will be decided. The difference will not be a lot, but the champions will be just winning the title by 3, 4, 5, 6 points.
God, I mean, OR absolutely playing well, but TSM on the other hand, they gotta now start worrying about the the other teams like Enigma, Godlike. I mean, I want to say CHEMIN as well. I mean, 8-bits there as well, 199, but SKYLIGHTZ is sitting on 195 as well. So 7 teams. I mean, sorry, 3 to 7. That's 5 teams actually on that hunt for TSM spot, right? And OR, they don't have a lot of lead as well. They only have 3-point lead when compared to TSM. A really good lead when compared to any other team. So OR are looking really good in terms of placement points. But in terms of finishes, if you look at it, Sam, 122 for TSM. That's insane. That's a really good balance between number of finishes and placement points as well. That is the consistency that I was talking about. Revenant, after putting up a really good performance, still are gonna be holding on to that 9th position. But Team Soul, just because they survived, the only reason they're in 11th right now is because they survived, pushing down Enigma Galaxy and Global Esports to 12th and 13th respectively. Entity still holding on to that 128 points with 14th position. Not a great sight, but guess what? Marcos is on 100. Finally, they got that 100, but you know where OR is, right? 150 plus points ahead of them.
Yesterday, Edge, we were discussing, right? Any team who still has a chance in the race is going to be the teams which have a difference less than 100. Anything even 101 is still, I would say, very difficult scenario to cross. Because once you see triple digit, right, Edge, you feel too much pressure that to get to that spot you need to be performing every map, and for you to perform on every map means that you have to put your best, give your all in terms of energy, in terms of your complete concentration, in terms of maybe even giving up, maybe eating in between. So I think when that happens, teams get kind of very flustered and unable to kind of figure out what's the best way forward, and they start losing points. And as you said, getting 100, good, but will it be enough for you to grab 150 points in the last 7 maps? Last 7 maps, Edge.
I think it's over. I mean, if you ask me, I think the journey is over for the top 3 spot at least. Oh, actually, you know what? Not even top 3. I think for the top 5 to 6 spots for the side of Marcos, the best they can try right now is to get a piece at least of that prize pool. Maybe the
top 13.
Top 13, maybe $400 for themselves, maybe 300. I mean, that's about it, right? That's what you get when you're in the top 13, 8 to 13 spot, $300. So, I mean, it's something to, reward their efforts. They once again, Sam, I mean, you said it, I said it, the Darshita said it. I'm going to say it again, though. First team to get chicken dinner. Who expected them to be at the bottom of the scorecard? Let me tell you, no one. Because they stole that first chicken dinner from GODLIKE, and after that, it has been a downhill. It's like as if GODLIKE cursed them, and there's just nothing, and there's no one that can, I don't know, what's the word, uncurse, cleanse them of their, curses or something. But Sam, I mean, a little, I don't know, mantra yourself, so why don't you give it a try?
I mean, first you call me doctor analyst, I'm like okay with it. Now you call me a witch doctor, and how far are you going to be pushing me in terms of maybe next, will you be actually making me a doctor as well and then sending me to Sanhok that we just witnessed? I mean, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, you don't want to go there?
I'm not good at medical advice. I don't want to give it to anybody over there. And especially, I'm not a fan of just sitting back and healing myself, right? After sitting here on the desk and continuously talking, I do not want to sit back and relax. I want to see the next upcoming matches and what is going to be happening for our viewers. The last 7 matches, but before the last 7 matches, only one match is what you're going to be witnessing today. So for you to witness the next upcoming 6 matches, before that, first hit the like and subscribe and then the bell icon, so that once we come live again tomorrow on the Judgment Day, on the Decider Day, you do not miss out. As soon as even the live notification comes in, you can immediately join and jump into the stream, and we will be starting with the matches, and from there on, show the support to your favorite teams, because I mean, we might be stressing a couple of points of specific teams in the overall standings, but it's not to rub salt on their wounds. It's just that we want to know more what they can do, what is possible, but we know they're giving their best, and that's the reason you also need to support all these teams, because they're giving their best, but it is just the other teams in the top who are in a better form and who are playing a better gameplay right as now. So for the other teams, it's kind of a learning right as of now, Edge. But with this last match coming in, do you think we are going to be getting our mark moment from any of these teams who are going to be out of the blue jumping in and getting to maybe the champions title or maybe even a chicken dinner to at least end the day on a good note?
I mean, we've seen so much, Sam. At this point, the only thing that's gonna, impress me is, I mean, one thing, obviously, if any of the bottom teams get a chicken dinner, I'm gonna be impressed.
Yes.
But as a fact that if there's something that can impress me right now is a 1 versus 4. We've seen a lot of 1v3s happening, but a 1v4, and I mean a 1v4, as in the sole survivor, not as in the 4 players surviving and then the one guy takes a fight. I mean, like, how 8-bit Madman almost took down 2 players, right? I mean,
3.
almost took down 3. I'm sorry. He did successfully
He
take
did
down
take
2.
down 3, but the 4th player, Jonathan, survived.
Yeah, he survived. I think he also revived, or I think the finish was stolen there.
No,
if I'm
it was
wrong.
a 1v3. Clean.
Okay, so Madman did pull it off. So there you go. Once again, 1v2s,
Even
1v1s,
Marcos
1v3s.
Dion pulled it off in the semi-finals.
1v3, 1v4.
1v3. 1v4
Okay,
till
so
then we
1v4,
haven't.
that is the only thing that can impress me right now. Or maybe a 1v4 using vehicles, or maybe a 1v3 using vehicles. I don't know, just running over everyone that's out in the
That's
open.
too much. I mean,
So I sound like a psychopath at this point.
yeah. I wouldn't agree to a 1v3 and a 1v4 just with vehicles, but let's hope it happens. But to get the game faces on for the last match of day 4 before we head to the Judgment Day, in front of your screens is going to be the players itself getting the game face on, getting ready for Erangel, and for you guys to get ready for maybe your next, I would say, matchup, or maybe next some show that you might be doing. You can check out the limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark III razors, where you'll be getting yourself a pop socket of BGMI itself. So do check it out. In case you're wondering where you can get that, you will find it in the description. There's a link, and once you get it, do use the hashtag game, get your game face on, and also hashtag mark moment of yours to showcase us what you guys have done and what you guys have, I would say, your gameplay. And also don't forget to tag us. But right now, what the flight path will be tagging is going to be in a disadvantage card for all these 16 teams, because it's only favoring the western edges. So teams such as Hyderabad HYDRAS, TSM, Seoul, and even Global Esports, along with, I would say, 8-bit, and even alongside them there is Blind who gets down. So these teams will be happy, and even Revenant as well as CHEMIN. Every other, even GODLIKE, will be unhappy with this flight path, because GODLIKE, they are the ones who have to, I would say, travel the longest to head over to Yasnaya.
They gotta be careful. Once again, default, drops coming in from CHEMIN and Revenant going towards that military base yet again. But everyone else, well, they gotta be, shifting it up. They are shifting it up. Looks like Pochinki, with SKYLIGHTZ. Yep, it looks like Pochinki is gonna be under the control of SKYLIGHTZ and Marcos once again. But look at that. Somraj is detouring. He's already dropped off, and he also got himself a vehicle right now. And wait, do I see a car flying, or is that a thing? Jonathan in style. That's just beautiful. And also, it's all about the style points coming in from most of the teams, most of the players as well. Because if you're good at something, do it with flair, right? I mean, that's what GODLIKE's doing it right now. And looks like the first brawl is going to be between CHEMIN and Revenant, because this time they're awfully close. And I think Revenant understands that, and they're going to be making their way out of there. But 7Sea Sarang takes down one of the players on the side of NIGMA Galaxy with an instant trade comes in. Prince goes down. He's going to be eliminated as well by Big C. Lavita takes down Apollo. Instant trades coming in back and forth. 7Sea. It's going ping pong here. NIGMA and 7Sea. Aladdin. He peeks. Well, shouldn't have peeked, because he's going to get taken down instantly. But Sarang, real low HP, has an AKM and a lot of ammo, so they got to be careful, and that's exactly why they're not spraying. They're going for the burst fires. It's going to be Dream taking out Sarang. Aladdin goes down as well. So survivor from Savitar is Savitar. He's dealing a lot of damage. A button in his hand, but what can be done? It can only be used close range. There's nothing that can be done. That's going to be the end of 7Sea for the day. Tata, bye-bye. All you can do is take care, go home, take rest, and come back stronger tomorrow.
Applause to you first. The way you went on a rampage over there to justify the fight between 7Sea as well as NIGMA Galaxy, it was proper. The way that played out was just exceptional from both. The fights were getting back and forth, and right now I was ready to write down whether it's NIGMA Galaxy or 7Sea. I just waited it out, but then both of them went ham on each other. The blows started being exchanged, and then finally NIGMA Galaxy got control of it. But now GODLIKE also getting control of the position that they want, that is at Yasnaya. Thankfully, nobody contested them as they were getting the vehicles and trying to make their way into the drop spot. But now that they'll be there, they'll be really happy. But look at this NIGMA Galaxy, they've not had enough. They want to again have the same fight that they had at Camp Charlie. But it is this time ENIGMA trying to go in for this fight, and it is them getting punished. They wanted to go in for a third party, but NIGMA Galaxy were feeling confident. And look at this MJ style coming in from him. He's ready for the fight from various different directions. Comes in for a jump shot, gets it with his teammate. Both of them fighting each other now. Avi, he is so further away along with his teammate. That's going to be Eggy. So both of them right now looking forward to move back, but Dreams finds him, and Avi is also down. It's up to the last surviving player and make it done, as ENIGMA will be going out, as Eggy is also found. So his vehicle, it did not travel further. And two back-to-back squads from NIGMA Galaxy. 8 huge finishes, and it's just 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Two squads eliminated by NIGMA Galaxy in the 2 minutes after dropping. One, 7Sea, and then their arch rival, their arch nemesis, ENIGMA as well. Domination by the entire squad. Brilliant performance coming in from them. And I believe there was just one casualty. Yep, there's only one player who went down for the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
But I think this is where they decided enough is enough. This is going to be the day number 4, the final match of the day. We better make ourselves, we better leave our mark here. Right? You see what I did there? The wordplay there, Sam? But, but anyway, talking about the game again. Enigma, now, if they can get somehow if they can get 20 points, right? Along with, if they get 20, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be getting 10 placement points at least. So that's a 30 bomber, which means they're gonna have a really good shot at making it to the page number 1. That's all I'm saying. If they can end their day on top 8, then coming in tomorrow, the final day, the grand finals, they're gonna be feeling confident. The momentum is gonna be in their favor as well, for sure.
As I said, right, it's to at least end the day, they need to find one thing at least that works for them, and I think that's what they're looking forward to finding. And now with that 8 finishes, as you said, this should be the start, and if they get the chicken dinner, it'll be really, really brilliant. But look at this blind, as we did talk about it towards Ferry Pier or Primorsk, is where they are at, but they are about to face off 8-bit. They're a little bit worried, but they also have to be worried about one major factor of this matchup is going to be the play zone, the circle. It's 2,500 meters away, and both the teams, 8-bit as well, blind, they're just holding off. I understand it's very early in the game, just 6 minutes. Until 10 minutes, you don't have to be worried about, but if you go in for late rotations, there is an easy chance that you'll be gate-kept.
A really easy chance. You're right about that. Gotta be careful. And 8-bit, we've seen them do this mistake multiple times, and not only 8-bit. We've seen multiple teams actually do this mistake, and Playzone always coming out on top, taking out multiple players. And you don't expect that at this stage of competition. You don't expect that from the best of the best in this country as of now, right? Once again, we started off with 24, we're left with 16, but we're looking at the top 3 right now. OR, TSM, Enigma, I believe, and there's also GODLIKE in the picture. HYDRAS, SKYLIGHTZ are doing well as well. CHEMIN are still waiting, to have a really good day. Today, yes, they had a good game, but talking about the entire day itself, CHEMIN, I don't think that's their best performance. So we're still waiting to see how they perform. Maybe in this one, maybe tomorrow coming in, because we do know, even in the semifinals, they popped off in the last day. They got themselves 2 chicken dinners and made their way to the top and held on to that position throughout the day. So if that happens tomorrow, their bank account's going to be looking hefty with $8,000.
Let's see if they'll be able to do it, Edge. Those are speculations and theories until it's proven and until it's justified and written and down in paper. In paper in terms of our screens. Once we see the total number of points, we cannot conclude it. But right now, let's see what Global Esports will be doing. They will be looking forward to climb up, but they have had casualties here and there. TSM as well. They were in the first spot, but immediately over after they saw what happened, they took down TSM. But point difference is not huge. It's just 3 points. So for TSM, their main concentration is denying points for OR and then getting back on top. And especially this is the last matchup. If TSM are able to get back on top, meaning that they'll at least end the day saying that we are one of the table toppers. But what was Jonathan trying to do? He kind of wanted to deny that buggy for the other player, and look at them. He immediately burst the tire and he's left that buggy. But right now, Team Entity will be finding players from Hyderabad HYDRAS. The blows are being exchanged here and there, but it looks like Hyderabad HYDRAS are having a little bit of a huge disadvantage as majority of their players are falling down, because Entity, they also have lost 2 players, but they're close to each other, whereas Hyderabad HYDRAS, they're spread apart, and Ace Black gets confirmed. Another player is about to get confirmed. That's going to be Manti, but look at the shots coming in from Maxi OP. So precise, and gets the confirmation on Noob.
Damn, son, those taps and bursts was beautiful, but I don't know why he was going for the spray here. Maxi was at mid-long range there against Troy. He has a DP. He's got to be careful. Troy, if he starts, shooting, he has to be careful. But do you see that, Sam, on the right side? You see the blind? Can you explain what they're trying to do here? Because I have no clue.
I even mentioned that they were already 2,500 meters away, and 8-bit were also alongside them. But look at that, 8-bit, they've rushed in, I guess, and moved to a different position. But I'm still, wait, are both blind and yes, 8-bit and blind are still together at Primorsk. Yeah. I thought they at least moved. Okay, that now we have picked up the topic. the fight has already started. You saw 8-bit picking off a player from blind, but right now in front of our screens it's going to be Hyderabad HYDRAS, but 8-bit are also confirming players. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they've not had enough. They want to finish off Entity, and yes, they do it at 7 in style. And look at Hyderabad HYDRAS. I think Hyderabad HYDRAS, they should come in as a two-man squad itself, not as an entire team. Anytime we see them as two players surviving, they become a deadly duo that everybody has to kind of fear. And look at them, another 2v4 situation, close to, okay, let's call it a 2v3 if you wanted to. They converted it. They've gotten all the 4 finishes in their name.
I mean, every time you say deadly duo, I think of you and me, Sam. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. In game and outside.
That's for the others to decide, Edge.
That's. Well, yeah, I mean, we are a deadly duo in terms of, dying in game, so unfortunate for us. But 3,000 meters, man. I don't know if they can make it. I mean, they have a lot of util, but the fight that's, breaking out here between 8-bit and, what's the other side? Blind. I'm not really sure if I am liking this, and I'm a bit anxious at this point. There you go, the zone. And 8-bit Juicy was left to bleed out. Unfortunately, now a little bit of heal battle, but it all depends on who can get that vehicle and make their way out to safety. 3,000 meters is not a small distance, let me tell you that. It's long, it takes time, and also the second zone. So a bit more damage is going to be dealt. You got to be careful, because it's not just the zone that you need to worry about. It's also the players of the opponent team, right? They are blind, and also there are going to be multiple teams when you make your way back into the zone, because you are really far away from where the action is happening.
But look at the action. Omega, he's moved into a house where he has no idea that Global Esports, at least one of their players, are in close quarters. Let's hope there is not getting spotted, but Joker gets spotted from actually a different team. That's going to be OR Aditya. Now, that's enough information for Omega that he knows what he has to do here, that he understands in the close compound there should be Global Esports, and they'll be looking forward to retaliate. And look at those grenades are coming through. AJ, he receives the chip damage, but immediately I think he's deploying the smoke. Yes, it's going to be the smokes coming through, but Goblin has grenades. He is looking forward to popping another one. It goes right through the window and gets the confirmation on Joker, and that's AJ also right now going down to Akshad's grenade. Back-to-back players from Global Esports dropping down and getting finished off. OR, they wanted a couple of finishes, but right now it's Global Esports just taking everything away, and Global Esports falling one after another, and Soul feeling really happy about the position and the compound they've got.
Where's NIGMA Galaxy? That's the team I'm actually interested in looking at, because they got 8. They did lose another player. Then all of this missed the battle here. They did lose another one. They're down to 2 players, and I think that's a reason. Well, here's the thing, Sam. The best thing about them right now, they already have 8 finishes, right? That's decent. That's a decent number of finishes. So they can get anything around 8 to 10 placement points. That's going to be beautiful. But here's also another thing to worry about. After this, they're going to be left with 6 maps. And for them, I mean, if only they want to make it to top 1, I mean, who doesn't want to make it to top 1? If they want to make it to top 1, they gotta get more finishes. They gotta get that chicken dinner. End the day on a good note. Start off tomorrow fresh, coming out strong. The only day left now. 6 maps, and that's it. But on the other hand, while all of this battle is happening towards this safe zone, there are 2 teams that are still struggling to make their way in. That is Blind and 8-bit, and NIGMA. Ooh, they are safe as of now. But look at the vehicles. They're parking a lot of cars there. But Clutch God, I mean, MJ and Vixie, they are taking a lot of heat, but no real connection, so they're safe as of now.
But do you think GODLIKE will have an opportunity here to capitalize? We have seen them falling in every map today.
I say no.
Just because of the rotation. Okay, that's...
I'm gonna say no instantly because of the day that has. I mean, usually if you would have asked me if this was the first match of the day,
yeah,
I would have instantly said GODLIKE is gonna get this one, or at least has a chance of getting it. See,
oh,
see, it's a beautiful shot coming in from Vixie with a DP mid to long range headshot.
Exactly.
Jonathan did not see what hit him.
That was just a brilliant connection coming in from Vixie. It was a nasty one coming in, as you said, and I'm pretty sure GODLIKE, they are right now surprised of what just happened, and Jonathan, I'm pretty sure of what he just received. He's going to be looking forward to answering back, but Revenant, they were not ready for this answer coming through from TSM, and Revenant are falling one after another. Paradox will be able to get a knock on Aquanox, but I think that's the only thing. Encore is looking forward to a cover up, but Paradox is looking forward to the finish. Aquanox, he was so low, he's about to bleed out, but Blaze OP as well as Shadow, they're here. Ninja Dot has fallen, so they need to find a way to revive those players, but GODLIKE, they have come in. It's a third third party right now. TSM and Revenant, both of them are falling apart, and GODLIKE, they're just having fun right now and making sure they get these finishes and they punish everybody. But Omega going in for stuns and survives. He was looking forward to sending that buggy to the rooftop, but I thought, well, the buggy was falling down, maybe he could have received the damage, but he jumps at the right time and does not receive even chip damage or because of that fall.
I think GODLIKE hurt us. I
I mean,
think they're like, how dare you doubt us?
I actually wanted to do that. It's that kind of whenever we talk about a specific team, right?
Exactly.
Immediately the next second they just go bonkers.
It's like the Costa's anti-curse or something like that. Because I
Yeah.
mean, you're right. We also saw Jonathan going down, but guess what? He comes back up and takes a beautiful finish. I mean, we saw the player from the side of NIGMA, that is Vixie, right? With the DP, and then we had Neo with the DP taking down 2. Beautiful knocks there. Now that's the thing, but oh no, looks like the zone has some surprises in store for us, because now it has shifted all the way. But here's the thing, having that school in the zone right now is going to be helping 8-bit a bit, because they successfully, after a lot of traveling, made their way into the zone. And also 2 players on the side of Blind, I think 3, have actually successfully survived and made their way to the safe zone.
Let's
And
wait
by
and
safe zone, I
watch.
mean play zone.
I mean, everybody agrees with you. I don't think anybody has the second out, but look at this
I mean,
GODLIKE.
you're not safe, right?
Yeah.
No one's safe in the play zone.
Let's see. Save. As I can't. No.
You can't.
I'm gonna be getting back into the fight, and I want to see what is going to be happening next. Ninja Jor, Aquanox, both of them are down from TSM, but GODLIKE, they just entered into the circle from the eastern top edges of the circle. Let's see if they'll be able to do it. But Soul, they have all their players surviving. There was an opportunity that maybe even we would have seen Soul also being eliminated, but they were immediately quick to react on Global Esports, and they've wrapped everything that they could have got on Global Esports. But those finishes were kind of snatched because another team was looking in the same direction, and it did not work out. And this is what I said, GODLIKE, they do have a compound, they just entered, but right now the other teams are also entering, and Encore is also one of the players from the Revenant who GODLIKE third parted, and TSM are also heading from the same direction. So GODLIKE will be finally able to finish off the fight that they started, but Encore, he is traveling around, enters Shadow OG, he needs to freshen up, and I think that's the reason he's going in for a swim.
It's hard, man. That's all I'm gonna say once again. You gotta, rejuvenate, make sure you're refreshed. And GODLIKE right now are looking strong with 3 finishes. NIGMA with 8, HYDRAS with 4. Let's see who comes out on top among these 3 teams. But it's gonna be SKYLIGHTZ going down. Actually, SKYLIGHTZ, another one that I'm looking forward to. Usually see, here's the thing with SKYLIGHTZ. They either get eliminated really early into the game, or they don't get eliminated until top 5. That's the thing, right? And even Blaze wants to go for a swim. He wants to take the entire vehicle with him as well. I mean, maybe an overheated car there. But Blaze, he has to be careful, right? Because he was low, but now he's actually fast up. So never mind. He's gonna be healing up. But Maxi, sheesh, deals a lot of damage onto one of the players on the side of GODL. That's Clutch God, the Erangel himself, taking a hit. But guess what? He's back to safety, and a smoke screen being deployed as well. Gotta be careful. Neo, you're going into the lands of unknown. You never really know how many players there are.
Yep.
I mean, we do know that's 2 on the side of HYDRAS, but there are going to be multiple teams coming into play. There's going to be, I believe that SKYLIGHTZ coming in as well. They gotta be careful. While this is happening, CHEMIN, on the other hand, deals a bit of damage onto one of the players on the side of, I believe that's Soul. No, it wasn't Soul.
It wasn't Soul, it was another team, CHEMIN. We will be talking about it very soon, but right as now, Hyderabad HYDRAS, as we said, the deadly duo have been not both of them spotted, but it was just Maxi. I'm not too sure where the other player is, and now Maxi immediate knock and confirm coming through. But Hyderabad HYDRAS should have still one more player, and why is Carry so further away from his teammate? And if that was the strategy to be further away from his teammate, he should have thought it through. And now with Maxi down, the deadly duo combo, it's been destroyed. But right now, the hopes and the position that GODLIKE did have been kind of ruined. But look at that, GODLIKE, they want to make their entry into the circle, and they find SKYLIGHTZ out in the open doing the damage. Pukkar is down, and you remember how deadly Pukkar was in the previous matchup when we saw him on Erangel. He just completely popped off. CLUTCHGOD goes in for a jump in, but Jonathan was there to save him. Otherwise, CLUTCHGOD, he could have completely been eliminated. Now Vexy, the last surviving player, we know this man to pull off a 1v3, but this time it's not going to be happening because GODLIKE, they're pushing him together. But in the meantime, there are grenades coming in from Seoul. They've heard the noise. CLUTCHGOD, he can be revived because right now GODLIKE have had the control of the, I would say, bushes that SKYLIGHTZ were holding.
And again, SKYLIGHTZ, complete decimation. But GODLIKE, Jonathan is dominating along with his brother, Neo. Absolute insane performance coming in from both of them already. Once again, contenders for the MVP there. Gotta be careful. Carry, the sole survivor for the side of HYDRAS right now, is taking the bridge with the buggy. You gotta be careful, and you gotta count your lucky stars right now because there's Encore, there's TSM as well, trying to take you down. If he gets a hit right now, he might get a freebie onto Blaze. Can he not see him? I think he did see him, and there you go. He's gonna be going in for that scope in any second, and he knows where exactly Blaze is spotted. And there's no way Blaze can actually contest this one while this is happening. Encore, he goes down to OR on the other side. And Blaze, is he gonna be left alone? No, sir, he's not. I think Carry wants to run him over. Or maybe go back to safety and take the same fight from a different angle.
Let's wait and watch if that's going to be the fish that he'll be able to reel in or carry. As you said, he's already moving out. And Blaze OP will not be actually found from carry, but it'll be actually a Neo. And the domination shot which is used is rightfully his. He's doing a lot in terms of the damage, but look at Goblin. He is looking forward to find one. He does find as a knock. Will he be finding a confirmation? Because it's not stopping. 3 grenades back to back, and Goblin looks like he's packing a lot more in terms of the heat. Will he be finding a lot more grenades, or is it going to be his teammates assisting him in the grenades? We need to take a look at it. But CHEMIN, who are popping on blind and taking and eliminating them right now, have to make their way inside the circle, and as they were making their way in, they get found from OR, but that noise has been heard from Seoul also, and Seoul are looking forward to doing the damage on CHEMIN. They do get a knock, but that will not be enough as a confirmation. But 8-bit, look at them, they're right at the center. Akshat looking forward to doing the damage, but Goblin, he's doing damage of his own. He's taking the entire responsibility of finishing off GODLIKE. The circle is pushing at their end. Look at the damage coming in from Goblin. He's done a 1v3. It's the last surviving player, and that's going to be ZGOD. Will the confirmations roll in? Yes, Goblin finds one on Jonathan. Now it's all of Neo and CLUTCHGOD. They are also getting confirmed one by one, and now it's all ZGOD being the last hope. But wait, CLUTCHGOD has been revived and immediately answers back, and Goblin right now has to go back because I think there was a knock. Yes, they found a knock on Goblin. Finally puts a stop to Goblin. The man, the menace that he was causing over there to GODLIKE has finally been reeled out, and GODLIKE, they have to move out and find a different position to save themselves.
Man, that was intense coming in from Seoul there. Absolute dominance coming in from Goblin, but at the end, you know, he had to move out. Still, the GODLIKE dominating with 8 finishes down to the last 2 players. That is CLUTCHGOD and ZGOD, I'm sorry. But here's the thing. We're about to hit that 23-minute mark. The 6th zone coming into play as well. It's going to be so small and so close quarters. Everyone's going to be in a lot of trouble, especially the GODLIKE right now. And CLUTCHGOD is going for the heal battle. Is it? Yeah, it does look like he's going for the heal battle as of now, you know, for a couple of seconds there until Seoul decides to make their way back to the zone because they have to get in as well. They're stuck. I hope they're not stuck there for a longer period of time, but it's going to be Justin taking down CLUTCHGOD, and with that, GODLIKE is eliminated in position number 8 with only 8 finishes. And Seoul, oh no, Play Zone and Atanki, both of them are causing a lot of trouble, and you know, taking down Seoul. Just like that, they get eliminated with 5 finishes.
OR find 2 players from Seoul, and the other 2 players were outside the play zone, and that's done. What a brilliant play coming in from Seoul to eliminate GODLIKE, but then not paying attention to the circle. They are down now. It looks like OR under control. They want to make sure they deny anybody from going on top, and they've already denied. The teams who were close, which was ENIGMA and TSM, they're already out. Now it's only OR. They're doing the damage. They're not stopping. They have 7 finishes in their name, and look at the compound that they have. It's going to be completely impenetrable. It's going to be making life so difficult for every other team. And OR also, look at the way they're playing. They've kind of made a fortress edge, and that fortress to be breached, you need to have a lot of utilities. But to have a lot of utilities, you had to have a lot of players, and that is not there. The only team that can have a chance to breach the compound is going to be Marcos, because they have all the 4 players surviving and have 5 finishes in their name, just close to OR.
Another squad that I want to actually point out to is Marcos. They're still surviving with 5 finishes and 4 players alive. Atanki tries to take down one of the players on the side of 8-bit. That's going to be Madman dropped, and Riot is going to go down as well. So Marcos, they have a really good chance. I mean, the only team they need to contest right now is OR, ESPORTS, and HYDRAS and CHEMIN. Both of them have 1 surviving player. So Sam, what do you think? Marcos, this might be their game.
Exactly, that's what I said. Now, Marcos, they are a team who are looking forward to getting their chicken dinner finally after day 1, at least on day 4, to kind of rise their hopes up that they can do something in the last 6 matches that is going to be in tomorrow, the Judgment Day. But let's wait and watch. Hyderabad Hydras carry. We have seen that Hyderabad Hydras, irrespective of the scenario they are in, they try to do a lot in terms of the damage. And look at carry. He's just slowly creeping across. We can even see him in front of our screens. He's slowly moving around. But how far will he be doing it? How far will he be surviving is going to be the question. OR and Marcos, both of them having the circle, they're not moving at all. They're going to be standing still. But carry giving away his position, at least not with the grenade, so he's deploying those smokes. So at least under further plays and circles, carry might survive. But he is away from the circle. He needs to creep his way in. But as I said, the only way Marcos can get this chicken dinner is if that circle moves away from the compound that they're OR in, or if Marcos are able to force their way in, go in for a slam in, and breach this fortress of OR.
It's not gonna be easy, but it's a 4 versus 4, and you can never count out any of the squads here, especially carry right now. He can, if he survives till the end, and just third parties and gets a couple of finishes at the end, that's gonna be insane. He might as well come out on top. I wanted a 1v4 now. HYDRAS, well, carry. He does have 2 opportunities to pull off a 1v4, actually a 1v8 if he actually does it. So, talking about
you asked
impressing.
for it, right? You wanted somebody to impress you with a 1v4.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir. And looks like, yep, carry's
taken the responsibility.
I mean, it's his name as well, right? He wants to do justice to his name. But Marcos, oh, never mind. Carry, he gets found out. Aru goes down. It's gonna be Ghosty going down to Atanki as well. Down to a 3 versus 4. OR looking like the clear favorites right now. Jelly takes down 1. Don gets spotted as well. Takes a lot of damage back to the shack. But here's the thing. A lot of grenades are there in the disposal of OR right now. Star takes a hit. He's on his knees almost. He's bleeding. He's bleeding hard right now. 1 more going down. Marcos. I think Don is the only surviving player right now in a shack, along with Star, who can do absolutely nothing. Burning. Actually burnt Buggy right in front of him. But OR, a 4 versus 2. Don comes out in the open with the help of the smoke. He takes on 1, but Aru instant reply takes down Don. Star in a 1. What?
Okay, that was a misclick. We are back in the fight. Star gets 1, eliminates in terms of a knock, but immediately because of the numbers, it is going to be Team OR finally pushing the limits, crossing over, making sure nobody gets nearby them, at least on the final day edge. They understand that how close these teams had gotten to snatch that victory and the champions title, and OR were not happy with it. They wanted to make sure they show that it might be a couple of matches they fumbled on, but not the entire day.
God, oh God, at the end, it was just absolutely chaotic. It was beautiful to watch, but yeah, we gotta give it to Marcos once again. I really love the confidence coming out from them. Yeah, they did get those 5 finishes along with I think 6 finishes at the end, along with the 12 points, so 17. Now, I mean, they still have I wouldn't say top 1 chance. I think that's gone now. That's out of the picture there. But Marcos, they can still go into top 8, top 6 at least, if they can put up a similar performance every single time for the next 6 matches. 15 into 6. Can you do the math, please? That's 90 points. So, if that goes on, they can get something around 220, 230. They can also make their way to the top 5 if the teams in the, top 5 right now does not perform well. But I think that's, close to impossible at this point. So maybe a top 8 finish is going to be okay. Yes. I mean, anything but 16th position at this point. Anything but, above
14, to be honest. They need to be in the top 13. They need to get themselves rewarded because they were the first team that got that chicken dinner.
First team to get the chicken dinner. We're looking forward to getting another one here. I mean, at least to start their, as you said, right, journey to get to the top 8. And you were right, getting to even the top 5 is going to be very difficult because they have to hit the double century mark. I understand they've hit the century mark, but that was in the last match that we saw Sanhok, not in Erangel. And if they would have hit the century mark on Erangel, another century would have been out of cards at all, and 200 mark wouldn't even be in the picture. But right now, as you said, top 8 is a spot that they can finish, and if they finish in top 8 edge, they'll be at least getting $700 for themselves. So valiant effort coming through. But before that, quickly let's take a look at the highlights itself. It all started when we saw 7Sea as well as NIGMA Galaxy fighting it out, and we thought that 7Sea could have had control of this fight, but it was NIGMA Galaxy proving better. And yes, they did lose a player, but it did not matter at all, because after that Enigma wanted to slam in, and even though they lost the player, they were, in terms of confidence, looking super high. And look at how MJ played. He first took down a player out in the open while he was fighting and jiggling out, then entered the building, then came jumping down along with his teammate, and then wiped out Enigma completely. Even Avi as well as Eggy, both of them were looking forward to making a run for it. They caught their vehicle and they put them out of the vehicle, kicked them out, and eliminated them in the open.
I mean, absolute dominant performance coming in from NIGMA at the start, but after that, they did fall off, right?
Yes.
They did fall off there later on during the game, but Seoul was another team that was looking really good, especially Goblin after the performance that he put in this one as well. But this shot coming in from Vixie, man,
Oh,
that was nutty. That was really nasty. Beautiful headshot, mid to long range with the DP headshot onto Jonathan. But then he did recover, and guess what? You don't make Mr. Johnny angry. He was so mad. His entire team went mayhem in that one particular point of time. They took down everyone on the side of, actually they took down multiple players on multiple teams.
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, I don't think they took down one team, but they were so angry at everyone. They were like, you know what? We see anyone, we're taking them down. Jonathan was the only one who went down there, but instantly back on his knees. But while everyone on his team, they did get this fight against SKYLIGHTZ. Unfortunate for them. Again, they had to go down in a bad position. But here's the thing. As I said, SKYLIGHTZ, they're sitting in 7th position on the overall as of now. So they can be they can get a good night's sleep today. Coming in tomorrow, they gotta work harder than ever and put up the best 6 match performances they've ever did.
Everybody edge. Tomorrow's 6 matches is going to be a decider for everyone out there. The top 5 teams, they can become, any one of them can become the champions. But yes, OR are creating the difference. They're pushing up, and they will be looking forward to making sure they do it as long as possible and keep that positioning for themselves. But Seoul, even though they took down those players over there, but during the rotation, not paying, I would say, heat to the circle, OR found them, punished them. But then this fight, OR versus Marcos, and we did say OR had a fortress for themselves, and once they had the information of where Marcos' players were, they themselves pushed out the fortress, and they wanted to make sure that nobody enters. It's only OR's comfort. It's only them going to be, I would say, relaxing in the house once they get the chicken dinner, and they did get it brilliantly. But Star and Dawn did try to do as much as possible. Look at that. Did get that knock, but did not get that finish, and it was just the other player who was a little bit better. But look at this domination. The MVP is going to be coming in from NIGMA Galaxy's Dreams, who shattered dreams of 2 different teams back to back. There was not even a breathing space between the fight for NIGMA Galaxy, and they did make it work in their favor against 7Sea as well as Enigma.
Yeah, you're right about that. He did shatter dreams, and it was pretty quick as well. The first 2 minutes after dropping in took down 7C, and the next couple of minutes took down Enigma as well. Very early into the game, absolute, really, brilliant performance coming in from him. But I mean, to be honest, everyone from his side, but he was the one that actually got 55.56% of the finishes that his team got. So OR, well, 14 finishes, 29, not a 30 bomber, but really good performance coming in. And with that, they're going to be ending the day sitting on top, cementing their legacy as of now. They still have one more day to go. Marcos Gaming, though, after getting that first chicken dinner, we did not see anything from them. But finally, they get 17 points. I think that's the second time that they actually crossed the 15 mark there after getting that chicken dinner. So HYDRAS with 5 finishes, 15. Carry did try his best to survive till the end. He did good enough. Got that 10
placement points. But then Nigma Galaxy, nine finishes. Brilliant start, just couldn't keep on with the momentum, sitting on 13 total points, while CHEMIN, they survived once again. That's all they did this game. One finish and 9 total points.
Same goes for Godlike, but this was not survival. It was aggression coming in from
Yep.
them. But again, the position, they slammed in, but immediately did not read for information for the other teams. And that's what we talk about. I'll be talking about it a lot more, but 8-bit coming in at the 7th position with 7 exact points, Soul with 7 as well. But right now, look at this, 2 points for so many teams. Global, Blind, TSM, Revenant and Entity all having 2 points each. SKYLIGHTZ and 7Cs sharing 1 each. Enigma with nothing. So the teams at the top 3, Enigma 0 points, TSM just 2 points, and TSM, how many points were they far away from OR? It was 3. Now with just
3.
getting 2 points, OR, even though they did not get 30, that 1 point that they have additional joins up to their 29 points, and the 30-point lead will be there, and that's going to be an entire matchup. If TSM get a chicken dinner and do get 15 finishes, they will be closing in that gap. If not, it is going to be 2 different matches for TSM. Enigma on the other end, not getting anything. They'll be stuck with 227. So it's going to be TSM and OR fighting out tomorrow to the first spot. But let's hope Enigma and Godlike make a comeback. But again, Godlike, Edge, we have to understand that Godlike need to little bit at least try and read that when the circle starts closing in, there will be many teams coming in close quarters. Godlike in terms of aggression and execution are brilliant, but in terms of, I would say, quick reaction in terms of the fights that they're ready for, it is getting that they're cornered. I mean, this time the position that Soul were in, it was not a disastrous position for Godlike. Only that the circle started crumbling, that's when they had to kind of get themselves cornered and they could not move at all. If there was a chance that the circle did not crumble and Godlike got the spot a little bit early on, they could have moved a little bit further away from Soul and then moved and entered the circle in a different direction. So Godlike need a read into it, but CHEMIN, look at them. They'll be in the 5th position with 208, 206 for 8-bit, SKYLIGHTZ with 196, and HYDERABAD, HYDRAS with 184. But the main thing that you have to take a look at this first page is, Edge, no teams.
No one changed.
Exactly. Haven't changed their positions. Everybody is in their own hashtags.
I mean,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That tells us how close it's going to be tomorrow.
True. I mean, the points did increase and decrease in their favor, right? The point differences went up and down. And for everyone, exactly. But they were all sitting in their respective spots from game number 5 of the day. But here's, I mean, to be honest, even 9 didn't change. 169, the point difference did increase, but that's it. NIGMA Galaxy, though, now from 12th position to 10th position after this performance, and they're closing in on that top 8. So I'm really happy for them. But Team Soul sitting on 11th, they got to start building up. They are still, 5 points away from NIGMA Galaxy's 10th position. They are around 20 to 30, 19, actually 18 actually away from, Revenant's 9th position. They got to work on that. 7Sea ESPORTS, they dropped down to 12 from 10, 136 total points. Global sitting on 131, Entity sitting on 130. Well, got to work harder. Marcos, after this performance, well, at least they're not in 16th. That's a boost up. And if they can keep at least, jumping up 1-2 spaces every single matchup, they can make it a top 8, and that's it. That's the best they can do. And I'm talking about them consistently performing the same like how they did right now, similar to this, right? 17 to 20 points. And then, and only then, they might have a chance of making it to the top 8. Otherwise, 13 max or maybe 12, but nothing really more than that.
I agree with you. If they're able to do close to 15 points every map in the next at least 6 upcoming matches, they'll be able to pull off 90 points in total, and that 90 points should give them at least a close up to 200 points in total, and that'll be really good for them. And at least, as you said, top 5 to top 8 is where they have to look forward to close themselves at. But I mean, the kind of aggression and fights that the other teams are showcasing us, I don't know what to talk about. But let's talk about the top 5 fraggers. If there's nothing else coming to our mind, these are the ones who are kind of playing with even our minds as well as what we can say to them. 45 finishes for Ninja Jod, along with his IGL Aquanox, 40 finishes. Played so well, both these players, and TSM as an entire squad played so well today. 3 matches they were so close to the chicken dinner but just got denied. But in all those 3 matches, they were always in the top. In one of those matches, they even snatched away the first spot from the team who had the chicken dinner. So we will be looking forward to what TSM can do. But in the last match, they did not do a lot. Aquanox with 40
True.
finishes, but in the third position, here's Neo coming in with 30% in terms of contribution, 36 finishes of his own. But Goblin, he played really, really well. We saw him doing so much damage on Godlike, and that's the reason in the last match that Godlike could not do a lot. And 35 finishes, I already said. Baldetta, we were missing him, right, Edge? And I'm pretty sure you're going to be the main one who's going to be missing him. We were seeing him in the, I would say, next 5 spots of the top fraggers list, but finally now he's made his entry, and clashing in with Goblin is letting us know that CHEMIN are also not out of the race. And we know CHEMIN, what they do on the last day, they completely start popping off and destroying others.
And talking about the other 5 players as well. 6th position, the man himself, GODLIKE Jonathan, sitting there with 35 as well. The only reason Delta's on top because of the contribution. 38 in terms of Delta. For Jonathan is 33.65. Knuckle from the side of Global Esports is sitting on 34, 40% contribution with a finish rate ratio of 1.48. Enigma Viru, well, he was there yesterday, but today, not his day. 33 finishes, still sitting there with 32.35 contribution. Well, Maxi, he has put up a decent performance today. 31 finishes, 36.47 contribution. Tanki, on the other hand, 31 finishes, 32.2. And I mean, Aquanox himself, the IGL leading from the front, 40 finishes is impressive, right? But then we have Ninja Jot, 45. That's 2 dominant, the only 2 players with 40 plus finishes. That's got to tell you how dominant TSM are right now. Yes, they're not the table toppers as of now. The table toppers are OR, which I believe everyone's doing a decent job. That's why Atanki couldn't get as many finishes as he would have liked. I mean, 31 is still decent, but I'm pretty sure everyone else are like 25 to 30, and that's exactly why they're sitting on top, because they have a decent balance between those finishes and placement points. But you gotta give credits to TSM's Aquanox, because he's the one calling the shots. Yes, I might be praising him a lot, but I know how it feels to be an IGL, right? I mean, you gotta be worried about all the calls coming in. You gotta be careful, because if something goes wrong, first one that's gonna be blamed is gonna be your IGL.
Ah, man, Edge, the way we are seeing this play out, I'll be looking forward to how it's going to be working out in the last day, because it's not going to be an easy last day at all, and everybody will be giving their best in terms of making sure they're on the top, because it's the last day and the countdown is going to be just 6 more matches. But in that page, the finish and death ratio, if you kind of look at it after what has happened throughout all these 4 days, we were seeing until the end of the 3rd day as well, we were seeing finish death ratio of +2 and 3. But today you can see nobody is close to 2. It's just close to just 1.8.
That is true, but let's take a quick look at the mark moment. I mean, we wanted to see what it was, and here it is. It is Entity's Troy. Obviously, has to be that 1v3 that he took. I mean, that was just beautiful to watch, but then Viru also got a play for himself. He, I think, got himself a 1v3 again, in, against the squad of OR. That's 2 1v3s. I mean, no 1v4s today, Sam, but 1v3s are still really, really impressive. Right? And you can see, I mean, the Virus one was okay, but I really liked the one where Anthony Troy got the one. That was just a clean spray transfer onto 2. And then the third one onto, I believe it was Aru. That was beautiful precision. And it was just, it was clean, let me tell you that. And it wasn't even like a close range combat. It was mid, I mean, it was kind of close to mid range. But yeah, that spray transfer with the M4, clean as ever.
Exactly. And you guys also, if you have any of your mark moments like that, don't forget to share it with us. Also, get your hands on the Gillette Mark III limited edition BGMI razor for yourself, and along with the pop socket, and also with your, I would say, mark moment with the hashtag do tag us, and also with the hashtag get your game face on. Let us know. We would also like to see what you guys have under play, and especially as we say, this is an invitational, but there will be tournaments where the viewers will be start playing, and in open tournaments we'll be looking forward to your aggression coming through. And when is that going to be? We'll be suing very soon. You'll be getting the information for that. Do also follow Gillette 7Sea as well as Skyesports for all the upcoming information in terms of tournaments and any other things that you would want to be completely, I would say, beforehand notified about. So it'll be first and foremost coming in terms of the stories. And in case you were kind of missed out due to a meeting or something like that of what happened throughout the entire day, it's all there. The winning moments have been put across on all the handles of social medias of Gillette 7Sea as well as Skyesports. You can follow us over there to make sure to know what has happened throughout the day in case you missed the action. But in case you want to know the winners, it started off with Enigma snatching away the victory from TSM, where we thought TSM could have gotten it. Unfortunate, it was disheartening. It was, I felt it, Edge, but still, it is okay. Then 8-bit made their way. SKYLIGHTZ got their third one. Then we headed back to Miramar, where CHEMIN got their victory and OR got the victory here in the last map. But there was a map just before that, that was Sanhok, where the victors were Revenant. They were happy, and right now they're at the 9th spot. So at least something that they can be happy about, that they'll be heading over to the first page maybe tomorrow with the last 6 matches for the day.
Let's just hope. My fingers are crossed. I don't know what to expect coming in,
Yes.
for that last day. And one thing's for sure, it's gonna be explosive, right?
Mhm.
In terms of gameplay, in terms of utility usage, in terms of resources, in terms of executions coming in terms of game plans coming in from all the squads. One last day. Three times Erangel will be played, 2 times the map of Miramar,
Miramar.
and then 1 Sanhok. So my eyes are on who's going to be winning on that Sanhok, right? Because that's the
Yes.
penultimate map. And after that, it's going to be 1 map of Erangel. That's it. So if you win Sanhok, you have a pretty, good momentum moving on to the map of Erangel. But that's going to be, the story for us to tell tomorrow and to see who comes out on top. But for today, that's going to be it from us. This is going to be me, Edge, alongside Lucy on behalf of Darshita. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. You know what time, you know where to find us, and you know what to get yourself. I'm talking about the Gillette Mark III. But we'll be back tomorrow with the action. But up until then, it's going to be a goodbye from us. Take care, good night, and stay safe.
See ya.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.